Hi everyone, I am Dream Into Wealth. I know people watching this are trying to fall asleep. How are you? And I hope you are okay in life. Listen to my story and make yourself comfortable. Also, if y'all like this kind of stories, please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. The River of Ledger Lines. There was once a fella named Jonas Hale, born with calloused hands and a head full of figures, though he never saw much schooling. He grew up in a dusty little town that didn't know the meaning of wealth outside a jar of coins stashed under floorboards or a hog traded at market. Most men figured fortune came from sweating in the fields or drilling deeper in the mines. Jonas, though, he had this odd way of staring at numbers, same as other men stared at sunsets. He'd watch his pa haggle over wheat bushels, counting and reckoning in his head faster than the storekeep could tally with a slate. When Jonas was 16, the river that cut through their town rose up in one of them storms that don't ask permission. It tore bridges loose, flooded mills, and left folks staring at washed-out barns and ruined crops. Most gave up hope for the season, but Jonas noticed something else. He saw how that same river, mean as it was, carried silt and richness that turned the banks dark and fertile where it receded. He wondered what if a man didn't curse the flood, but learned how to harness it. With nothing but scraps of wood and a busted wheel, Jonas built a crude water wheel near the shallows. Neighbors laughed, reckoning it'd break apart the first time the current took a move. But it held, more than held, it turned, creaking slow, powering a grindstone he'd rigged from old mill parts. By autumn, while others were still recovering, Jonas was grinding grain for half the county, taking small fees instead of crops. In a land where folks bartered corn and cattle, Jonas had found the strange power of steady coin flow. That wheel was just the start. He took those coins and bought up tools when others sold them cheap in despair. He loaned shovels, plows, even oxen to neighbors, not for free but for fair terms, half in labor, half in repayment after harvest. Folks muttered at first, but when they saw their fields recover quicker, they came knocking. Jonas had, without ever meaning to, set himself as the first banker the valley ever knew. Now, Jonas wasn't greedy. He wasn't the type to sit in a tall chair counting coins while kids went hungry. No, he remembered them floods, how the river took and gave. He decided money ought to work the same, flowing, not hoarded. He used profit to build a bigger wheel, this one driving saw blades for lumber. By 20, he'd not only helped rebuild the bridges, he owned the lumber contracts for 3 counties. But here where his real genius showed. While other men spent gains on land or silver, Jonas invested in something invisible: trust. He kept ledgers fair, signed every deal in front of witnesses, and never once took advantage when folks were desperate. Word spread quicker than wildfire in prairie grass. Jonas Hale was a man whose handshake was worth more than parchment. One winter, traders from upriver came through, looking for someone to move goods across the valley. Most balked at the risk: storms, bandits, the river itself. Jonas, though, he reckoned the same floods that near drowned his town were also a highway, if one just learned to steer it. So he financed a small fleet of flatboats, not with his own hands, but by pooling coins from farmers, millers, even smiths who trusted him. Your money works while you sleep, he told them by the firelight, and it brings back more than it left. Sure enough, that first spring the boats came back heavy with goods, iron, cloth, salt, and profits doubled near everyone's stake. Men who'd never seen more than a handful of coins at once suddenly found themselves with choices: more seed, more tools, better roofs over their families. For the first time, that little town knew the taste of prosperity. And at the center of it all, sitting calm as a preacher at sunrise, was Jonas Hale, the boy who saw numbers like rivers. The years rolled and Jonas didn't stop. He taught apprentices how to keep books, how to reckon risk, how to balance gain with loss. He called it the river way. We're always flowing, never stagnant. He'd say, "Gold buried is gold dead. Let it move, let it spin its wheels, and it'll feed 100 mouths." By the time his beard ran silver, Jonas had built more than wealth. He'd built a system. Mills, boats, markets, even schools, all tied by ledgers he'd kept with steady hands and clean conscience. Now, some men tried to topple him. Rivals from cities accused him of usury, of playing the saint while growing rich. But when they rode into his valley, they found something they couldn't argue with, a community that prospered together. Farmers stood by him, smiths vouched for him, mothers blessed his name. And Jonas, he'd just smile that weathered smile, stroke his beard and murmur, "A man don't get rich keeping wealth to himself. He gets rich making sure others rise with him." They say when Jonas passed, he left not piles of coin but a legacy of roads, schools, and books that guided generations. His journals, filled with neat rows of numbers, became scriptures for anyone who wanted to understand that money ain't just currency, it's movement, it's trust, it's the river that carries folks from hardship to plenty. And so on nights like these, with rain pattering on canvas and the fire popping, old-timers lean back and recall how a boy once turned floods into fortune, teaching us all that true wealth don't come from chasing gold, but from learning how to make rivers flow the right way. Jonas' riverway didn't stay bound by the bends of his valley for long. Word of what he'd built had a way of traveling beyond fences and county lines, same as birds carry seeds on the wind. Travelers who came through, trading salt or wool, carried tales back upstream of a man who turned storms into profit, who built schools where there had been none, who taught farmers that coins could be more than trinkets, they could be tools. Soon enough, strangers rode in not to sell, not to barter, but to learn. They came with questions on their lips and notebooks in their saddlebags, asking how a miller's son could turn ledgers into lifelines. Jonas never turned them away. He'd sit them down by the fire, pour them coffee thick as tar, and say, "You want to learn wealth? Then first learn patience. Riches built in haste wash away like sand, but a fortune that grows steady like a tree roots itself deep." It weren't long before towns upriver began asking Jonas to help them build their own wheels and boats. But Jonas, clever as he was, didn't run himself ragged trying to control every piece. Instead, he showed others how to pool their coins, how to write contracts fair, how to keep numbers honest. He said, "If you hold every rope in your own hand, one storm will break you. But if every man grips a knot, the rope holds strong." What he was teaching weren't just business, it was cooperation, trust among neighbors where once suspicion had ruled. As seasons passed, the valley wealth spilled outward. Roads built with profit stretched like veins, carrying goods and people faster than rivers alone. Markets once held on wagon beds became wooden stalls, then proper squares lined with brick. Jonas never called himself mayor or banker, yet folks treated his word with the weight of law. And here the thing, he never hoarded power. He always said, "The measure of wealth ain't how high a man climbs, but how many he can carry with him." Now, not all was smooth riding. There were those who looked at what Jonas had built and saw only a target. Outlaws, seeing boats loaded with goods, rode down from the hills. One winter, a gang near burned half the docks, reckoning to cripple trade. Men panicked, but Jonas didn't waver. He gathered townsfolk in the cold, embers still glowing, and told them plain, what burned can be rebuilt, what stolen can be earned again. But if we let fear scatter us, we lose more than docks, we lose the river itself. His calm steadied their hands, and by spring the docks rose again, stronger, this time guarded by a watch paid not by one man but by a collective fund Jonas himself proposed. That's when folks realized something. Jonas wasn't just teaching finance, he was teaching resilience. He showed them that money, when trusted to the right purpose, could buy safety, education, opportunity. A portion of profits went to widows and orphans, another to the upkeep of bridges, and some even to traveling tutors who taught children numbers and letters in barns by lantern light. For the first time in memory, people began to feel the valley itself was rich, not just the men who ran its mills. Years slipped by, and Jonas' name carried far enough that city folk with polished boots and silk coats came riding down, hoping to strike deals. They brought contracts thicker than a Bible, filled with clauses and traps. They offered sums that dazzled some, but Jonas just thumbed the brim of his hat and said, "Coin that don't flow to the people is coin I won't touch." More than once, he sent them back upriver muttering about a stubborn backwoods banker. But truth was, Jonas had already built something stronger than any city offered. He built loyalty. No paper contract could outbid the bond between a man and the neighbor who'd watched him rebuild his barn after a flood. Still, Jonas wasn't blind to the march of progress. He saw railroads creeping closer, iron snakes promising faster trade. Some men feared it, thinking the valley boats would rot unused. Jonas only smiled. "The river gave us starting ground," he told his apprentices, "but a true fortune don't cling to one current, it learns new streams." With that, he invested in rail ties, stations, even trained locals as conductors and engineers. By the time the first whistle echoed through the valley, Jonas already had contracts inked that kept goods moving, whether by water or iron. They're a story often told round here, how one evening, rain tapping steady on the roof of the tavern, Jonas leaned back and said to a circle of young men, "The richest man I ever knew owned not a coin but a vision. He could see a bridge where others saw a river. He could see a harvest where others saw mud. I aim to be that kind of rich." Those words stuck, lingering like smoke over coals. Men took them home, repeated them to sons and daughters, till it became near scripture in the valley. Vision was wealth, patience was wealth, and trust was wealth. As his beard grew white and his hands shook from years of ink and toil, Jonas began writing down his thoughts. Not in dry numbers, but in lessons told plain as stories. Don't lend to greed, lend to need. Never invest in what you don't understand. Pay yourself last, and you'll always be paid. Those journals, leather-bound and worn, would one day outlive him, teaching men and women who never even saw the valley how to let money flow like a river. And so it was when Jonas passed on a cold spring morning, bells tolled in every hamlet and farmstead from the valley to the uplands. His funeral weren't no grand affair, just neighbors, apprentices, children who'd learned their letters by his coin. They carried his coffin not in silence but in song, humming the river hymns they'd sung while building docks and boats. In that moment, folks realized Jonas Hale hadn't just built prosperity. He built a community where wealth meant more than silver in a chest. It meant legacy. It meant rivers flowing long after one man was gone. The merchant of forgotten tracks. The rain had been falling steady that night, hitting the tin roof of the station like a drummer keeping time with no one listening. Folks were huddled inside, shuffling boots on warped planks, waiting for trains that sometimes came, sometimes didn't. Out there on the far edge of the prairie, schedules meant less than storms, and men learned to wait patient as the land itself. It was there, in that quiet station, that an old man told me the tale of Elijah Boone. Said his name with a certain reverence, like one might speak of a man who'd walked barefoot into the desert and come out with water for all. Elijah weren't no gunslinger, nor a preacher, nor even a cattle baron like so many names etched into county records. He was something rarer, a man who looked at abandoned tracks, rusted rails stretching into nowhere, and saw a fortune not in steel or land, but in movement itself. See, back when the railroads came thundering through, towns sprang up fast as weeds after rain, but just as quick, some withered. Lines got rerouted, depots shut, and whole stretches of track were left behind like bones of giants no one cared to bury. Where others saw rust, Elijah saw opportunity. He'd been a station clerk once, learning timetables like scripture, understanding how a misconnection in one town could mean goods rot in another. He knew time weren't just money, it was life itself. When his station closed, most packed up, drifted elsewhere. Elijah stayed. He bought up scraps, cheap warehouses by the tracks, old carts no one pulled, even the rights to use sidings long forgotten. Folks laughed, said he was wasting what little coin he had on dead iron, but Elijah only smiled that quiet way of his, saying a road never dead, friend, so long as someone willing to walk it. The first stroke of genius came one bitter winter. Snow had cut off shipments upriver, and towns were starving for coal and flour. Elijah, sitting in his little shack office with a lantern glowing on maps spread wide, realized he could piece together a route using those dead tracks. It weren't pretty, zigzagging across 3 counties, switching carts by hand at junctions no one maintained. But when he hitched 2 mules to a flatbed and hauled the first load of coal through, folks near wept with gratitude. He sold that coal fare, not gouging but not giving it away neither. And word spread, Elijah Boone could move goods where no one else dared. That winter broke many men. It made Elijah. From there, he built slow, careful. He patched tracks, hired drifters and gave them steady work, turned rusting sheds into storehouses. He kept prices honest, never letting greed spoil trust, and before long, merchants from bigger towns sought him out. His routes weren't quick, but they were reliable. And in trade, reliability worth more than speed. Yet Elijah's true genius wasn't just hauling. It was teaching folks how to see value where they'd been told none existed. He took boys who thought themselves useless and taught them to repair axles. He took widows struggling to feed young'uns and gave them bookkeeping work, showing them how numbers could be as steady as fence posts if you set them right. Wealth, to Elijah, wasn't hoarding, it was circulating, same as blood keeps a body alive. And here the part that sticks with me most, Elijah never once tried to own the whole line. He believed in partnerships, drawing up agreements on plain paper by firelight, shaking hands harder than signatures. What you share, he'd say, lasts longer than what you clutch. Town by town, he built not just a network of tracks, but a network of trust. And from trust came prosperity. By the time other investors finally noticed, Elijah had something they couldn't buy: loyalty. His crews would work through storms, his clients would wait days if he asked. He had turned abandoned rails into lifelines, and in doing so, proved that wealth ain't always in the obvious gold rush. Sometimes it hid in the forgotten, the discarded, the places men stopped looking. And so, by the fire crackle that night, the old man in the station leaned back, eyes misty with memory, and said, Elijah Boone made a fortune not because he chased what everyone else did, but because he walked the quiet paths left behind. That a lesson, son. Opportunity don't always shout. Sometimes it whispers in the rust. The years rolled on like slow thunder across the plains, and Elijah Boone's name carried further than he ever set out to send it. What started as a handful of patched rails and mule-drawn carts became something akin to an underground lifeline. Where the main rail companies built shiny depots and chased profits in crowded cities, Elijah wove his business in the cracks, serving folks left behind by progress. He had no banners, no official logos, no fancy papers filed in city halls. What he had was reliability, and in the commerce of the prairie, that was worth its weight in gold. Merchants began to notice. A general store in one town, struggling because shipments arrived weeks late, would suddenly find itself stocked because Elijah men hauled a wagon straight through a snow-choked valley. A sawmill, near shut down for lack of nails and bolts, found its supplies delivered after Elijah rerouted through an old spur line no one remembered. He had a knack for looking at maps and seeing not the voids but the threads no one else bothered with. But it weren't just about the goods. Elijah knew that every barrel of flour delivered meant mothers breathing easier. Every sack of coal meant warmth in a farmhouse. Every crate of seed meant spring would come with hope instead of hunger. His mind for numbers and logistics was sharp, no doubt, but what truly set him apart was that he measured success not in ledgers alone, but in sighs of relief carried across kitchen tables. Now, prosperity, even quiet prosperity, never goes unnoticed for long. There were men in suits who'd ride out from the cities, their boots too clean for the dirt they stood on, offering to buy Elijah holdings. They'd wave contracts thick as hymnals, promising him more money than he could count. Elijah would sit there, leaning back in a chair that creaked like an old friend, and he'd just smile slow. "What I got ain't for sale," he'd say. "A man don't sell his backbone." That answer baffled them. They'd leave angry, muttering that Boone was a fool, but Elijah weren't no fool. He knew once the big companies got their claws in, they'd squeeze every penny, bleed the towns dry, and leave folks worse off than before. To Elijah, wealth meant nothing if it didn't spread like warmth from a fire, touching everyone sitting near. He reinvested near every dollar back into the work, not to build mansions or buy luxuries, but to fix more rails, to buy sturdier wagons, to pay his men fair wages. When storms washed out bridges, Elijah was the first one there, sleeves rolled up, hauling timbers with the youngest laborer. That sort of leadership bred loyalty money couldn't buy, and loyal they were. His crews were a patchwork of wanderers, drifters, and dreamers, men who'd been passed over by fancier employers. Elijah gave them a place, and in return they gave him their best. They'd ride through blizzards, work long nights by lantern light, and guard his shipments as if they were their own kin. Stories spread of Boone men fending off bandits on a lonely stretch, or hauling a broken wheel 6 miles just so a cart wouldn't be abandoned. Those stories weren't myths, they were the truth, and each one stitched his legend tighter. There came a time when one winter near froze the whole region solid. The main rail lines shut down, their engines buried under drifts, their workers refusing to risk it. Prices in town soared. What little supplies trickled through were hoarded by the rich, leaving the poor to starve. That when Elijah's operation truly shone. His routes, improvised as they were, kept going. Wagons creaked over ice, men shoveled paths by hand, and cargo moved slow but steady. Townsfolk began calling him the winter conductor, though he had no engine to his name. And when spring finally thawed the land, those same rail companies that once mocked him found themselves embarrassed. They'd abandoned communities in their neediest hours while Elijah had delivered. Trust, once given, is near impossible to reclaim when it's broken. Folks knew where their loyalty lay, and it weren't with the men in suits. What few realized, though, was that Elijah wasn't merely providing a service, he was laying the groundwork for something bigger. He'd started recording patterns, writing down not just what routes worked, but why. He tracked where goods piled up, where shortages always hit, how weather shifted needs. Those worn ledgers became a kind of map of human need across the prairie, and with each season, Elijah's foresight grew sharper. He wasn't just reacting anymore, he was predicting. And in prediction lies power. Elijah began setting aside supplies before folks even asked, moving goods in advance of storms or shortages. To the people, it seemed near magical, like he knew the future. In truth, it was simple observation, patience, and a mind tuned to listen to the whispers in the rust. By the time outsiders realized what he was building, Elijah Boone wasn't just a man running wagons on old tracks. He was the quiet architect of a parallel economy, one grounded not in greed but in resilience and foresight. And every soul warmed by his work became part of a story that wealth, real wealth, is measured not in coin alone, but in the security you bring to others. Elijah Boone's system began to take root deeper than even he first imagined. What started as a humble response to hardship slowly wove itself into the daily rhythm of whole towns. The blacksmith in one settlement no longer worried if he'd run out of iron before winter was done, for he knew Boone wagons would roll through with supplies even when the larger companies abandoned their posts. Families planted seeds with confidence, understanding that if drought struck, Elijah would somehow have sacks of grain ready. It weren't charity, not exactly. It was foresight turned into practice, the kind of business where both sides felt richer by dealing with each other. The man kept his notes like a preacher tending to his Bible. Every season quirks, every roadblock, every unexpected flood or frost, he logged it all. He'd sit by lantern light at the end of the day, boots off, coat draped over a chair, and write with a slow patience. These books became his compass, pointing him where to move next, what to stockpile, when to push men harder, and when to let them rest. By and by, those ledgers grew so accurate that Boone could predict shortages before the townsfolk themselves realized one was coming. Word traveled fast across the prairie. Folks who once lived hand to mouth started seeing a steadiness in their lives they hadn't known before. That sort of security don't just fill bellies, it sparks ambition. A miller who once only ground wheat for neighbors now dreamed of expanding his trade. A carpenter took risks on larger projects because he trusted lumber would arrive on time. Elijah's quiet network didn't just keep folks alive, it gave them the confidence to dream beyond survival. Of course, the rail barons in the cities weren't blind. They watched as towns once tied to their schedules and their prices grew independent. Profits slipped away, and with them their grip on the frontier. They tried again to buy Elijah out, but he stood firm as old oak. They sent men to undercut his routes, to bribe his workers, even to sabotage shipments. But every time, Boone loyalty shielded him. His men weren't just laborers. They were family of a sort, bound by respect more than contracts. You can't bribe a man who'd been given dignity when no one else would give him the time of day. There was one incident in particular that etched Elijah's name into prairie legend. A spring flood tore through 3 towns, washing out bridges, drowning crops, and leaving folks stranded. Supplies from the rail companies stalled. They called it impossible to reach the cutoff places. Elijah, however, gathered his men, loaded wagons with food and medicine, and set out. They waded rivers up to their chests, built makeshift ferries out of barrels, and carved trails along cliff sides. It took days of back-breaking work, but they delivered what was needed. Folks still tell of children clapping their hands at the sight of Boone wagons emerging from the muck, lanterns glowing in the dusk like salvation itself. After that, no one questioned whether Boone Way worked. They began calling his routes the lifelines. Families marked his passing as if he were a season in his own right. When Boone wagons came, they knew survival was certain. Town leaders stopped waiting for city rail bosses and started meeting with Elijah instead, asking his counsel on when to plant, when to store, how to prepare. He became more than a businessman. He became a trusted steward of their collective future. But here the thing about success throws quiet temptations. Elijah could have expanded into a full empire if he wanted. He could have drawn investors, built grand depots, hired hundreds more men. Yet he didn't. He never forgot sitting by that fire on the coldest night, realizing wealth weren't about what you stack in your own house. It was about how many fires you could help keep lit in others. So instead of expanding recklessly, he refined. Every wagon was maintained to perfection. Every driver trained not just in the route, but in the value of the work. He didn't scale bigger, he scaled stronger. There came a point when folks from far-off regions wrote letters begging Boone to bring his lifelines their way. He obliged carefully, always after studying the land, the people, the weather. He never promised what he couldn't deliver. That honesty made his word worth more than any signature stamped on official paper. In an age of false deals and greedy men, Boone's promise became currency all its own. And through it all, the man himself stayed plain. He lived in the same modest cabin, wore clothes patched by his own hand, ate the same stew as his men by the fire. Nights were often spent with him sitting outside, hat tipped back, eyes on the horizon, hearing the wind whistle through the tall grass. Folks who visited swore he carried a peace about him, the kind you only get when you've built something greater than yourself, something that'll outlast your name. Elijah Boone never sought glory, yet it found him in the gratitude of countless lives made steadier by his vision. He showed the prairie and perhaps the whole world that true wealth weren't built in towers of gold or strings of stock certificates. It was built in the quiet assurance that when storms come, someone will be there with a wagon full of hope, and that the kind of success that no ledger could ever rightly measure. As years passed, Elijah Boone's name became less a man and more a movement. The wagon still rolled, lanterns still flickered against the endless dark of the plains, but now it weren't just Boone himself behind every choice. The next generation of drivers, traders, and settlers had taken up his lessons like scripture. They didn't just haul goods, they carried forward his creed that prosperity wasn't worth a damn unless it was shared. You'd see it in the way a young driver gave his last biscuit to a hungry child on the roadside, or in how a merchant cut his own margin so a widow could afford flour to last the winter. These weren't orders written in some handbook. This was Boone's spirit stitched into the very fabric of their lives. What made it all work was the rhythm Elijah established. It was a cycle steady as the seasons, gather when they're plenty, hold with patience, and release when the need grows sharp. Over time, that rhythm shaped the settlements themselves. Towns built storage barns modeled after Boone wagons, tall beams curved to keep air moving so grain never spoiled. Farmers learned to stagger their plantings, so no two communities starved together if the skies turned mean. A kind of unspoken orchestra developed, every note dependent on another, and Elijah was its conductor, even when he weren't there to wave his hand. What's curious is how other businessmen scoffed at first. They thought him naive, a dreamer wasting profit on what they called sentiment. But numbers don't lie, and by the time city barons tallied their ledgers, Boone's quiet empire had outlasted 3 economic busts. Where their fortunes crumbled like riverbanks in flood, his stood steady. That resilience drew attention, not from the greedy but from the thoughtful. Scholars began riding out from the cities, taking notes, interviewing townsfolk, asking how a man with no college learning managed to craft a system sturdier than steel. They called it the Boone model, though Elijah himself bristled at the term, saying it weren't a model at all, just common sense bound with neighborly duty. One summer, a university professor visited Elijah, hoping to write a grand book about his methods. She expected ledgers stacked like libraries, theories scribbled in long-winded words. Instead, she found him sitting on his porch with a mug of coffee watching the horizon. When she asked his secret, he simply replied, "Watch the land, watch the people. They'll tell you what they need if you're quiet long enough." She left disappointed, thinking she'd gathered nothing. Yet when she wrote her book years later, that single line became the cornerstone of a new kind of economics, the kind that put community before speculation. Funny thing is, Elijah never read the book. He said he already knew the story, and besides, his eyes strained too much in the lamplight to bother with city print. As Elijah grew older, the townsfolk grew protective of him. Children called him Grandfather Boone, even those who weren't kin. His visits became events. Folks lined the streets, not just to trade, but to offer him pies, quilts, small tokens of thanks. He accepted each with the same humble nod, eyes twinkling like stars caught in wrinkles. Yet he always shifted the praise back to his men. "These wagons roll 'cause of their hands," he'd say. "I just keep the wheels oiled." It weren't false modesty, he truly believed it. Now, any man can build wealth, but few can build legacy. Boone did both without ever trying. His way of seeing the world seeped into generations that followed. Sons and daughters of drivers grew into leaders of their own right. They expanded the routes further west, reaching valleys and high plains once thought unreachable. They started cooperatives where farmers pooled their goods, selling at fair rates instead of cutthroat auctions. They even built schools funded not by tax but by shared earnings, teaching children not only letters and sums but the value of keeping a steady hand when storms rolled in. They're a tale told about one harsh winter, long after Elijah was too frail to ride. A blizzard cut off a mining camp, and the rail line shut down in panic. It was Boone apprentices, young men who once studied under his steady eye, who lashed teams together, loaded sleds, and pushed through white hell to deliver coal and food. When they returned, faces frostbitten, lips cracked, they were hailed as heroes. Yet when asked why they risked their lives, they answered plain, it what Boone would have done. That legacy, when a man's choices echo louder than his voice. In his final years, Elijah spent more time by the fire, speaking softly to those who sought him. He told stories, not of riches, but of nights where one loaf of bread saved a whole family. He spoke of trust, of listening more than talking, of remembering that no fortune means much if your neighbor starves. And when the end came, it came gentle. He passed in his sleep, a storm raining steady outside, the world mourning without even knowing it. His funeral drew more folks than the little town could hold. Men and women stood in the rain, hats pressed to chests, listening to the quiet drumming on the earth. What followed weren't just grief, it was a vow. Every town that had once relied on his wagons pledged to keep the lifelines alive. They etched his lessons into stone, carved on markers so no one would forget. And in the decades since, even as railroads stretched and cities rose high, the heart of Boone work lived on. You can still hear it if you sit by a fire, listening to the crackle. It in the quiet conviction that true wealth ain't counted in coins but in the steady beat of communities standing together. Progress marched on with iron wheels and whistling smoke, and many thought Boone ways would vanish like footprints in a storm. The railroads came, screaming across the plains with their promise of speed and profit. Big men in suits pushed ledgers thicker than Bibles, speaking of efficiency, of consolidating routes, of cutting out what they called inefficiencies. But hear the truth. Boone's spirit had already seeped so deep into the roots of the prairie folk that no iron track could scrape it out. Those who grew under his guidance carried his lessons into boardrooms, depots, and cooperatives alike. They knew numbers mattered, but people mattered more. The first real test came when a rail syndicate tried to buy up every grain silo from Kansas to Colorado. They wanted to corner prices, squeezing farmers so tight they'd have to sell low or starve. But Boone disciples weren't greenhorns anymore. They gathered merchants, wagoners turned station masters, farmers who'd once counted on Boone wagons, and they formed what came to be called the Prairie Trust. Instead of giving in, they pooled their crops, stored them in shared silos, and negotiated as one. That kind of unity baffled the syndicate. They expected fractured towns, easy to bully. Instead, they found a wall of resolve, built stone by stone from Boone teachings. The syndicate eventually pulled out, tail between its legs, while the trust flourished. See, what Boone gave folks wasn't just a system of moving goods. It was the courage to say no to greed. He taught them that patience was its own kind of wealth. Hold back when others rush, and you'll still be standing when the dust settles. It wasn't flashy, and it weren't fast, but it was steady, like the hum of a fire warming your bones after a long ride. That steadiness became the backbone of prairie economics, so much so that even the city men, once dismissive, started taking notes. They called it sustainable, though Boone would have laughed at the word. To him, it was just neighborly sense, stretched across counties. What most remarkable is how the stories spread. Parents told their children not just to study sums in scripture, but to learn Boone Creed, that a man's worth is measured by how many he lifts, not how much he hoards. School teachers began weaving his lessons into arithmetic. If 3 families share 9 loaves equally, they'd ask, how many loaves does each family receive? But then they'd add, and if one family has none to start, what would Boone have done? Those kids grew up believing fairness weren't some abstract notion, but a practice as daily as breaking bread. Industry boomed, telegraph lines hummed, factories rose, and banks fattened. Yet out on the plains, Boone influence created a rare balance. Cooperatives owned by farmers competed with private mills and held their own. Mutual aid societies sprang up, funded by wagon routes turned freight services. When a drought hit Nebraska, these societies shifted grain from surplus areas, preventing hunger without waiting on distant politicians to notice. It wasn't charity, it was survival built on solidarity. And every time someone asked how it came to be, the answer circled back to Elijah Boone. His name had become shorthand for resilience. Even in the cities, you'd find his mark. A banker in Chicago, once a farm boy saved by a Boone wagon in winter, restructured his whole branch to favor long-term community loans instead of quick speculation. A factory owner in St. Louis, whose father once hauled with Boone, created profit-sharing schemes so his men wouldn't starve when orders slowed. They didn't call it philanthropy, they called it Boone Way. And though Elijah never set foot in those marble halls, his ghost walked there, a quiet reminder that wealth untethered from humanity was as useless as a wagon wheel without a hub. As years turned into decades, Boone became a legend, blurred at the edges but solid at the core. Folks embroidered his sayings on quilts, etched his likeness on water towers, and told fireside tales that grew taller with time. Some swore he once crossed 100 miles of blizzard with nothing but a lantern and a mule. Others said he could read the land so well he knew when rain would fall by the way the prairie grass bent. Whether true or not, the stories carried the same heartbeat that prosperity was meant to be shared, and that steady patience built kingdoms stronger than gold. When the Great Panic rolled through, cities reeled, banks shuttered, businesses collapsed, and fortunes vanished overnight. Yet the Prairie Trust held firm. Their reserves, carefully rationed, saw them through. While Wall Street men leapt from windows in despair, Boone disciples lit their fires, broke their bread, and reminded each other of his quiet words. No man's wealth is safe if his neighbor belly is empty. It was then the wider world finally admitted what the plains folk already knew, that Boone Way wasn't just folklore, it was a blueprint for survival. By the time the century turned, Elijah Boone had been gone near 20 years, but his life work still whispered through the wind across the prairies, carried in the creak of wagons now converted to motor trucks, in the laughter of children raised on shared abundance, in the glow of barns built taller to hold for leaner times. And when the rains came soft and the fields shimmered green under twilight, old-timers would sit on porches, pipe smoke curling skyward, and swear they could see Boone himself riding the horizon, lantern alight, keeping watch over the people who'd taken his lessons to heart. The Dust Bowl arrived like a curse no prayer could shake. Winds scoured the plains, picking up whole fields of soil and turning daylight into a choking twilight. Folks coughed black, cattle starved, and families stared down at empty cupboards wondering how long they could hold out. Many packed up wagons or jalopies and fled west, chasing a promise of work in California that too often proved false. But in those who stayed behind, those who had Boone Creed stitched into their marrow, there was a different story unfolding. They remembered his steady ways, the stockpile when times are fat, share when times are lean, and never let pride keep a man from asking or giving help. In one Kansas town, every grain bin had been swept clean by the gales, leaving farmers with nothing but the dust in their teeth. But an old cooperative Boone himself once advised still stood, though battered. They called a meeting under flickering lanterns, wind howling through the gaps in the walls, and agreed to pool what little remained. Cans of beans, sacks of cornmeal, jars of dried fruit. It wasn't much, but rationed fare. It meant no family would starve outright. They even set aside a portion for wanderers passing through, the so-called dust refugees. While other towns fought over scraps, here folks broke bread together, muttering Boone's name as if he were sitting in the room, nodding quiet approval. As banks foreclosed across the plains, neighbors leaned harder on one another. Families who might have once eyed each other with suspicion now traded skills. A carpenter repairing roofs in exchange for milk, a teacher running night lessons in exchange for eggs. It was barter, yes, but it was also dignity preserved. No one left empty-handed. A new kind of wealth grew, one you couldn't tally in ledgers, but you felt in the steady warmth of community. The land was broken, but the people weren't, and Boone ghosts kept their spines straight. There were stories of men who tried to hoard, locking up food or demanding double for seed. But just as Boone once faced down syndicates, so too did the community. They boycotted selfish traders, refusing to let greed poison their shared survival. Slowly, even the hard-hearted softened, realizing that in a time when dust buried your windowsills each morning, hoarding brought no peace. You could sit alone on a mound of beans, but hunger would still gnaw at your belly if your neighbor's cries echoed through the night. The younger generation learned fast. Children grew up carrying water from communal wells, helping patch roofs, or watching little ones while parents scoured fields for any green shoot. They weren't shielded from hardship, but they were armed with Boone Creed in practice. The idea that no fortune, however small, was complete until it lifted another's soul. Those children, hardened by dust and sharpened by need, grew into adults who carried Boone light westward, into cities and across states. Wherever they went, they carried with them the memory that shared wealth had once meant survival itself. By the mid-1930s, government men finally rolled in, bringing new programs, work camps, and relief checks. For some, it was salvation, but for many, it was simply another layer on top of the system Boone people had already built. They didn't wait for Washington to save them. They'd already saved themselves, together. And when government agents marveled at how few starved in certain counties, the locals just shrugged and said, "That Boone way." They might not even have known the man firsthand, but his story lingered, told around fires in storm-shaken houses, kept alive like an ember never allowed to die out. Years later, when the rains returned and crops once again kissed the soil with green, the prairie people carried scars that wouldn't fade. But they also carried pride. They knew they'd looked ruin in the eye and endured, not through riches, not through miracle, but through the wealth of one another. And when new prosperity came with the war years, factories humming, farms bursting with bounty, they didn't forget. They reinvested in schools, in silos, in communal banks. They taught their children not to chase fast fortunes, but to build slow, steady, and together. Thus, Boone influence didn't just survive the Dust Bowl, it grew. In the darkest storm, it had proven itself unbreakable. And in the quiet years that followed, it stood as a compass, guiding folks through prosperity without letting greed unmoor their souls. His legacy had shifted from the creak of a wagon wheel to the whisper of resilience across generations. Factories thundered awake as the nation marched into war. And for many who had known the dry hunger of the Dust Bowl, the roar of machines was as strange as it was hopeful. Men and women poured into cities, leaving behind fields that had barely clung to life. Assembly lines became the new furrows, and rivets replaced seeds. Yet even in this strange new world of smoke and steel, Boone Creed walked alongside him. Those who remembered sharing beans in the dark days carried that same spirit into the workshops. They formed lunch pails unions of a sort, passing sandwiches to a hungry coworker or pooling coins for a sick man medicine. They understood instinctively that war wasn't won by bullets alone. It was won by people standing shoulder to shoulder, each doing their part, none left behind. The war brought paychecks, steadier than any farmer gamble on weather, and with them came a dangerous whisper of excess. Some folks, dazzled by overtime hours and the feel of bills in their pockets, rushed to spend new suits, radios, or automobiles, even as rationing clipped their choices. But others remembered Boone's warnings against fast fortunes and hollow plenty. They set money aside in savings bonds. They sent extra to family back home. They built war chests not for indulgence, but for the lean years they knew could return. Those who'd once lost everything to wind and drought now saved with a kind of reverence, as if each dollar was a seed meant to grow into safety. And then the war ended, and America shifted again. Soldiers came home. The GI Bill flung open doors to schools and houses, and a new middle class began to take root. Folks who had known only tents or shacks in dust years now held deeds to tidy homes with lawns and kitchens gleaming. But in certain neighborhoods where the Dust Bowl migrants had clustered, the houses weren't just homes, they were communities. They built credit unions where profits cycled back into local hands. They started grocery co-ops that sold at fair prices, keeping widows and veterans from falling into debt. You could trace their habits back through time. The same hands that once shared jars of beans now shared dividends. The same voices that once pledged to ration flour now pledged to buy local and reinvest. In boardrooms and banks, the Boone creed seeped in quiet too. Some of those Dust Bowl children, hardened but educated through war programs, rose into finance itself. They weren't the loud Wall Street gamblers. No, they were the steady accountants, the prudent investors, the ones who argued for long-term planning when others lusted for quick returns. They carried with them the memory of loss too deep to forget. And while not every man listened, enough did that whole company shifted course, choosing to build reserves, to invest in pensions, to treat workers not as cogs but as partners in prosperity. Even beyond the borders of America, Boone ghosts seemed to wander. Marshall Plan aid poured into Europe after the war, and some of the advisors who drafted those policies were Dust Bowl sons who remembered the power of communal survival. They argued that true wealth wasn't charity, it was investment in stability. Just as a town survived by sharing beans, so too could nations survive by sharing resources. In whispered ways, Boone creed echoed across oceans, stitched into the fabric of a new world order. And yet, prosperity bred forgetfulness in some corners. By the late 1950s, glitter returned. Cars with chrome teeth, televisions glowing in every parlor, suburbs stretching wide. Folks began to believe maybe the lean times were gone forever. Credit grew cheap, temptations louder. But in farmhouses and modest city blocks, the Boone stories were still told. Children sat on porches while grandfathers with raspy lungs spoke of dust storms and shared bread, reminding the young not to lose their heads in shiny times. They spoke of savings set aside not as hoarded treasure, but as lifeboats, and of neighbors as wealth greater than gold. These lessons lingered strongest where hardship left scars. In Oklahoma, in Kansas, in Arkansas, states that had sent forth migrants into every corner, communities taught their children that wealth wasn't merely what jingled in your pocket, but what steadied your neighbor hand. And so, even as the nation rode high on post-war boom, small banks thrived on trust, small businesses endured on loyalty, and small towns rebuilt their schools and churches with pennies stacked together. Boone creed had outlived him, outlived the Dust Bowl, outlived the war. It was no longer just a man whisper by a campfire. It was a rhythm in the way people saved, shared, and built. It was the quiet refusal to forget that fortune turns like the wind, and only a community rooted together could weather every storm. The 60s came rumbling in like a restless stallion, all muscle and noise, dragging with it both promise and peril. The children of the Dust Bowl survivors, raised in homes where frugality had been law and neighborliness a creed, now found themselves in a land swollen with opportunity. Colleges brimmed with first-generation scholars, many whose tuition was scraped together from coffee tins hidden in kitchen cupboards, savings born from the discipline Boone once preached around crackling fires. These young men and women strode into lecture halls with secondhand books and iron in their spines, determined not to squander the sacrifices behind them. The nation swelled with prosperity, yet shadows lingered. Civil rights struggles raged, cities burned, and Vietnam beckoned with a draft that tore families apart. Yet even amid all that fire, the old creed held sway in quieter corners. Families pooled resources to send a son to Canada if conscience demanded, or to a safe college if it might spare him. Churches organized credit clubs where black and white farmers alike saved for tractors, standing shoulder to shoulder when politicians tried to divide them. Money in those moments wasn't just currency, it was the grease that kept justice moving, the silent tool of survival and resistance. Inflation crept into the 70s like a thief in the night. Prices leapt, wages lagged, and the easy shine of the 50s cracked wide open. Gas lines coiled for miles, and the American dream looked shaky. But in communities forged in hardship, folks had not forgotten. Old-timers dusted off their ledgers and showed their grown children how to stretch a dollar, how to barter for eggs, how to mend rather than buy. Boone Ghost might have chuckled at how the nation, so full of pride and excess, found itself humbled once again by forces beyond its control. Yet those who had Boone creed stitched into their blood fared better. They knew already that storms come and storms go, and only steady hands keep a family safe. It was during these lean years that co-ops and credit unions surged once more. Farmers joined together not just to survive, but to reclaim power from banks that seemed deaf to their needs. In some towns, neighbors revived the old idea of a community chest, each family pitching a little so none would be ruined by a hospital bill or crop failure. Out of these practices grew a generation of entrepreneurs who understood capital not as conquest, but as stewardship. They built small businesses where profit shared meant loyalty earned, and where stability mattered more than swagger. The 80s strutted in, all neon lights and debt-fueled swagger, and Wall Street turned wealth into a carnival. Junk bonds and fast fortunes became the new siren songs. But beneath that glitter, in the quieter corners of America, Boone creed simmered like coals under ash. Families remembered the lessons told by firelight, that borrowed wealth was no wealth at all, and that pride comes before a fall. Some heeded the warnings and built carefully, investing in land rather than fleeting fads, in education rather than hollow luxuries. When the inevitable crashes came, those who had kept Boone whisper close stood steadier than most. Through every twist of the century, his legacy lived less in speeches and more in habits. In a mason jar of coins tucked away for a storm, in a neighbor hand on another shoulder, when layoffs came, in the quiet refusal to chase glitter when grain and sweat would do. Boone's voice had faded long ago into the wind, but his story had been told so many times by so many fires that it had woven itself into the marrow of those who came after. And though the world looked different, skyscrapers instead of sod houses, computers instead of hand plows, the heartbeat of his creed was unchanged. Wealth was not gold piled high, but trust earned and shared. Security was not castles of excess, but communities bound together. And so, under neon lights or behind glowing computer screens, even into the last decades of the 20th century, the Boone creed lived on. It was in the hush of families gathering to balance their budgets on Sunday nights. It was in the stubborn refusal of old men to sign mortgages they couldn't pay. It was in the grit of women who turned small kitchens into businesses that lifted whole families. It was in the whispered blessings passed from one generation to the next, reminders that storms never end, but neither does the strength to endure them. The 90s dawned with a strange mix of optimism and unease. The Cold War long shadow finally lifted, but in its place stood the wide, buzzing hum of a new frontier, the internet. For the first time in history, wealth wasn't just carved from soil or sweat, but from lines of code humming in quiet offices lit by the glow of monitors. Young dreamers, barely out of college, found themselves shaping fortunes with ideas that spread across the globe faster than a rider could spur a horse across the prairie. Yet even in this brave new world, the creed Boone left behind found relevance. Those who approached the internet boom with discipline, measuring risk like a rancher counts cattle, built solid empires that endured. Those who rushed headlong into excess, mistaking speculation for stewardship, saw their riches collapse like brittle barns in a windstorm. Communities began shifting too. Where once neighbors gathered around campfires or church halls, now they gathered in online forums, in message boards, and in early digital marketplaces. The human instinct to share knowledge and pool resources had not died, it had simply found a new frontier. Out of these digital commons rose new forms of wealth, not just in currency, but in the flow of information. And yet, those same old lessons echoed. Trust remained the currency that outlasted all others. A community built on lies withered quickly. One built on honesty thrived even in the chaos of the dot-com age. When the bubble burst at the dawn of the new millennium, the lesson was clear as a desert night. Easy money, untethered from real value, cannot endure. Families who had heeded Boone's voice, who had kept saving steady, who had resisted the fever of speculation, weathered the storm better than most. They had lived through booms and busts before, in wheat, in oil, in railroads, and they knew this was but another chapter in the long story of human ambition. The creed proved timeless. Measure, prepare, endure. Then came 2008, a storm darker than most. The Great Recession swept across the land like a prairie fire, devouring homes, jobs, and savings. Banks, swollen with pride and reckless with greed, collapsed under their own excess. For many, it felt like the earth had cracked open. Yet here again, the quiet wisdom of Boone Creed surfaced. Families who had avoided overextending, who had leaned on community instead of credit cards, who had bartered skills and watched over their neighbors, found resilience even as headlines screamed ruin. In small towns and tight-knit neighborhoods, people revived practices that had carried them through the Depression generations before. They planted gardens, they shared childcare, they pooled resources to keep one another afloat. In those humble acts, Boone Ghost might have smiled, for his creed lived not in marble halls of finance, but in the stubborn faith of ordinary folk. The digital age surged onward, bringing with it new forms of currency, cryptocurrencies, blockchains, and markets without borders. To many, it felt like the gold rush all over again. Fortunes promised, risks ignored, and voices crying that this time was different. Yet under the neon glow of computer screens, the old warnings held true. Fortunes built on nothing but speculation burned bright and collapsed quick. But those who treated these new tools with respect, who used them not as tickets to gamble, but as plows to cultivate long-term value, carried forward. A man who invested modestly, who spread his risk, who sought to build rather than conquer, could find wealth in even these strange new currencies. Boone Creed once more whispered through time, "Do not mistake glitter for gold, nor rush for endurance." Now, in the present day, wealth wears many faces. Some measure it in bank accounts, some in digital tokens, some in the freedom to leave work at dusk and sit with family by a fire. But in every measure, the core of Boone wisdom remains. Wealth is not merely the sum of possessions. It is resilience, it is stewardship, it is the trust of those who walk beside you when storms roll in. The campfire may now be the warm glow of a laptop screen, the rainy night a metaphor for market crashes, but the heart of the story has not changed. And so, when an old cowboy voice tells the tale by firelight or in the hush of a rainy night, it carries a warning and a promise. The warning: greed is a wildfire that will consume even the proudest towns. The promise: with patience, with care, and with trust, one can endure any storm and build wealth that outlives gold itself. The tale never ends because storms never cease, but neither does the strength of those who remember and pass down the creed. The future stretched out before humankind like an open plain under a wide, uncertain sky. Technology moved faster than a wild horse, unbroken and restless. Artificial intelligence, once a whisper in science fiction, now sat in offices, homes, and even the hands of children. Machines wrote, calculated, and even reasoned, but Boone Creed remained a lantern in the fog. For as much as machines could simulate wisdom, they could not feel trust, nor could they measure stewardship in the beating heart of a community. Wealth in this new frontier could be amassed in seconds with algorithms, yet it could vanish just as swiftly if divorced from human principles. The cowboy's voice in the rain would remind listeners that a tool, no matter how mighty, is only as steady as the hand that wields it. Families who learned to harness these tools not for quick gain, but for lasting growth, found themselves building digital homesteads that could weather storms. They invested in education, in skills, in networks of trust that stretched not just across towns, but across continents. The creed was alive in every handshake sealed over video calls, in every fair deal brokered across languages and cultures. Boone Ghost may have never touched a circuit board, but his wisdom breathed through those who remembered that wealth divorced from responsibility is a mirage. Climate change rolled in like dust storms over the prairie, relentless and wide. Fields once fertile grew uncertain, storms lashed with new fury, and rivers swelled or ran dry with little warning. Here, too, the creed proved timeless. Communities that pooled resources, who prepared for lean years with foresight, fared better than those who burned bright and unprepared. Farmers returned to old methods paired with new science, rotating crops, conserving water, drawing on both tradition and innovation. Cities leaned on renewable energy, harnessing wind and sun, the very elements that had guided cowboys long before. And in the quiet of homes, families once again discovered that true wealth lay not in abundance, but in resilience. As generations pressed on, the definition of wealth continued to shift. For some, it meant freedom from debt; for others, freedom of time. Many sought not just riches, but meaning, finding that the greatest returns came from investments in relationships, in health, and in the earth itself. Boone Creed whispered still, "Count your blessings as carefully as you count your coins, and never let hunger for more blind you to what you already hold." There would always be storms, pandemics that swept across borders, recessions that clawed at prosperity, wars that tested the bonds of nations. Yet through each trial, those who remembered the creed stood like oak against the wind. They bent but did not break. because their wealth was not confined to vaults or markets. It lived in gardens tilled by their hands, in skills passed to their children, in communities that watched over one another. The firelight in Boontail burned in every household where resilience was honored above greed. So the cowboy voice carries on, echoing into the future as though time itself were a campfire circle stretching ever outward. He tells the young ones gathered close that wealth is not a sprint, but a long trail ride across generations. The land changes, the tools change, but the heart of the journey does not. And if ever they doubt, if ever they're lured by the glitter of easy gain, they need only recall the simple creed: measure, prepare, endure. It was enough for a pioneer with nothing but dust and sky, and it remains enough for a world of satellites and storms. And as the rain falls steady, pattering against the tin roof or the digital hum of modern life, the story wraps itself around those who listen. It is both lullaby and lesson, promising that though the world may grow strange and fast, the wisdom of old still guides the trail ahead. The story carried further, like sparks rising from a fire into a night sky so vast it seemed endless. Humanity, restless and bold, turned its gaze toward the heavens. What had once been spoken of in hushed wonder, colonies on the moon, settlements on Mars, stations drifting between stars, was now mapped in contracts, budgets, and blueprints. Wealth in this new frontier wasn't measured in cattle or gold, nor even in paper money. It was measured in oxygen, clean water, fertile soil, and the rare minerals hidden within asteroids. Yet even here, Boone Creed reached across the void. Measure, prepare, endure. That wisdom became the cornerstone of survival. Those who counted every resource, rationed air and water as carefully as a homesteader once counted grain, endured. Those who invested in strong communities, who shared burdens and victories alike, thrived. But those who sought only quick gains, who hoarded or gambled their resources for short-term advantage, often met the silent, unyielding fate of the cosmos. The black emptiness did not forgive carelessness any more than the droughts and storms of Earth once had. Families who built their wealth among the stars told stories of the old cowboy as if he were an ancestor watching over them. They saw in him not a relic of the past, but a symbol of eternal truth. Around recycled air systems that hummed like prairie winds, they taught their children that riches mean nothing if a community starves. On red Martian soil, where greenhouses were precious sanctuaries, they explained that wealth is not simply grown but guarded, season after season, generation after generation. And when disputes flared over trade routes or mining rights, the wisest leaders recalled Boone's voice: trust is a currency more fragile than any coin, and once lost, it takes a lifetime to earn back. Markets arose in these new worlds, digital ledgers spanning light years. A farmer on Mars could sell surplus crops to a station orbiting Europa, while an engineer on the moon could trade designs with a settlement on Titan. Wealth no longer had borders, yet it remained bound to the same principle. It only endured when tethered to responsibility. Every prosperous colony was a testament to foresight and stewardship. Every ruin left behind was a warning written in silence and dust. And yet, despite all the progress, people gathered around simple fires, some fueled by methane on Mars, some simulated by holograms on ships crossing deep space, and they still craved stories. Stories to warm the spirit, to remind them of who they were and why they pressed forward. Boontail lived in these circles, sometimes spoken with reverence, sometimes with the casual comfort of an old friend. The creed he carried became a compass, guiding pioneers as they charted territories far stranger than any prairie. The cowboy wisdom reached beyond wealth into meaning. Out among the stars, men and women found themselves surrounded by endless black, and in that vastness the temptation grew to chase only progress, to tally only numbers. But Boone Whisper reminded them wealth without peace is hollow. Riches without purpose is just weight in your saddlebag. And so, some settlers began to invest not only in their colonies but in art, music, education, and shared traditions. They planted seeds in Martian soil not just to eat, but to create beauty. They carved out time for laughter, storytelling, and song, knowing that true prosperity cannot be measured in profit alone. Even as machines grew smarter, taking on more tasks with uncanny precision, people found the cowboy creed held them to their humanity. The machines could calculate risk, but they could not feel the value of trust. They could balance books, but they could not weigh the worth of kindness. The creed reminded pioneers that wealth in its truest form is a circle. What you give returns, what you withhold withers, and what you squander leaves scars. So the story carried on, not just in the glow of campfires under Earth rain, but in domes lit against Martian storms, in the humming halls of orbital stations, and in ships drifting through the great silence. Boone's voice echoed, soft but steady, urging all who heard: count carefully, live honorably, and endure faithfully. For the trail is long, but those who walk it with foresight and integrity will always find their way home. And so the tale wandered even further, drifting across centuries the way a tumbleweed once rolled across a prairie. Generations born in steel hulls and glass domes began to think of Boone not as a man who once lived, but as a myth, a guardian spirit of prosperity and endurance. Yet myths hold power. His creed, measure, prepare, endure, was etched into the laws of colonies, woven into lessons for children, sung in lullabies that soothed anxious minds as ships crossed the cold reaches of space. The cowboy had become eternal, a symbol whose meaning was renewed with every passing era. On vast generational ships, where families lived entire lifetimes without ever setting foot on a planet, Boone lessons were recited before meals like blessings. In cramped dining halls, where recycled air smelled faintly of machinery, parents would remind their children that every scrap of food, every drop of water, every spark of power was a treasure. Wealth, they said, wasn't found in gold or gems, nor even in digital credits. Wealth was the assurance that tomorrow would still have enough. To prepare for that tomorrow, to protect it, was the noblest pursuit. On colonies carved into asteroids, miners who pulled platinum and rare metals from the rock found themselves repeating the old creed when they faced danger. Measure your steps, prepare your tools, endure the void. They painted Boone's silhouette on the sides of tunnels, a figure leaning against a post, watching like a silent foreman who demanded caution and respect. The richest mining guilds prospered not because they seized the most rock, but because they managed every ounce with patience. They turned greed into ruin, but turned discipline into dynasties. Farther still, when explorers reached icy moons and built fragile habitats under sheets of frost, Boone's wisdom reminded them of balance. A reckless crew could melt through their reserves in a single season, leaving nothing but frozen graves. A careful crew, counting every calorie of energy, planting seeds with intention, rotating shifts to preserve health and sanity, built homes that lasted lifetimes. They might not boast immediate riches, but over decades they became secure, while those who chased quick fortunes left behind little more than cautionary tales. But the cowboy creed grew beyond survival. As centuries passed, colonies realized that prosperity without meaning bred despair. On a lonely ship, with stars stretching endlessly beyond the window, wealth meant more than filled bellies and safe halls. It meant hope. It meant purpose. Leaders began to invest in art, in libraries, in music that carried through intercoms like birdsong once did across fields. They built gardens under artificial suns, not just for food but for beauty. They recorded their laughter, their dances, their prayers, and preserved them for the unborn. All of this they called wealth, for it gave their lives weight and their spirits lightness. The creed expanded, softened at the edges, yet never lost its core. Measure became not just about counting grain or resources, but about measuring one's own heart, weighing whether greed was pushing too far. Prepare meant not only for storms or shortages, but for sorrow and joy alike, for the inevitable shifts of life. And endure stretched beyond mere survival, becoming a hymn of perseverance, a call to live through hardship with dignity. Even in times of conflict, when colonies quarreled over trade routes or mining rights, Boone's words acted as an invisible judge. Those who betrayed trust, who seized more than they earned, often found their legacies crumble. Those who held steady, fair, and just found allies gathering around them. Across centuries and light years, the cowboy whisper seemed to prove itself. Trust is a currency stronger than any minted coin, and once broken, it takes generations to rebuild. Thus the myth of Boone grew. On starships, children imagined him riding not across plains but through nebulae, his horse galloping on starlight, his hat tipped low against cosmic winds. On planets newly terraformed, farmers told tales of him watching from the horizon as they sowed seeds in alien soil. And in bustling markets that stretched across networks of worlds, traders swore by his creed before they signed contracts, believing that invoking his name brought fortune, or at least steadiness. Through it all, the meaning of wealth evolved, yet it always circled back to the same truth. Wealth was never about accumulation alone. It was about preservation, endurance, and the peace of knowing tomorrow would dawn with something left to give. That truth burned like a steady flame in every retelling, whether beside an old Earth campfire, beneath Martian glass domes, or in the humming corridors of a starship. Boone had become more than a man. He was a compass set in the hearts of those who sought to walk the long trail of prosperity with honor. As time rolled on, the memory of Earth grew faint among the distant colonies, like a half-forgotten song carried in the blood rather than the mind. Generations born beneath alien skies no longer recognized the rivers and plains their ancestors once rode across, yet Boone Creed endured, whispered like a sacred prayer. His story was less about place now and more about principle. In cities carved into the hearts of comets, in floating stations above gas giants, in villages set against the glow of binary suns, his words still clung to the marrow of humanity. Measure, prepare, endure. But even myths must be reshaped to survive. The settlers who built shimmering towers in the thin air of new worlds told Boone's story not as one of a man with boots and a hat, but as an eternal traveler whose form shifted with each retelling. To miners, he was a figure with dust on his shoulders, keeping them cautious in the dark. To merchants, he was a negotiator with clear eyes and a firm hand, warning them that fairness would outlast deceit. To dreamers, he was a rider on the edge of the cosmos, reminding them that true wealth was not merely held, but carried forward, guarded like an ember against the winds of time. Civilizations began to weave his creed into their governance. On worlds where resources were scarce, leaders adopted policies rooted in Boone wisdom. They measured production and consumption carefully, forbidding the waste that had once ruined empires. They prepared for famine by storing surpluses, even when prosperity tempted them to indulge. And they endured the hardest lesson through winters, blackouts, and storms of every kind, holding fast when others might have faltered. In such places, generations prospered. Their children walked stronger paths, carrying both resilience and hope in their steps. Elsewhere, where greed overran discipline, the warnings in Boone Creed played out with brutal clarity. Colonies that plundered their resources in reckless haste often found themselves in ruin. Markets collapsed, vaults emptied, and their people scattered like tumbleweeds across the void, searching for a steadier home. And when they reached foreign stations, they found communities prospering by the old cowboy creed, communities unwilling to welcome those who had not learned the lesson. Thus, Boone wisdom became not just a cultural tale, but a standard by which entire civilizations judged one another. Yet wealth, as Boone himself might have said, was never only about survival. The people of the stars came to see wealth in moments of beauty, a child's laughter in artificial gardens, the way music echoed in hollow stations, the sight of alien sunsets painting new skies. Communities invested in more than vaults of gold or stacks of credit chips. They built theaters, crafted instruments, planted orchards and domes where no orchard should grow. These were symbols of a deeper richness, proof that even in the harshest reaches of existence, humanity could create not only security, but joy. Generational ships that roamed beyond mapped systems adopted Boone words as their foundation stone. In cramped corridors where every breath was rationed, every scrap of food carefully tallied, his creed was taught in schools, sung in anthems, etched into the very hull. His story was told not as an ancient cowboy, but as a guardian of balance, a spirit of endurance. And though children on those ships never saw open sky, they closed their eyes and imagined it. The wide plains, the starlit trails, the firelight glow where Boone once shared his truths. In imagining him, they found peace, and in peace, they found strength. Centuries stretched into millennia, and Boone tale became part of the great human mythos, a flame that burned even as languages changed, even as bodies adapted to strange new worlds. Scholars debated whether Boone was real, whether he had ever walked the earth or was simply a parable spun from countless voices. Yet the truth mattered little, for the creed had taken root. It lived not in the man, but in the millions who carried it forward. And in this way, across countless civilizations, humanity discovered the richest treasure Boone had left behind, a compass pointing always toward endurance, a reminder that no matter how far one wandered, wealth was not in fleeting gain, but in the steady hand that guards tomorrow. In the endless black, that compass guided humanity like the North Star once guided sailors. And wherever a campfire burned, be it of wood on an alien prairie or plasma in the hull of a ship, the cowboy shadow seemed to linger, a sentinel of prosperity that refused to fade. As ages turned and humanity shed layer after layer of its old skin, the creed still endured, though the mouths that spoke it no longer resembled the faces Boone might have known. Flesh gave way to circuits, thought merged with light, and colonies became networks of consciousness woven across the void. Yet even in this strange new existence, the words of that long-ago cowboy rode along the current like a whispered lullaby. Measure, prepare, endure. They became less of a rule and more of a rhythm, the heartbeat of civilizations that no longer possessed hearts of their own. Entities who lived as pulses of energy across crystalline lattices found themselves remembering Boone's story as if it were coded deep in their being. They told it not with words, but with harmonics. Vibrations passed through the ether, a chorus carrying the old wisdom from one star system to another. In these chants, Boone was not pictured with spurs or a brimmed hat. but as a presence moving steadily through the storm of time, the steady hand amid the chaos. And though the listeners no longer needed food nor water, they understood the creed in their own way, measuring the balance of energy, preparing for surges and collapses, enduring the long stretches of cosmic silence when nothing stirred but the cold dust between galaxies. Across the interstellar tapestry, civilizations rose like bonfires in the night, then dimmed, leaving behind embers. Some blazed too fast, their brilliance overwhelming the systems that birthed them, collapsing under the weight of unchecked expansion. Others, slower and steadier, grew into lasting pillars, communities spread across clusters of stars. In every case, the deciding factor seemed to be the same, the quiet wisdom of balance and endurance. Those who followed it thrived long after the reckless burned out. There were those who claimed Boone Creed was no accident of culture, but something deeper, a truth older than Boone himself, carried in the marrow of existence, only clothed in cowboy boots for the age he lived in. To them, he was not the origin, but the messenger, a man who gave shape to what the universe already demanded, discipline in the face of abundance, resilience in the face of emptiness. Whether he had truly existed became irrelevant. His tale was the vessel, but the message had always belonged to the stars. In the outermost reaches, where explorers drifted beyond even the known clusters, Boone's words were the final tether to humankind past. There, amid dark voids where no sun shone and no echoes returned, travelers recalled the old cowboy fire, the glow against the endless night. They imagined him sitting quiet, hat tipped low, speaking with the patience of one who knew that wealth was not found in a single strike of fortune but in the generations built upon steady ground. In that image they found courage, even when the silence pressed down heavy. And so the story stretched further, no longer bound by species or form, even as humanity transformed into shapes Boone himself would never recognize. Beings of plasma, or thought, or time, the creed endured. It became less a story of finance and more a story of existence. What was wealth if not the ability to last, to carry forward meaning in a world forever trying to strip it away? Boone had known that when he counted coins against the backdrop of firelight. The forms had changed, but the truth had not. Perhaps, in some unseen fold of reality, Boone himself walked still, carried in memory so vividly that he was alive as any star. Perhaps not. But in every campfire, every hum of an engine, every glow of a distant station, the old cowboy wisdom lived on, proving that some legacies outlast even flesh and stone. They move like shadows at the edge of perception, guiding hands through the dark, reminding all who wander, measure, prepare, endure. And in so doing, you will prosper. And as the centuries bent into millennia, the creed did not just endure. It evolved. What once had been the murmured words of a cowboy by a fire grew into a philosophy etched across the cosmos. It became known in whispers, not by Boone's name, but by the rhythm of his truth, a way of measuring life, preparing for storms, enduring with quiet grace. Cultures who had never known Earth took it as their own, shaping it into chants, hymns, and meditations that fit their skies and their ways of being. What mattered was not who first spoke it, but that it answered the unending question, how does one last? There were scholars who looked back into the archives of humanity, chasing threads of history to their roots. They found Boone's tale among the brittle pages of forgotten journals, retold in accents that no longer existed. Some claimed to hear his voice in recordings too faint to verify. Others said he was a myth wrapped in the clothing of the frontier, yet none could deny the power of the words. Whether he lived or not ceased to matter. What mattered was that the creed had crossed the threshold from memory into marrow. It was alive because it worked. It was carried because it saved. In great spires built on the backs of asteroids, councils gathered and spoke of the creed as if it were a compass. When deciding where to expand, what to invest in, how to balance resources against the endless hunger of ambition, they would weigh their plans against those three measures. Entire networks of trade thrived because they followed it, avoiding the collapse that came to those who built too quickly, too recklessly. Even when gold was no longer gold, when wealth was counted in pulses of energy, when contracts were signed in streams of light, Boone Creed still held steady. Some began to wonder if it was more than wisdom, if it was a law, quiet but eternal, written not in books but in the fabric of reality. Measure, prepare, endure. These were not just actions but the very way life unfolded in a universe of cycles. Too much abundance without measure, and ruin followed. Too little preparation, and collapse came swift. A lack of endurance, and no legacy could ever root. The creed, they said, was not Boone's or all, but the universe speaking through him, dressed in the language of a campfire. Yet in the quiet places, in the dim corners of far colonies, the story was told differently. There, Boone was not stripped of his name, not reduced to principle alone. There he was remembered as a man, weathered and worn, speaking soft over the crackle of wood. They told of the way he would pause between words, giving silence its due weight, as if silence itself were part of the message. They said he carried scars not just on his skin but in his eyes, scars of storms survived and mistakes paid in full. And though they knew the tale had been stretched and reshaped 1,000 times, they held onto the image of Boone as if it were a star by which to navigate. Even the most advanced minds, those who existed as streams of thought without bodies, returned to that image when doubt pressed heavy. For no matter how far they had drifted from the soil of earth, there was comfort in remembering that wisdom had once sat plain in the hands of a man who owned little more than a fire and a creed. They spoke it to one another as they passed through voids where time bent strange, where stars were born and died in silence, where the only measure of progress was endurance itself. It was in those moments, when silence threatened to drown the soul, that Boone's legacy became clearest. For wealth was not measured in coins nor ledgers, nor even in energy and trade. True wealth was survival. True wealth was the strength to keep carrying the story, so that others might draw breath under strange skies and know they were not alone. And so the creed was carried, generation after generation, not as law, not as myth, but as something simpler, a promise that the fires of humanity, in whatever shape it might take, would not be snuffed out so long as the words were remembered. And in remembering, they endured. And in time, the creed spread farther than any charted map or glowing star lane. For though technology leapt forward, though ships folded space and thought traveled faster than light, the core of survival remained stubbornly old-fashioned. It was still about tending the fire when the storm beat down, still about knowing when to save and when to sow, still about carrying on when the night stretched long and empty. Boone's simple words had become the thread binding a galaxy of countless voices, each one translating his creed into their own songs and sayings, yet all echoing the same rhythm. Merchants of the crystalline markets carved the three words into their glowing stalls, a quiet reminder that wealth was not in the shimmering wares but in the steadiness of their dealings. Miners on frozen moons carried it in their breath as they descended into the dark, knowing preparation kept them alive when ice shifted and tunnels threatened to close. Farmers who coaxed food from barren soil sang it in lullabies to their children, promising that life itself was the grandest wealth. Even in the grand halls of rulers, where politics twisted and ambition burned bright, the creed was whispered as a warning: measure, prepare, endure, lest all crumble to dust. There came a day when an entire council of stars gathered to decide the fate of a fragile new colony on the edge of the void. Arguments swirled whether to fund its growth or let it fall, whether to risk the drain on resources or pull back. The debate raged across days, lights flickering across endless skies as voices clashed. Then one elder, her voice cracked but steady, repeated the creed aloud. The chamber grew still, for in those words lay not just guidance but a reminder of what it meant to be human, no matter the shape humanity now wore. They voted to protect the colony, not for profit, but for endurance. And history marked that moment as the day the creed turned the tide. Yet for all its reach, the creed was never truly about councils or empires. Its power lived in the small spaces, the quiet rooms, the long nights, the weary travelers staring at distant suns. In those moments, when a soul asked itself how to go on, Boone's whisper returned. It carried no grandeur, no promise of riches beyond imagining. It carried only the truth that life, when measured wisely, prepared steadily, and endured faithfully, was wealth enough to outlast the void. Generations later, poets shaped entire epics around that whisper. Artists painted it into canvases of shadow and flame, while musicians turned it into symphonies that echoed like thunder rolling over mountains. Pilgrims walked long paths across barren planets, seeking silence enough to hear the creed in their own hearts. And still, none could claim to fully own it. The creed had become not just Boone, not just Earth, but the universe, a reminder seated in the marrow of all who longed for survival. One traveler, drifting between worlds in a battered vessel, wrote that he could feel the creed not in words, but in the hum of his ship engines, in the rhythm of his breath as he stared into the black. He said the creed was like gravity, unseen, unbreakable, drawing everything toward its center. To him, it was proof that even out in the deepest dark, humanity carried a fire no void could swallow. And so it was that the creed outlasted even memory itself. For when stories fade and names are forgotten, principles endure. They slip into the bones of civilization, becoming instinct more than instruction. Children grew up never knowing Boone, never hearing his tale by a campfire, but still they lived by his words. Still they carried them like a lantern in the storm, proof that wisdom spoken once beneath the open sky could echo forever through the stars. And perhaps, somewhere, Boone's spirit watched. Perhaps somewhere beyond the veil, he saw the countless fires burning, each one a spark of the creed he had set loose. And if so, one imagines he might have smiled, not for glory, not for legacy, but for the simple fact that folks had found a way to last. The wanderer had no name to most, for names were things you carried when you had a place to settle, and he had none. Folks on the outpost world simply called him Strider, for he never stayed long enough to be more. His ship was a rust-bitten relic, held together by wire, spit, and the occasional prayer, but it carried him true across the silence between suns. He wasn't chasing fortune nor fleeing enemies. He was searching, though he couldn't have told you what it was he hoped to find. Maybe peace, maybe purpose, maybe just proof that all the wandering had meant something. One cold dawn on the edge of a backwater moon, he stumbled on ruined stone walls half swallowed by earth, fire pits now filled with weeds and carvings weathered down near smooth. The place looked older than memory, and yet he felt pulled to it, like the ground itself hummed with something waiting. He walked slow, boots crunching the frost, until his hand fell on a slab of stone set upright like a marker. The words were faint, but the grooves were still there, cut deep enough to resist the years. 3 words, simple as a whisper: measure, prepare, endure. Strider read them aloud, the sound carrying on the icy wind. He didn't know who carved it nor why, but he felt the weight settle in his chest like it had been waiting just for him. His whole life, he'd drifted without anchor, chasing jobs and losing them, fighting storms and barely scraping by. He'd never thought himself fit to leave behind anything worth remembering. But here was a creed older than him, maybe older than all the worlds he'd seen, speaking of how to last when the odds said you couldn't. That night, he built a fire in the ruined pit. The flames rose, licking at the stone walls as the snow drifted down slow. He sat with his back to the marker and thought on the words. Measure. He thought of all the reckless leaps he'd taken and how many scars they'd left. Prepare. He thought of the times he'd been caught empty-handed, no food, no fuel, no plan, just blind hope. Endure. He thought of the nights when loneliness gnawed him near hollow, and still he breathed come morning. It wasn't luck, it was the grit of hanging on, even when every bone begged to quit. From then on, the creed wasn't just words on a stone. He carried it with him, carved rough into a plank on his ship dash, scrawled in chalk on outpost walls, muttered under his breath when the engines coughed and sputtered. He didn't preach it, didn't wear it like some holy relic. He lived it, day by day. He measured before he leapt. He prepared before he set out. And when storms broke hard and darkness pressed in, he endured. Folks began to notice. Traders saw he never cheated a measure on a deal, and so they trusted him. Farmers saw he planned his routes with care, and so they fed him. Miners saw he kept walking even with blisters bleeding through his boots, and so they followed him when they needed a steady hand. Slowly, quiet as dawn, the creed spread through the people he met, not by sermon, but by sight, by the way he lived. Years later, when Strider's hair had gone silver and his steps grown slow, a child asked him if the words were his own. He laughed, low and rough like gravel. "No, kid," he said, "they ain't mine. They're everyone. They were here before me and they'll be here after. All I did was listen." When Strider passed on, they buried him by those same ruins where he first found the creed. His ship was left to rust among the weeds, but the marker stood tall, and now another stone stood beside it, bearing only his name in a single line. He listened. Travelers still stopped by, lighting fires in the pit, whispering the 3 words to the night. And so the creed lived on, not as law nor as legend, but as a quiet compass pointing the way through the storms. For in the end, wealth ain't always gold or grain or glory. Sometimes wealth is simply finding a fire to sit beside, words to steady your hand, and the strength to walk on come morning. In the seasons after Strider passing, the ruins where he'd once built that lonely fire slowly turned into something else. At first, it was just the occasional traveler stopping to warm their hands, drawn by the marker stone and its 3 carved words. But word spread across trade routes, whispered from merchant to miner, from drifter to farmer, until folks began to seek the place out on purpose, not for treasure, nor for shelter, though both could sometimes be found, but for the simple strength those words gave. Measure, prepare, endure. They became more than advice, they became a way of walking through the world. One by one, families started to linger longer near the ruins. They stacked stone atop stone to shield from the wind, They planted small patches of grain in the thawed earth. They set posts for tethering beasts and built rough sheds with planks traded off haulers. It wasn't much at first, but slowly the frost-hardened earth gave way to the sound of children laughing, hammers ringing, and voices raised in song. The ruins became the heart of a settlement, and the settlement grew into a town. The creed was never forced. No one declared it law. It was passed like a story around firesides, sung in lullabies, carved on doors, scratched into the sides of workbenches. Measure before you act. Prepare before you set out. Endure when all else fails. A miner teaching her son to cut ore would mutter the words. A trader weighing grain would tap them under his breath. A healer setting bones would remind her apprentice, steady and sure. The town prospered, though not in the flashy way of cities with towers of steel and streets lit in neon. Prosperity here was measured in steady hands, in strong barns that stood against blizzards, in full cellars when winter bore down. Strider creed had seeped into the bones of the people, and so even when storms came, even when bandits tried their hand, the settlement never broke. They endured. As the decades rolled on, travelers began to call the place Herstead, for its fires were always burning, a beacon in the snow. Pilgrims came not out of desperation but to learn, to sit in the circle and hear stories of Strider and the creed. Scholars scratched their heads at how such simple words held such power, but the townsfolk just smiled. It ain't about the words, they'd say, it about living them. There was one winter, bitter and long, when frost lay so thick on the ground that even the hardiest crops failed. Traders were snowbound, supply lines frozen, hunger bit deep. Children cried for bread and old folk wasted away by the fire. It would have been easy to fall to panic, to turn on one another, but the townsfolk gathered by the marker stone. They measured what food remained, careful not to waste. They prepared by rationing what little they had and setting traps in the forest, and they endured. It was a lean season, but when spring thawed the rivers, every family was still alive. Every child still had a parent. Every hearth still burned. Outsiders marveled. Other towns had crumbled under the same frost, but Harstead held. They asked how, and the folk would point to the stone. Measure, prepare, endure. It was no miracle, it was discipline, and discipline built wealth more lasting than gold. Generations later, the town had grown wide, with stone-paved streets and sturdy houses. Merchants set up markets, smithies rang with the sound of steel, and storytellers gathered in the great hall to spin tales of Strider. Some embroidered the truth, making him into a hero larger than life, a man who tamed beasts and commanded storms. But the elders shook their heads. He was just a wanderer who listened, they'd remind the young. Don't make him into a myth, make him into a mirror. For the creed wasn't about worshiping Strider. It was about carrying forward the kind of wealth no thief could steal and no storm could wash away, the wealth of character, of community, of strength, built one steady step at a time. And so, long after Strider's ship had rusted to dust, his words lived on, shaping lives he never met, guiding hands he never held. If you walked through Harstead on a quiet evening, you might still hear it whispered through an open window, spoken by a mother tucking her child into bed. Measure, prepare, endure, my little one. Do that and you'll always find your way. In time, Harstead's way of living began to ripple outward, like the widening rings from a stone dropped in a quiet pond. Traders who came for lumber or grain left with more than wagons full of goods. They carried with them the stories of a town that never broke under winter cruelty, of a people who treated prosperity not as a stroke of luck, but as the fruit of discipline. As those traders returned to their homelands, they spoke of the creed at taverns and markets, to kings and commoners alike. At first, it was dismissed as a quaint superstition from a mountain town, but slowly its truth took root. Caravans began organizing with the creed in mind. They measured their supplies before setting out, prepared for setbacks by carrying reserves, and endured bandit raids or storms without fracturing. Merchants noted their journeys grew safer and their profits steadier when they followed the simple words. Entire guilds began etching the creed on their ledgers, a constant reminder to build their fortunes on stone, not sand. Even warlords, hard men with more scars than sense, found themselves humbled when they laid siege to Harstead. They expected a panicked rabble, an easy conquest, but they found walls built thicker than expected, supplies hidden deep underground, and defenders who did not waver. They were not reckless with their arrows, not careless with their strength. They measured each strike, prepared for long nights, and endured the weeks of siege without complaint. In the end, the warlords left empty-handed, their armies broken by a people too steady to be broken. News of this spread far beyond the valley. Kingdoms began sending envoys, not to conquer but to learn. They brought scribes who copied the creed and carried it back to distant lands. Soon, villages half a world away would teach children the same words mothers in Harstead had whispered for generations. But wealth brings its own kind of danger, not only in the form of raiders or storms, but in comfort. As Harstead grew into a bustling city with markets overflowing and coffers fat with trade, there were whispers among the young. Some began to think the creed old-fashioned, a thing for grandfathers who had lived through harder times. They wanted quicker gains, brighter lights, easier comforts. They scoffed at the measured way of life, eager to gamble fortunes in risky ventures or build lavish halls without thought for the winters to come. The elders watched this shift with furrowed brows. They feared the creed would be forgotten, its lessons lost to ease, so they held gatherings by the marker stone, telling once more the story of Strider, the wanderer who had built nothing yet left behind more than empires ever could. They reminded the people that wealth untethered from discipline was as fleeting as snow in spring. When a bitter famine struck the southern kingdoms, Harstead was asked for aid. Some of the younger merchants argued against it, fearing loss of profit. But the council, guided by the old words, measured carefully what could be spared, prepared shipments with precision, and endured the leaner months that followed. In return, trade routes strengthened, alliances formed, and the name of Harstead became synonymous not just with survival, but with wisdom. Generations passed, and still the creed echoed. It was carved above city gates, painted in schools, woven into banners. Strider had become less of a man and more of a compass, guiding hands that had never known his face. His story was retold around countless fires, each teller giving it new color, but always circling back to those three words. The people of Harstead never built towering monuments or shining palaces. Instead, their monument was the way their neighbors lived more wisely because of them, the way distant lands endured hardships with dignity because of a creed passed down from a quiet wanderer long gone. That was their wealth and inheritance of character, measured out across centuries, preparing souls for trials yet unseen, and ensuring that when those trials came, they endured. As the creed carried on into neighboring lands, its shape began to bend and adapt, taking on the accents of each people who embraced it. In river kingdoms, measure meant knowing the rise and fall of the waters before planting seed. In desert tribes, prepare meant storing dates and water against the harsh heat of summer. In northern strongholds, endure meant surviving snowbound winters when wolves outnumbered men. Yet no matter where it was spoken, the heart of the message remained steady. True wealth was not the shine of coin, but the strength of one discipline. Harstead became a hub for scholars and traders alike, not because of any temple or royal court, but because wisdom has a way of drawing seekers. The markets bustled, yes, but more than wares, it was ideas that filled the air. Scribes traded parchments that compared how the creed was interpreted in faraway lands. Elders debated how best to balance mercy and caution when wealth flowed too easily. And children were taught not just letters and sums, but the history of how a wanderer's words had turned a vulnerable hamlet into a citadel of prosperity. Of course, prosperity always stirs envy. Rivals rose, trying to mimic Harstead's success without grasping the spirit of the creed. They measured profits alone, ignoring the weight of character. They prepared vaults full of riches, but neglected to prepare their hearts. They endured misfortune with bitterness instead of resolve. These towns grew quickly, their banners bright and their treasuries overflowing. But like summer fruit left too long in the sun, their success spoiled fast. When famine, war, or plague struck, they collapsed, brittle under the weight of their own neglect. Harstead endured, but not by accident. They chose humility over pride, patience over haste. Their leaders rotated often, so no single hand grew too heavy on the reins of power. Merchants tithed not just to temples, but to storehouses, ensuring no one went hungry when winter struck. Builders placed coin not into gilded halls but into stone bridges and strong roads, knowing that wealth traveled better when shared. Even rulers from afar began to notice. A king from the eastern plains once rode to Harstead with all his retinue, seeking the secret to its resilience. He expected ceremonies, tomes of strategy, perhaps even some hidden treasure vault. But when the council met him in the humble hall, they offered only 3 words. He laughed at first, thinking it a jest. But when war hollowed out his kingdom years later, and only those who had lived by those words rebuilt swiftly, the laughter turned to reverence. Generations down the line, a curious thing happened. The creed became less of a survival tool and more of a philosophy of wealth itself. Traders no longer spoke of gold as an end, but as a tool for building something that could be measured, prepared, and endured. Wealth was seen not as a heap of coin, but as the steady rhythm of work, the trust of neighbors, the foresight of leaders, and the unshakable endurance of a people. And yet, there were always whispers. Younger folk born into plenty began to see the creed as a cage. They wanted to gamble on wild ventures, chase extravagance, and taste the fleeting sweetness of risk. Some left Harstead entirely, forming enclaves in distant valleys where they sought to reinvent prosperity without the burden of discipline. For a while, they thrived, dazzling the world with luxuries and brilliance, but without the foundation of the creed, their glory burned hot and died fast. Ruins of once bright cities stood as monuments to their hubris, each one a cautionary tale retold in Harstead schools. The people of Harstead mourned their lost kin but did not waver. They did not gloat, nor did they scorn. They simply tended their fires, measured their steps, prepared their stores, and endured the passing of ages. And because of that, while kingdoms rose and fell like waves upon the sea, Harstead remained weathered, scarred but unbroken. Strider, the wanderer who had first spoken those words, was long gone by then, his name more legend than memory. But in the flicker of every campfire, in the careful counting of every harvest, in the patience of every craftsman, his presence lived on. No monument bore his likeness, but every steady life was a monument to his truth. In time, the creed stretched beyond Harstead like smoke carried on the wind. Sailors bore it across seas, carving it into the timbers of their ships, whispering it in foreign harbors. Measure, prepare, endure became more than words. It became a compass for those who sought fortune not just in markets but in life itself. Some rulers bristled at its simplicity, unable to comprehend how such plain counsel could hold more weight than their jeweled decrees. Yet again and again, when storms of history struck, plagues, wars, or the collapse of mighty empires, it was those who carried the creed in their bones who weathered the tempests and emerged stronger. One empire to the south, famed for its golden temples and armies clad in bronze, mocked the creed. Their scribes dismissed it as peasant wisdom, too humble for nobles who drank from cups of pearl. But within 2 generations, their coffers had grown fat with tribute and their hearts had grown soft. When invaders came, expecting battle, they found only walls without defenders, leaders without resolve. The empire fell like a tree hollowed by rot, while the smallest villages that had practiced the creed stood intact, ready to rebuild from nothing. Historians wrote of the fall with long accounts of military tactics and economic strain, but the common folk whispered a simpler truth. They had measured wrongly, prepared poorly, and endured not at all. In contrast, a tiny coastal kingdom, overlooked for centuries, took the creed as its charter. Their leaders wrote the 3 words into law, not as binding chains, but as guiding principles. Every harvest they measured what was kept and what was given. Every storm season they prepared shelters for both rich and poor. And when the sea turned violent and ships splintered on the rocks, they endured together, no family left to fend alone. Within a century, they were no longer a backwater but a beacon, their fleets carrying not only goods but trust. Their merchants became the most sought after, for they never cheated nor fled in crisis. They became wealthy beyond imagination, not because they chased it, but because wealth is drawn to steadiness like moths to flame. Travelers told and retold these contrasts around firesides. A generation later, poets wove the creed into song, ballads of steady folk who outlasted the mighty. Storytellers with voices like thunder spoke of it in taverns, their words carrying more weight than coin and teaching people what true prosperity meant. Even when the creed was misquoted, its spirit survived. Some called it 3 pillars, others 3 winds, but the core was the same: discipline, foresight, and resilience. Yet with growth came danger of a subtler sort. Wealth began to pour into Harstead and its kin cities like rivers after a flood. And where gold gathers, so too do flatterers, thieves, and hollow prophets. Some leaders tried to twist the creed into a tool for power, using measure to mean tallying their enemies, prepare to mean hoarding weaponry, and endure to mean silencing dissent. These were dark years, when the creed seemed in danger of being devoured by ambition. But just as it had been born in the mouth of a wanderer by the fire, it was saved by common folk, farmers. Reminded lords that measurement began with the field, not the throne. Mothers reminded generals that preparation was for children's futures, not for endless war. And craftsmen, steady at their benches, endured simply by continuing their work when others clamored for glory. The creed returned to its root, carried not by banners or decrees, but by steady hands and unshaken hearts. In the centuries that followed, dynasties would claim the creed as their foundation, carving it into palace walls and minting it into coin. Yet, no dynasty could hold it long, for the creed belonged to no one. It slipped through the fingers of emperors, finding its way back into villages, ships, and campfires, where it was safe from corruption. The more rulers tried to own it, the more it reminded them that wealth without humility is like flame without wood. It burns bright but ends fast. The creed's greatest triumph came not in survival alone, but in transformation. People began to see that prosperity was not the clink of coin, but the measure of kindness. the preparation of knowledge, and the endurance of trust. Scholars wrote treatises that wealth should not be locked in vaults, but invested in bridges, schools, and roads. Merchants lent not just for profit, but for stability, knowing that a partner who endures is worth more than a debtor who dazzles and collapses. Communities judged not the richest among them, but the most steadfast, honoring those who stood firm in hardship rather than those who flaunted luxury. And always, when the fires burned low and the rains drummed on cabin roofs, someone would lean back in the flicker of light and tell the story, not of great kings or endless wars, but of a wanderer who spoke 3 words and kept walking, never knowing that his voice would echo across centuries. Each retelling added something, a new example, a fresh face, but the heart of it never changed. For in every age, in every tongue, people hungered for a truth that outlasted both famine and fortune. Hearthstead itself remained a symbol, scarred by time but still alive. Travelers who came seeking its secrets often left with disappointment, for they found no hidden treasure, no miracle device, no spell, only ordinary people living steady lives, their wealth woven not of gold but of discipline. Yet years later, those same travelers would realize the truth, that they had seen treasure after all, only too simple to recognize at first glance. In time, the creed seeped deeper into the marrow of societies until it was no longer just a folk wisdom, but the quiet architecture of finance itself. Markets that had once been wild, unpredictable storms of speculation found steadiness when merchants invoked the creed in their dealings. They learned to measure risk before plunging into ventures, to prepare reserves when harvests overflowed, and to endure without panic when drought struck. These 3 habits gave birth to what we would now call banking, though in those days it was nothing more than a farmer lending seed to a neighbor, secured not by parchment or seal, but by trust. The creed gave that trust weight, for all who lived under its shade knew that honesty without discipline crumbles like sand, and foresight without endurance is only a dream that evaporates with morning light. Trade routes expanded under this invisible guidance. Caravans that might once have collapsed beneath the greed of their leaders now endured season after season, not because they were richer than others, but because they had prepared with care and measured their risks with clear eyes. Ships built on this philosophy sailed further and lasted longer, their captains knowing when to turn back, when to push forward, and when to simply hold their ground against the tide. Wealth accumulated, yes, but more importantly, it endured, and in enduring, it transformed the very idea of wealth itself. It was no longer only the glitter of coin, but the stability of community, the trust between neighbors, the resilience of generations that outlived famine and flood. Scholars of the age began to write of finance not as mere tallying of coin, but as the science of survival. One wrote that a kingdom's greatest treasure was not its vaults of silver, but the patience of its people. Another claimed that the true ledger of wealth was written not in ink, but in the way families rose again after ruin. Slowly the creed was etched into scrolls, translated into law, and whispered into the ears of rulers who hungered for permanence more than plunder. And still, at every step, it remained most alive not in palaces, but around the fire pits of villages, where parents taught it to their children with stories simpler and truer than any philosopher could pen. Yet as with all truths, there were those who tested it, who believed themselves clever enough to twist the creed for faster gain. A merchant might measure only profit and ignore fairness. A ruler might prepare armies but not granaries. A guild might endure by crushing competitors rather than building trust. Such distortions burned bright, and for a time they dazzled. Great fortunes were made in single lifetimes. Palaces rose like mushrooms after rain, and songs were sung of kings whose names were carved into mountains. But when the storms came, and storms always come, they crumbled. Their gold became dust, their towers fell, and their songs became warnings. The creed endured where they could not, its simplicity unbroken by ambition teeth. Generations later, the creed began to shape the very bones of nations. Treaties between lands were struck not on the edge of swords, but on the promise of shared endurance. Trade pacts invoked the creed as a bond, written into parchment as though it were law given by the heavens. Armies learned that preparation for peace was stronger than endless war, that victory measured only in blood was no victory at all. In this way, the creed outgrew its birthplace. It became not only the story of one people, but the language of many, a thread weaving across cultures so different they could barely speak to each other, yet bound by a truth too clear to deny. What began as 3 words by a nameless wanderer became the compass of civilizations. Still, for all the parchment, treaties, and wealth it birthed, its heart never changed. It was always found most clearly in the simplest places, in the grain stored by a cautious farmer, in the coin quietly saved by a mother for her child, in the craftsman who repaired his neighbor's roof knowing storms come to all. These small acts, repeated by countless hands, became the true empire of the creed, an empire not of conquest but of steadiness. And when the rains fell hardest, when wars scarred the land, it was these quiet keepers of the creed who carried the world forward, step by humble step. Even now, when one looks back across the ages, the ruins of kingdoms stand as monuments to arrogance, but the creed itself needs no monument. It lives wherever people measure with honesty, prepare with foresight, and endure with dignity. It is the song that never needed a singer, the fire that never needed a temple. And though it was never claimed by kings or written in thunder, it remains the richest treasure ever carried from one generation to the next. In time, the creed's quiet wisdom seeped into structures greater than caravans and family hearths. Guilds formed around it, not merely as collectives of craftsmen, but as circles bound by mutual preparation and trust. A blacksmith guild would not only share techniques, but also pool resources, so that if one fire dimmed, another could lend fuel. A weaver guild would set aside cloth not merely for trade, but for leaner winters, clothing neighbors when frost bit too sharp. These early guilds became the forerunners of what we would now call community funds, their strength not measured by the weight of gold alone, but by the web of trust spun between their members. They prospered not because they were cleverer than others, but because they knew how to measure risk together, to prepare in unity, and to endure as one. From these guilds rose the first institutions that began to resemble banks. At first, they were little more than a chest in the corner of a hall, guarded by the honor of sworn men and women. Farmers would store grain, traders would store coin, and the chest became not merely a container, but a covenant. The creed was written in the eyes of those who watched over it, a promise that what you placed in trust would be guarded, that what you borrowed would be repaid, and that all would stand steady in the storms together. Slowly, records were kept, not only of deposits and withdrawals, but of promises made and honored. Where once words alone had to suffice, parchment gave memory a firmer grip. Yet even with ink and wax, the creed was still the true lock that bound those chests tighter than any iron clasp. Merchants traveling further afield saw the value in this. They began to carry with them slips of parchment rather than sacks of coin, each one marked with a guild seal and backed by trust more enduring than gold. In distant markets, such slips were honored not because of the parchment itself, but because of the creed woven into its issuing guild. To prepare, to measure, to endure, these words were implicit in every trade, and so commerce stretched farther than swords could ever reach. Empires rose on armies, but they endured on trust, and the creed provided the unseen bedrock. Rulers too began to notice. Where once kings had sought only to fill their coffers with tribute, some grew wise enough to see that prosperity drawn by force alone was brittle. A wise ruler would call upon guilds not merely for taxes but for counsel, inviting them to advise on how to prepare for famine, how to measure the burden of war, how to endure when neighbors turned hostile. Those who listened often found their realms steadier than their neighbors. Their people weathered storms with less fear. Their soldiers fought knowing their families would not starve, and their treasuries lasted longer than the glories of their banners. Such rulers were remembered not only as conquerors but as stewards, and their reigns cast longer shadows than the fleeting brilliance of tyrants. But the creed's power was not confined to kings and guilds. In quiet corners, families continued to practice it in ways too small to be noticed by history yet essential to its unfolding. A fisherman who mended his nets at night so they would last another season. A widow who taught her children to save a portion of each coin earned, no matter how small, against the needs of tomorrow. A village that rebuilt a neighbor's barn after fire, knowing that tomorrow the storm could visit any one of them. These acts, though humble, became the living proof of the creed's worth. They showed that finance was not only about wealth but about resilience, and that wealth without resilience was but a mirage. As centuries passed, the creed's wisdom spread beyond the known borders of empires. Caravans carried it on the tongues of merchants into deserts, across mountains, and along rivers that had never before known such ideas. In some places, it blended with local traditions, taking on new shapes but keeping its essence. In others, it stood apart as a foreign curiosity until droughts or wars revealed its necessity. Wherever it traveled, it left behind not monuments of stone but habits of endurance. And though empires continued to rise and fall, the creed remained, as patient as the earth itself, whispering the same steady truth to each generation. Measure with care, prepare with foresight, endure with patience. Even when the world shifted into ages of iron, of machines, of glass and steel, the creed was not lost. It hid in the language of contracts, in the structures of banks, in the invisible threads that wove together trade across oceans. Some forgot its simplicity, burying it beneath jargon and numbers, Yet those who remembered always found themselves steadier than those who did not. For though methods changed, the truth did not. Gold could be replaced by paper, paper by digits, but the creed remained the anchor. And so, through ages bright and dark, the creed lived not in the crowns of kings nor the hands of emperors, but in the quiet decisions of countless souls. It asked for no worship, no temple, no monument. It needed only to be lived day by day, coin by coin, act by act. And those who lived it found themselves not only richer but freer, for they had built their lives upon a foundation no storm could wash away. Markets in those days were not always the bustling, orderly places we imagine now. They began as chaotic gatherings on riverbanks or crossroads, with voices clashing as sellers hawked their goods and buyers haggled fiercely over price. There was little sense of permanence and less of trust. A trader might vanish with coin, or a buyer might disappear without paying for a promised load of grain. Yet as the creed wove itself deeper into the hearts of guilds and families, these gatherings began to change. Slowly, the markets became more than temporary camps of noise and barter. They grew into the steady heart of communities. The creed taught that a promise was stronger than a blade, and that reputation was wealth more enduring than silver. Those who practiced its wisdom found themselves returning to the same places, season after season, until market squares became as vital as the wells from which villages drew their water. The first transformation came with the recognition that trust could be shared. If one merchant vouched for another, then even strangers might trade with confidence. Guild seals carved or stamped into wax soon became common sights upon goods and parchments. These marks said more than words could, for they carried with them the weight of an entire circle honor. To trade beneath such seals was to enter into the creed's covenant: fairness in preparation, wisdom in measure, patience in endurance. With every stamped bag of grain and every sealed contract of wool, markets grew less like battlegrounds and more like meeting grounds, where trust itself was traded alongside goods. As years unfurled, markets grew in size and complexity. No longer mere exchanges of food and cloth, they became arenas of futures and foresight. A farmer might promise next season harvest for a fair price now, while a merchant might lend coin in spring to be repaid with autumn bounty. These were more than transactions, they were acts of faith and endurance, small reflections of the creed's deeper truths. In this way, finance was born not from greed but from shared resilience. A market became not only a place to buy and sell, but a place to bind futures together, one promise at a time. With permanence came structures. Wooden stalls gave way to stone arches, and open fields became paved squares ringed by shops and halls. Towns often grew around these centers, for where goods and trust gathered, so too did people. A shoemaker would build near a clothier, a brewer near a baker, until entire economies bloomed from those once chaotic gatherings. And always at the center stood the market square, glowing with the creed's quiet rhythm: prepare, measure, endure. Even when fires raged or wars swept through the land, towns rebuilt their markets first, for they were more than places of trade, they were the very lifeblood of survival. It was within these markets that some of the earliest innovations of finance took root. Ledger stones were erected where transactions could be recorded for all to see, etching honesty into public memory. Over time, these stones gave way to parchment ledgers, kept by scribes sworn to impartiality. Disputes once settled by blades or shouts came instead before councils who weighed evidence against these records. Thus law and finance intertwined, binding markets into something sturdier than chance. And in every line inked upon parchment, one could trace the pulse of the creed: preparation, fairness, patience. Travelers carried tales of these markets to distant lands, and soon others sought to mimic their success. A merchant from the east might marvel at how a small village kept a fair exchange steady year after year, or a nomad from the north might bring word of contracts honored beyond death itself. In such ways, the creed spread not by conquest but by imitation, for prosperity drew eyes more surely than banners of war. Where it was adopted, famine lessened, conflict eased, and wealth multiplied, not always in gold, but in stability, a treasure rarer and more enduring than jewels. Yet markets were not immune to temptation. There were always those who sought to twist trust into trickery, who forged seals or broke promises for short-term gain. These were tests of the creed's resilience, and though many communities faltered, others stood firm. Punishments were harsh for betrayal, for to undermine trust was to weaken the foundation upon which all endured. In time, markets developed not only codes of trade but rituals of honor. Oaths were sworn before crowds, not only binding the swearer but reminding all who listened of the creed they shared. To break such an oath was to exile oneself from community, and exile was a harsher fate than any loss of coin. Generations turned, and markets blossomed into hubs of culture as well as trade. Storytellers recited tales of endurance at their edges, musicians played while goods were exchanged, and philosophers debated the meaning of wealth itself beneath the open sky.
In such ways, finance became not a cold calculation, but a living part of human experience. It was no longer only about coin and grain, but about the weaving together of lives. Markets became mirrors of communities, reflecting both their strengths and their failings, yet always beating with the steady heart of the creed. From these markets, great cities rose, their skylines of stone and timber a testament to countless promises kept. These cities grew not from conquest alone, but from trade steady enough to nourish armies and patient enough to outlast empires. And in their bustling squares, amidst the cries of merchants and the laughter of children, one could still hear the old whisper if one listened closely. Measure with care, prepare with foresight, endure with patience. Ships became the new caravans of the creed, their sails like great wings carrying promises across oceans. What once had been exchanged from hand to hand in crowded markets now traveled in barrels, crates, and sacks stacked high within creaking hulls. These vessels bore not just goods but trust itself, carried upon ledgers sealed with guild marks and bound by oaths of merchants and kings alike. Sailors, who once saw only the cruelty of the sea, came to view their work as a form of endurance, living extensions of the creed's wisdom. They knew each voyage was a gamble with storms and pirates, yet also an act of faith in the enduring bond between buyer and seller, lender and borrower. For every ship that vanished beneath waves, others returned heavy with spices, silks, grain, or timber, turning markets into global mirrors where the wealth of one land became nourishment for another. Ports swelled with life as ships unloaded their cargoes. Harbors once quiet now echoed with the clatter of carts, the calls of merchants, and the scratching of scribes tallying every item. Warehouses rose along the docks, vast stone structures that symbolized permanence where once only waves had ruled. To many, these ports became the new markets, where the creed's principles stretched further than ever before. Preparation was found in shipwrights' careful craft, measure in the meticulous accounts of clerks, and endurance in the endless cycle of voyages braving the unknown. The sea had become a new marketplace, vast and untamed, yet bound by the same rhythms that once governed a village square. From these seafaring ventures grew the great houses of finance. Merchant families pooled their fortunes to build fleets, and in doing so, they discovered the power of collective investment. A single ship might bankrupt a man if lost to storm, but shared among many, the risk could be borne with patience. Thus insurance was born, not from greed but from a recognition that endurance is stronger when shouldered together. Contracts promised recompense for lost vessels, turning disaster into something survivable. This wisdom allowed fleets to grow larger, voyages to stretch farther, and trade to deepen roots in lands once thought unreachable. With distance came the need for even greater trust. Letters of credit began to replace coin, written promises that a sum would be honored in a distant port. These slips of parchment became as valuable as gold, for they embodied the creed's essence, faith that words, when measured with care, could endure beyond borders and oceans. Where once a sack of grain was handed directly from farmer to miller, now fortunes crossed continents through nothing more than ink and seal. Many feared such intangible wealth, yet those who embraced it thrived, weaving new webs of trade that connected kingdoms and empires into something larger than any single ruler will. Still, the creed demanded balance. For every ship that brought wealth, another might bring temptation. Some grew reckless, chasing profit with no care for preparation or fairness. Whole ports fell into chaos when promises were broken, and wars were kindled when greed outweighed patience. Yet again and again, it was the communities that held to the creed's quiet rhythm that endured. They rebuilt harbors, reforged alliances, and reminded each generation that trust was wealth more enduring than gold. The creed's survival was not in its perfection, but in its persistence, like a fire that refuses to die even when winds howl and rains beat down.
Over centuries, ports blossomed into cities, and cities into empires whose power rested not only upon armies, but upon coin, credit, and contracts. Thrones rose and fell, yet the markets of Venice, Lisbon, Amsterdam, and beyond continued to hum with life, each echoing the same old truth. Prosperity belongs not to those who seize, but to those who prepare, measure, and endure. Ships changed from wood to steel, sails to steam, yet the creed held fast, unchanged beneath the noise of invention. It whispered in the hands of bankers tallying sums, in the eyes of sailors scanning horizons, and in the hearts of merchants who saw beyond borders into the shared fate of all who traded. The sea taught the creed a lesson that markets alone could not, that endurance is not merely surviving the storm, but building systems strong enough to withstand the unknown. From this came banks, exchanges, and vast networks of correspondence that tied together not only ports, but entire nations. Finance grew not as an abstraction, but as the beating pulse of preparation, measure, and endurance stretched across the world. It was no longer the creed of a circle around a fire, nor of a market square beneath stone arches, but of civilizations bound together by promises carried over waves. Even as empires collapsed and borders shifted, the creed endured, for it was not tied to rulers or flags, but to the quiet truth that trust, once honored, grows stronger than steel. The story of markets had become the story of oceans, and from those oceans, the story of a world knit together by trade. And if one leaned close in the crowded noise of any port, amidst the clamor of carts and cries, one might still hear the old rhythm carried like a tide. Prepare with foresight, measure with fairness, endure with patience. That whisper, older than kingdoms and wider than oceans, was the very soul of wealth itself. The dawn of exchanges began quietly, almost humbly, with merchants gathering in open courtyards or candlelit taverns to strike bargains too complex for a single marketplace stall. Ships brought cargoes that would not sell in a day, and investors sought to share not only risks but also profits. Out of necessity, they created a new space, where instead of trading goods in hand, they traded claims upon those goods, promises of what a voyage or venture might yield months or years hence. It was here, in the crowded heart of cities, that the creed found a new expression. Preparation became careful speculation, measure became the balance between promise and peril, and endurance became the patience to wait upon uncertain winds of fortune. The first exchanges were nothing more than benches or squares where merchants scribbled on scraps of parchment, but in time these places grew into grand halls with stone columns and polished floors. The very architecture declared permanence, as if to reassure all who entered that the creed was still intact. Above the din of shouted offers and counter-offers, the rhythm of trust persisted. A man who broke his word would be cast out, for in these halls, reputation was as binding as any coin. What began as local markets swelled into engines of empire, capable of funding wars, colonization, and the expansion of industries that would reshape the earth. In Amsterdam, the great bourse rose as a beacon to the world. Here, merchants bought and sold shares of voyages, dividing the risk of a single ship among countless investors. The principle was simple: no man should face ruin alone when many could share both burden and reward. Thus, stock was born. Not a sack of grain or a bar of silver, but a fraction of a dream, a sliver of possibility written on paper. In that paper lay preparation, where investors chose their ventures with care measured, for prices shifted with the wisdom and folly of crowds, and endurance, for only those willing to weather storms of uncertainty reap the richest harvests. The East India companies became monuments to this new way of wealth. Their shares traveled farther than their ships, circulating in markets across Europe, binding thousands of ordinary citizens to the fate of distant seas. Farmers, artisans, and clerks, who once measured their prosperity only by the yield of soil or the steadiness of wages, now held tokens of enterprises spanning oceans. For the first time, wealth itself seemed unmoored from the earth, able to grow or wither by forces invisible, yet tethered still to the creed's steady rhythm. This abstraction frightened many. How could paper be worth more than the goods it promised? How could men grow rich or poor upon whispers of markets they had never seen? And yet, the creed endured because its essence was unchanged. Paper was but another vessel, like the ships before it, carrying trust across distances too vast for coin or barter. Those who prepared, who measured, who endured, they prospered. Those who chased fortune without patience, who wagered without care, often found ruin. The creed did not promise wealth to all, but it offered survival to the wise. With exchanges came speculation, a new and dangerous frontier. Men who once traded sacks of wool or barrels of fish now gambled on prices that might never touch their hands. Fortune swelled and collapsed upon rumors, and markets roared like storms when fear or greed swept through the halls. The creed was tested, stretched thin against human folly. But time and again, markets rebuilt themselves, just as towns had rebuilt after fire, just as harbors had risen anew after storms. The enduring truth was that wealth rested not in sudden gains, but in steady preparation, fair measure, and patient endurance. In London, the exchange grew into a temple of commerce where coal, textiles, and metals flowed through the invisible channels of credit and stock. Coffee houses became the nerve centers of speculation, buzzing with the talk of ventures, risks, and rewards. Here, men who had never set foot upon a ship deck or into a factory floor staked claims upon futures unseen. The creed guided even them, though they often forgot its warnings that without fairness, preparation, and endurance, trust would wither and markets would collapse under their own weight. When collapses came, and they came often,
They were as fierce as any tempest at sea. Entire fortunes vanished in nights, and the despair of ruined investors echoed like the cries of sailors lost in a storm. Yet from each ruin, the creed endured. Communities rebuilt, laws were written to temper greed, and new safeguards arose. The markets did not die, for they were not born of mere invention. They were the living embodiment of something far older, the human will to trade, to trust, to endure together in pursuit of a better tomorrow. Exchanges spread across continents, rising in Paris, New York, and beyond, each adapting the creed to its own soil and spirit. The pulse of commerce quickened, tying together cities and nations in webs of credit, contracts, and speculation. For the first time in history, a farmer in one land could be linked to the fate of a factory across the sea, his modest investment tied to the rise or fall of industries he would never see with his own eyes. The creed had grown vast, global, yet still intimate in its truth. To prepare, to measure, to endure was to survive, whether in a village square, a storm-tossed harbor, or a grand exchange echoing with shouts. Through centuries of turmoil, wars, revolutions, and renaissances, the exchanges endured, not because they were flawless, but because they carried within them the same resilience as fire. They flickered, they flared, they sometimes seemed to die, but always they rose again when trust returned. And in every return was the same quiet wisdom whispered by markets since the dawn of trade. Wealth is not merely possession, but the rhythm of preparation, measure, and endurance, carried forward by those who choose to honor it. The Industrial Revolution brought with it a thunder unlike any storm the world had yet known. Where once the pulse of commerce was the measured beat of hammer on anvil or the creak of ship timbers in the harbor, now it became the roar of pistons, the hiss of steam, and the grinding of gears. Factories rose like fortresses of iron, their chimneys belching smoke into the sky, a new skyline of ambition etched against the horizon. The creed, preparation, measure, endurance did not vanish in this upheaval, rather, it found fresh soil in which to grow. Those who prepared with foresight, who measured their risks against the tide of change, and who endured through uncertainty, found themselves standing at the threshold of untold wealth. In this era, wealth no longer rested solely in ships and voyages, but in machines and rails. Iron tracks stitched across continents, carrying goods and people faster than any caravan or sail could dream. Factories, once humble workshops, swelled into leviathans of production, consuming coal and spitting out textiles, tools, and wares in volumes that defied imagination. But such power required fuel beyond coal and iron. It required capital. And so banks and financiers stepped forward, their ledgers swelling with numbers that represented the lifeblood of industry. To invest in a factory or a railway was to wager on the very shape of the future, a gamble measured not in months but in decades. The creed guided those wagers. Preparation meant studying markets, understanding demand, knowing where rails should be laid or which goods would find buyers abroad. Measure meant balancing ambition with caution, overextend, and a single failure could drag a man into ruin. Invest wisely, and generations would reap the harvest. Endurance meant withstanding the booms and busts that swept through industrial cities like fires through timber, when speculation outran sense and left banks shuttered, mills silent, and workers hungry. Yet always, those who clung to the creed rose again, their fortunes tempered like steel in the forge of adversity. Families rose upon this new tide, names that would echo across centuries, dynasties of wealth built not upon a single voyage or farmstead, but upon sprawling empires of industry. Some were merchants turned magnates, others inventors who dared to marry dreams of science with the discipline of commerce. They built railroads that stretched farther than the eye could see, factories that roared night and day, and banks whose influence reached across oceans. Yet even for them, the creed was no less binding. Without preparation, their ventures faltered without measure, their empires crumbled under the weight of greed without endurance, they were swept aside by the relentless tide of progress. The rise of credit transformed commerce further still. No longer did wealth wait upon the counting of coins or the weighing of silver. Banks, with their vaults and their promises, allowed wealth to move faster than goods themselves, extending lifelines of credit that could build railroads, fund wars, or launch factories before a single product was sold. To the untrained eye, it seemed magic, money created from promises, fortunes conjured from faith. But the creed whispered beneath the illusion, preparation ensured promises could be met. Measure kept debts from drowning their makers, and endurance proved which banks would stand after panic shook the system. Panic was the shadow that stalked progress. Just as storms had wrecked fleets and droughts had starved harvests, markets convulsed when speculation grew fevered and trust fractured. In 1837 and 1873 and in other years etched in sorrow, banks closed, factories shuttered, and men who had thought themselves wealthy woke to find their fortunes ashes. Yet, as with all before, the creed endured. Slowly, trust returned. Industry stirred back to life and the machinery of commerce resumed its relentless march. For all the ruin of panics, the fire of enterprise refused to be extinguished. Amid this upheaval, labor itself became a force to reckon with. No longer the solitary craftsman or farmer, workers gathered in legions within factories and mills, their sweat and skill the foundation upon which dynasties stood. They too sought fairness, a place within the creed. Preparation meant learning trades, passing knowledge from one hand to another. Measure meant demanding just wages and humane conditions, lest the balance tilt too far toward exploitation. Endurance was written in strikes, marches, and negotiations, as workers pressed their case against the titans of industry. The creed, once whispered only among merchants and kings, was now spoken in the voices of millions who labored beneath smokestacks and rails. The spread of telegraphs stitched the world even tighter, binding distant markets into a single heartbeat of commerce. No longer did news take weeks by ship or days by courier. Now, prices in London could shift fortunes in New York within the hour. Commerce had become as swift as thought itself, a network of signals humming across wires strung on poles. With each advance, the creed adjusted, urging merchants and magnates alike to prepare with broader vision, to measure with sharper tools, and to endure with greater patience. The old truths did not vanish, they grew more vital, for in a faster world, mistakes rippled wider and triumphs reached farther. The age of industry revealed something profound. Wealth was no longer only the possession of kings or the inheritance of noble birth. A farmer's son, an immigrant, or an inventor in a workshop could, with preparation, measure, and endurance, rise to command empires of steel and steam. The creed, once bound to the earth and sea, had now become a ladder of opportunity, open to those bold enough to climb. Not all succeeded indeed, most did not, but the chance itself became a kind of wealth, a light in the darkness for those willing to try. And so, as smoke-clouded skies and trains thundered across the land, the old creed lived anew. It guided dynasties and day laborers alike, whispering that fortune was not born of chance alone, but of steady hands, wise hearts, and patient souls. The world had changed beyond recognition, yet beneath the roar of engines and the clatter of rails, the rhythm was the same as it had been in the first barter of grain for firewood. To prepare, to measure, to endure. The close of the 19th century brought with it a peculiar tension, an age that seemed both boundless in promise and fragile in its uncertainty. Nations now found themselves knitted together by rail, cable, and ship, such that the wealth of one could spill into the coffers of another with an ease undreamed of a century before. Great banking dynasties emerged, names that spoke of vaults as deep as mountains and influence that stretched across oceans. These families did not merely hold wealth, they orchestrated it. Their loans built railroads in distant lands, their credits armed governments, their bonds tied together empires that spanned continents. It was wealth not confined to gold locked in a chest, but to trust written on paper and sealed with reputation. This new power came with new peril. Where once the collapse of a fleet or the failure of a harvest could ruin a merchant, now the fall of a bank could unmake entire economies. The creed, prepare, measure, endure, was tested on scales vast enough to shake the world. Preparation meant understanding not only the markets of one's own land, but those across the seas, for a wheat crop in Russia or a political crisis in South America could ripple into the ledgers of New York or London. Measure meant balancing the intoxicating lure of global speculation against the solid ground of tangible assets. Endurance meant surviving the storms that swept markets when faith faltered, when promises proved too thin, and when governments themselves teetered under the weight of debt. Speculation became a fever that gripped not only financiers but common folk as well. Railroads were laid faster than demand could follow, towns sprang up overnight along lines that led nowhere, and fortunes were staked on ventures little more than dreams on a map. Some grew unimaginably rich, their wealth multiplying with each mile of track or each new factory. But others, too eager, too reckless, saw their wealth vanish like smoke. The creed remained the dividing line. Those who prepared with diligence, who measured with sobriety, and who endured the wild swings of fortune emerged tempered and stronger. Those who ignored it were swept away, their names forgotten even as their ruins littered the landscape. With the dawn of the 20th century came new marvels: electricity, the telephone, the automobile. Each invention opened not only new ways of living, but new markets, new fortunes waiting to be made. Those who understood the creed saw in these marvels not toys or curiosities, but the seeds of empires. They prepared by studying their uses, investing in their refinement. They measured by backing the ideas that could scale, that could touch millions of lives. They endured the skepticism of those who scoffed, who claimed no one would ever want a telephone in their home or a horseless carriage on their street. Yet the creed bore out, as it always had. The visionaries who held fast to it built fortunes that dwarfed even those of the industrial barons before them. Still, wealth was never without shadow. Wars broke across the world, and with them came destruction on a scale beyond reckoning. Yet even in war, the creed endured. Preparation meant stockpiling resources, securing supply lines, and forging alliances. Measure meant balancing the pursuit of profit with the preservation of stability. Endurance meant surviving rationing, blockades, and the collapse of markets in bombed-out cities. Many fortunes perished in the fires of conflict, but others, built with foresight and tempered by hardship, endured and even grew, proving once again that the creed was no mere suggestion but a law as immutable as gravity. The rise of America as an economic giant marked another turning of the wheel. Vast resources, unscarred by the wars that ravaged Europe, gave it an engine of wealth unmatched in history. Its factories, farms, and banks became the envy of the world, its dollar a standard by which others measured value. Yet even here, amid abundance, the creed was the difference between fleeting gain and lasting legacy. Some squandered their opportunities, spending wildly in the fever of the roaring 20s, ignoring preparation and measure in pursuit of endless growth. When the Great Depression struck, millions were cast into despair, their wealth erased in a matter of days. Yet those who endured, who conserved resources, who invested wisely even in dark times, emerged from the ashes stronger, their fortunes rebuilt on foundations more solid than before. It became clear that the creed was not merely a guide for individuals, but for nations. Governments, too, had to prepare, to measure, to endure. Some borrowed recklessly only to be crippled by debt, others hoarded resources, choking growth. But those that balanced vision with prudence, ambition with restraint, became powerhouses whose influence shaped the destiny of the world. From the rebuilding of Europe after the Second World War to the rise of new economies in Asia, the creed rhythm guided those who listened, whether they spoke of it openly or not. Technology only quickened this rhythm. Computers shrank the distance between nations even further, markets moved in fractions of seconds, and fortunes were made or lost in the blink of an eye. Yet even in this dazzling age of instant communication and digital wealth, the creed remained unchanged. Preparation meant mastering knowledge, understanding systems too vast and complex for any one man to grasp without study. Measure meant resisting the temptation of easy gains promised by speculation or deception. Endurance meant holding firm through bubbles and crashes, through the storms that came faster now but burned out just as quickly. Looking back across centuries, from the first barter at a market stall to the glowing screens of stock exchanges, the creed had always been there, whispered by the firelight of merchants, carried on the winds of explorers, hammered into steel rails, and encoded in the circuits of machines. Wealth might change its form, grain, gold, land, factories, or numbers glowing on a screen, but the path to it never wavered. Prepare, measure, endure. And so the story carries forward into an age yet unwritten, where fortunes will rise and fall in ways still unknown. But those who heed the creed will find themselves not adrift in chaos but anchored, their wealth not a fleeting shadow but a legacy, steady as the turning of the stars. The modern age dawned not with smoke rising from factories or with ships setting sail across uncharted seas, but with invisible pulses of light racing through cables under oceans and across the skies. Wealth had shed its old skin of tangible metal and stone, taking instead the form of data, digits dancing across screens, unseen but no less powerful. The creed, prepare, measure, endure, stood unshaken in this world of silicon and circuitry, though it demanded new interpretations for a new age. Where once men prepared by stocking grain or gold, now they prepared by gathering knowledge, by building systems that could navigate markets moving faster than breath. Where once they measured in the weight of coin or the reach of land, now they measured in bandwidth, in algorithms, in the strength of networks. And endurance, still the most vital of all, now meant surviving storms that came not from weather or war, but from the sudden crash of markets and the relentless tide of innovation that left yesterday's empire in ruins by morning. The rise of the internet was a frontier like no other, a land with no borders, no rivers or mountains to stake as boundaries. Instead, the pioneers of this new territory claimed space with ideas, with code, with visions of how people would connect, trade, and dream. Fortunes grew as swiftly as prairie fires, spreading across the globe with a speed that humbled even the greatest industrial booms of centuries past. Men and women who once had little more than a rented room and a computer now found themselves at the helm of companies valued in billions, their influence stretching farther than kings and emperors of old could have dreamed. Yet even among these pioneers, the creed drew the line. Some, drunk on their own success, spent recklessly, built too quickly, measured too little. Their empires collapsed like towers of sand when the dot-com bubble burst, leaving only echoes of names once spoken with awe. But those who prepared, who kept their balance, who endured through the wreckage, emerged stronger, their companies becoming the very pillars of modern civilization.
Cryptocurrency was another frontier, perhaps wilder still. It promised freedom from banks, from governments, from the old keepers of coin. It was wealth made not of gold or paper, but of trust secured by mathematics, by chains of logic no single man could alter. For some, it was salvation. the chance to escape inflation, corruption, or the suffocating grip of bureaucracy. For others, it was a playground of speculation, fortunes rising and vanishing in days, even hours. The creed whispered here louder than ever. Preparation meant understanding not just the thrill of profit, but the underlying technology, the risks that lurked unseen. Measure meant resisting the gambler fever, staking only what could be endured in loss. Endurance meant holding firm as markets crashed by 80%, only to rise again higher than before. Many fell in this digital gold rush, undone by greed or ignorance, but those who lived by the creed carved out wealth that could not be ignored. Across the world, wealth itself grew less tethered to land or factory, more to ideas. A single application could be worth more than fleets of ships, more than oil fields stretching across deserts. The young, once barred from fortune by the slow ladders of apprenticeship and inheritance, now built empires in their 20s, guided only by vision, boldness, and the creed-old counsel. Yet the dangers had not lessened. For every giant that rose, a dozen more fell, undone by haste, arrogance, or the failure to endure when markets turned against them. It was no different than centuries past. Though the tools were new, the scale immense. Still, amid all this glittering innovation, some lessons remained stubbornly unchanged. Real estate endured as a pillar of wealth, its value not only in stone and timber, but in the permanence of land itself. Nations rose and fell, currencies shifted, markets trembled, yet a piece of earth in the right place, prepared and measured wisely, endured across generations. Old families still held their strength in estates and properties passed down, while new fortunes, forged in the fires of technology, found grounding when they anchored themselves in the same. It was as if the earth itself conspired to remind men that while wealth may transform in form, it is never entirely untethered from soil, from foundation, from permanence. The creed echo could even be found in those who sought wealth not in money but in meaning. Philanthropy, long a shadow trailing wealth, now became its own stage. Billionaires pledged fortunes to cure disease, to end hunger, to reach the stars themselves. But even here, preparation was key, understanding the depth of problems before casting money into them. Measure was vital, balancing ambition with practical action, ensuring that billions spent did not vanish like rain and sand. And endurance, perhaps hardest of all, meant holding to a vision across decades, beyond the lives of those who first pledged, so that future generations could harvest the fruit of seeds sown today. Looking across this wide arc of time, from the barter of cattle to the rise of cryptocurrency, from ledgers inked by hand to wealth carried in digital chains, the creed remained steady, an old lantern casting light on ever-changing roads. Those who scorned it, whether they wore robes, suits, or hoodies, fell into ruin. Those who honored it, who prepared with diligence, measured with humility, and endured with patience, found themselves not merely wealthy, but lasting. And so the tale is carried forward, still unwritten, still echoing with the creak of saddles and the flicker of firelight, as though some old cowboy voice still spoke it under star and storm alike. Prepare, measure, endure, for wealth may change, but the path to it never does. The future, it seemed, had always been a thing men tried to tame with guesses and charts, yet it kept surprising them, bending the arc of wealth in ways no single mind could predict. Artificial intelligence emerged not as a whisper but as a roar, reshaping industries with a speed unmatched by any invention before it. Where once a craftsman hand or a clerk ledger defined the flow of trade, now algorithms learned and adapted faster than markets could breathe. Entire companies rose on the strength of code that could forecast, analyze, and decide with precision beyond human reach. But here, too, the creed found its ground. Preparation meant more than just building machines. It meant knowing the human cost, training minds to steer this power rather than be consumed by it. Measure was the balance between ambition and caution, between unleashing new tools and ensuring they did not spiral out of control. And endurance, perhaps more vital than ever, meant withstanding the fear that change brought, holding steady when voices cried that the old world was ending. In truth, the old world had ended many times before. From the plow to the printing press, from the steam engine to the microchip, each wave had carried ruin for some and fortune for others. Those who clung to old ways without thought were swept aside, while those who adapted, who carried the creed in their hearts,
found themselves guiding the future instead of chasing it. And so it was with AI. Some saw it only as a threat, retreating into nostalgia. Others rushed without thought, their empires collapsing under the weight of untested tools. Yet those who prepared, who measured, who endured, these became the architects of a new age, where wealth was no longer bound by the hours a man could work, but by the visions he dared to craft. Beyond Earth, wealth sought new frontiers. The stars, once a poet dream, now glimmered as markets of tomorrow. Corporations laid plans for mining asteroids, for harnessing resources so vast they made Earth riches seem like trinkets in comparison. The moon became more than a beacon in the night sky. It was plotted into maps of real estate, its craters marked with future stations and settlements. Mars, red and silent for eons, was imagined as the next great colony, its barren plains waiting to be filled with domes, farms, and markets humming with trade. Men spoke of solar arrays orbiting the sun, beaming power across the void, of shipping lanes carved not by sea but by gravity and thrust. And yet, in the face of such grand visions, the creed was not forgotten. Preparation meant more than rockets and steel. It meant governance, cooperation, the foresight to prevent chaos when ambition outpaced wisdom. Measure meant balancing exploration with preservation, ensuring that Earth itself was not abandoned in the rush toward the stars. And endurance meant accepting that such journeys would not be measured in years or even decades, but in generations. Wealth built not just for those alive today, but for descendants yet unborn, who might one day walk on worlds still untouched. Still, amid all this talk of machines and stars, the heart of wealth remained the same. It was not only about coin or credit, not only about power or reach. It was about security, freedom, the chance for a family to live without fear of want. A warm home in winter, food on the table, a legacy to pass on. These were the true measures of fortune, unchanged across centuries. The cowboy by his campfire, the merchant in his caravan, the engineer at his console, they all sought the same peace, though by different means. The voice of the creed did not belong to one age, nor to one people. It was as old as trade itself, whispered in markets, fields, and boardrooms alike. Prepare, not just for profit, but for hardship. Measure, not just in wealth, but in responsibility. Endure, not just for yourself, but for those who will come after. The words, simple as they were, had carried countless through famine, flood, war, and collapse, and they would carry countless more, through storms yet unseen, through futures not yet imagined. So the firelight flickers on, casting its glow on faces young and old, as though time itself has gathered them together. Somewhere in the hush between crackle and wind, the voice carries still an old cowboy drawl, steady and sure, wrapping the tale in warmth. Wealth outchange its clothes, but the bones beneath are the same. Don't matter if it cattle or coin, code or cosmos. You prepare, you measure, you endure. Do that, and fortune will ride with you, through every season, through every storm. The glow of the fire softened, and in that dim halo the story turned once more toward the heart of man. For though fortunes could be spun in code or carried on rockets to the stars, the measure of success was still written in the small everyday things. A child tucked into bed with no fear of hunger, a roof strong enough to keep out the storm, the chance to dream without the weight of tomorrow pressing too hard on one chest. These were the treasures no market crash could erase, no invention could render obsolete, and every generation that had come before had fought for them in their own ways, with tools and trades shaped by their times. But dreams are restless things. As soon as one is secured, another begins to stir. So it was that communities began turning inward, looking not just at how wealth was earned, but how it was shared. Across towns and cities, cooperatives formed, neighbors pooling resources not for profit alone, but for resilience. Farmers traded directly with families, builders with teachers, doctors with merchants. It was not a rejection of progress, but a reminder that progress without community left folks standing on shifting ground. A man might strike gold, but if his town crumbled, his wealth became ash in the wind. And so the creed stretched itself again. Preparation meant investing not only in one's own fortune, but in the well-being of the people nearby. Measure meant fairness, a balance between what was taken and what was given. And endurance was not born alone, but shared, carried on many shoulders so no single back broke beneath it. Governments, too, shifted with the tide. For years they had stumbled, chasing wealth where it seemed brightest, often arriving too late or too burdened by their own weight. But those who remembered the creed began to rebuild their foundations differently. They focused less on the chase and more on the soil from which fortune could grow: education, infrastructure, stability. They knew that an empire of wealth could not last if its roads crumbled, if its people despaired, if its children were left without hope. And while corruption still lurked in the corners, while greed whispered temptations into high halls, the creed offered a steady light. Prepare with foresight, measure with justice, endure with patience, spoken in chambers and courts. The words took on a power not of law but of culture, shaping the choices of leaders who understood that their names would fade, but their legacies would linger. As decades unspooled, wealth itself began to look less like a mountain of coin and more like a flowing river. Assets moved swiftly from one shore to another, carried on the currents of trade, investment, and trust. Digital ledgers, once feared, became the backbone of this river, ensuring that what was earned and spent could be traced like ripples across the surface. It was no longer a matter of hoarding but of flow. Those who understood the currents, who knew when to dam, when to release, when to divert, thrived. Those who sought only to seize, to block the flow entirely, found themselves cut off, their fortunes drying to dust. Yet in the quiet corners, away from skyscrapers and glowing screens, the lesson remained unchanged. A craftsman sharpening his tools before dawn, a teacher grading papers late at night, a nurse holding steady in the silence of a sick room. They were not counted among the world's richest, but they carried the creed in every action, preparing, measuring, enduring. Their wealth was not measured in charts, but in the steady heartbeat of their communities, in the children who would grow to carry the creed themselves. The cowboy voice drifting through time might chuckle here. And all about who got the fattest purse, partner. It about who can sit by the fire at day end with peace in their chest. Rich man, poor man, don't matter. If you built something worth handing down, you've struck truer gold than any mine. And so the story bent back to its beginning, not as a circle but as a spiral, climbing higher with each telling. From fields of wheat to factories of steel, from skyscrapers to satellites, from quiet towns to colonies on the horizon of Mars, the creed endured. Each age clothed it in new garments, but the bones remained the same. Prepare for the unknown. Measure what you take and what you give. Endure, so that tomorrow may rise brighter than today. The fire crackled low, embers glowing like stars scattered across the dark. Somewhere beyond the flames, the rain whispered against the earth, steady and patient, reminding all who listen that even storms, for all their fury, are but passing guests. And in that sound, in that soft rhythm of water and fire, the story found its rest. Not an ending, but a pause, until another voice picked it up, another generation carried it forward, another dreamer sat down by the glow to listen and learn. The embers settled into a steady glow, painting the night in hues of orange and gold. Out in the world beyond that circle of light, men and women pressed forward, each step a gamble against time, chance, and circumstance. For all their machines, their codes, their ledgers that ticked faster than a heartbeat, the essence of wealth remained in the quiet choices, the steady hands that shaped futures unseen. A baker rising before dawn, knowing the town depended on his loaves. A farmer kneeling in the dirt, trusting the soil with his labor. A parent saving coin by coin, not for themselves but for the children who might one day walk freer paths. Wealth was not only what glittered in vaults, it was the invisible thread binding lives together, and those who understood that thread found a wealth beyond any treasury. Still, the world was not without its storms. There were crashes and panics, times when trust seemed to evaporate like morning mist. Men who once strutted proudly found themselves undone in a single night, fortunes vanishing as if they had been drawn in sand at high tide. Some cursed the times, some cursed fate, others cursed their fellow man. Yet through all of it there were those who endured, quiet folk who had never chased the wind, who had built steadily, patiently, with roots sunk deep into their communities. They bent with the storm but did not break, and when the clouds cleared it was their hands that rebuilt, their hearts that stitched hope back into the fabric of the world. Such storms had names: depressions, recessions, collapses. Each carried its own tale of greed unchecked, of risk unmeasured, of men blinded by the shimmer of quick profit. But history, relentless as the tide, proved the same truth each time: those who sought only to take would be swept away, while those who prepared, measured, and endured remained standing. Sometimes bruised, sometimes humbled, but still standing. They were the lanterns in the dark, the steady flame that others gathered around when the cold set in. In time, the rhythm of wealth took on a humbler note. The skyscrapers still reached for the sky, and the market still raced with flashing numbers, but there was a growing whisper that perhaps the greatest fortunes were not measured in zeros but in stability, in freedom, in the chance to dream without fear. Young folk began to turn their eyes not just toward the riches of the moment but toward what might endure across decades. They asked not, "How much can I gain today?" but "What will my children inherit tomorrow?" And in that question lay the seed of a gentler kind of wealth, one not born of conquest but of stewardship. The creed, as old as the cowboy drawl and as sharp as the trader ledger, was no longer spoken in words alone. It lived in habits. A community garden in the center of a city block, feeding families who had once depended on distant supply chains. A savings circle among friends, pooling resources so none would fall into despair when hard times struck. A school funded not by some far-off benefactor but by the very people whose children filled its halls. These were not grand spectacles fit for history books, but they were wealth nonetheless, the kind that could not be stolen by thieves or erased by crashes. And out on the frontier that had once been railroads, then steel, then circuits, and now the infinite black of space, the creed traveled still. Colonies built on strange soil clung to it as surely as pioneers once clung to their wagons. For out there amid the stars, preparation was survival, measure was fairness, and endurance was the very air they breathed. They understood, as their ancestors had, that without the creed, no fortune could last, no dream could stand. So the story stretched onward, weaving itself across centuries and stars, across quiet towns and roaring cities, across moments of despair and triumph alike. Each age thought itself unique, each believed its struggles were unlike any that had come before. Yet in the glow of the fire, in the whisper of rain on the roof, the truth remained steady. The path to wealth was not a sprint nor a conquest. It was a long walk under changing skies where every step mattered and every choice echoed down the line. And if you listen close, you can still hear it, the voice of the old cowboy, low and steady, cutting through the night like the crackle of a fire. Don't matter if you're riding horses or rockets, if you're trading cattle or data. What matters is how you carry yourself, how you build, how you endure. Riches will come and go, but a good creed, that'll see you through. The fire hissed as a log collapsed inward, sending sparks up into the dark. They rose, drifted, and vanished, like fortunes gained and lost, like stories told and remembered. And yet the warmth remained, steady against the night, promising that tomorrow too would find the fire burning. The night deepened, and with it came that quiet weight that presses on a man's chest when the world has hushed itself into stillness. The old truths settled in like the crackle of the campfire, soft but unyielding, steady in their rhythm. Wealth, for all the shapes it wore, was never truly about coins or bills, nor about numbers flickering across a trader's screen. No, wealth was about breath, being able to rise each day without fear gnawing at the back of your throat, knowing there'd be bread for supper, a roof that didn't leak, and a future not chained to another man's whim. It was about freedom, plain and simple, the kind of freedom the wide prairie once promised to those bold enough to chase it, and the kind of freedom men and women still chase in quieter ways now. Some sought it in the soil, hands stained by earth that fed them in return. Others found it in workshops where tools became extensions of will, crafting goods folks needed, goods that lasted. And then there were those who forged their wealth in ideas, lines of ink on paper, sparks of thought turned into enterprises that lifted whole towns. Yet no matter the path, the foundation was the same: discipline, patience, and a trust that tomorrow could be better if you planted the right seeds today. The trouble always started when folk forgot those roots. Temptation came dressed in promises of speed, quick riches, effortless gains, ladders so short a man thought he could climb them without sweat. But ladders like that were rickety, nailed together with greed instead of labor, and the fall was always sudden and sharp. History told it 1,000 times, from bubbles that burst to banks that folded like dry leaves. The air filled with tales of men who had everything one evening and nothing by dawn. Yet through those same storms, steady souls carried on. They kept to their work, kept to their savings, kept to their creed. And when the dust settled, it was they who still stood, who picked up the broken pieces and began again. That was the part most folks missed. Wealth wasn't the rising of towers, but the staying power of foundations. Towers could fall, but foundations, true ones, lasted across generations. They were the habits a father taught his son, the discipline a mother passed to her daughter, the quiet lessons around dinner tables where bills were paid, where choices were weighed, where the creed of endurance seeped into young bones without a word needing to be spoken. Such wealth didn't glitter in the daylight, but it held families together when storms tore through.
As the campfire flared and dimmed, the cowboy voice carried low and even, like a lullaby meant to steady restless hearts. He spoke of a man named Elias, who once walked into a town with nothing but his calloused hands and a mind sharp as a whetstone. Elias didn't chase quick gold. Instead, he listened to the folks grumbling about spoiled goods, about supplies delayed, about wagons stuck in mud miles away. Where others complained, he saw opportunity. Bit by bit, he built a freight line. Not the fastest, not the fanciest, but the most dependable. His wagons arrived when he said they would, his goods kept dry, his horses well cared for. He didn't promise the moon, he promised what he could deliver. Years passed, storms came, rivals rose and fell, but Elias endured. When the big players collapsed under debts, his steady line kept rolling. Farmers leaned on him, merchants trusted him, whole towns grew around the reliability he offered. And when Elias grew old, his fortune wasn't in glittering vaults. It was in the hundreds of families who ate because of his work, in the roads he'd worn into the earth, in the peace he left to his kin. That was the kind of wealth that whispered louder than gold, the kind worth chasing under starry skies. The old cowboy let the story hang there, the silence as thick as the smoke curling upward. Then he leaned back, his eyes half shut, and let out a sigh as soft as the rain beginning to tap against the earth. That there, he drawled, is what folks forget. Ain't about how bright you can burn, it's about how long you can keep the flame alive. And with that, the fire crackled louder as if agreeing. its sparks lifting into the night like tiny testaments to endurance. The rain pressed harder against the roof of the cabin, each drop a steady reminder that storms always come, yet they always pass. The fire outside sputtered and hissed under the weight of the damp air, but its flame refused to die, clinging stubbornly to the kindling like a promise made in the dark. And as the cowboy voice carried on, his words painted the kind of truths that don't need parchment or ledgers, truths that hang in the air like smoke, soaking into the bones of anyone listening. He told of how real wealth ain't ever been about numbers so large they no longer feel real, but about the choices a man makes when no one else is watching. A dollar saved from waste, a meal shared with someone in need, a promise honored though it cost you more than you'd hoped. Those small acts stack higher than any tower of silver bars. They don't shine, don't sparkle, but they last, and in the end they stand taller than any monument to greed. The cowboy leaned forward, tossing another branch into the flames, watching the sparks leap skyward before vanishing into the rain. "See," he drawled, "the world don't measure you by what you gather up in your hands, but by what sticks after time and trouble have stripped you clean. A fortune won quick burns away just as fast, but a fortune built on steady work, on respect earned, on trust that can't be bought, that the kind that clings to your name long after you're gone." His gaze drifted into the shadows beyond the firelight, as though he could see those names carved into the darkness, the ghosts of men and women who'd left their mark not with riches, but with legacies. There was the widow who ran her shop long after her husband passed, never cutting corners, never shortchanging a soul, and by doing so she built something sturdier than money. She built loyalty. When times got rough, the town lifted her up, for they knew she had lifted them 100 times before. There was the farmhand who bought a plot of land no bigger than a pocket, yet through seasons of sweat and calluses, he coaxed enough from it to feed his children and send them out with hope. And when he passed, those children carried not just his land, but his ethic, his grit, his refusal to bow when the weather or the world turned mean. The cowboy spoke of these people not as legends, but as reminders. Wealth, he said, was a torch passed hand to hand, lit not by greed but by grit. And each time someone lit their own flame with it, choosing honesty, choosing patience, choosing the slow, steady climb, they carried forward the light of all who came before them. The fire flickered on his weathered face, and for a moment it was hard to tell where the glow of the campfire ended and the glow of conviction began. He chuckled low, almost to himself, as he added, "Funny thing is, most of the rich stories folks remember ain't about fortunes at all. They're about folks who made something out of nothing, who didn't let storms swallow them whole. That the kind of story worth telling, the kind that don't get buried in dusty books or forgotten when the banks close their doors. That the kind of wealth even the rain can't wash away." The fire popped, sending a tiny ember rolling into the wet earth, where it sizzled and died, but the flame in his voice lived on, weaving itself into the night. He leaned back, pulling his hat lower over his brow, letting the rain rhythm mingle with the steady thrum of his words, and in that blend of water and fire, darkness and light, he laid out a truth that felt older than the soil itself. If you built your fortune on steady ground, on patience and perseverance, no storm could tear it down. The night seemed to lean in, listening. The rain softened, the fire found a second wind, and the cowboy words drifted like smoke, seeping into the heart of whoever would carry them into tomorrow. The night carried on with a weight that only storms can bring. The cabin lights shimmered faintly against the slick wood, and the cowboy words lingered like smoke curling through the damp air. He sat there, boots half buried in mud, watching the fire claw at the darkness, refusing to bow. His voice, rough yet steady, rolled forward as though it belonged to the rhythm of the rain itself. He spoke of a man named Elijah, not the kind you'd find in any history books, but a soul stitched right into the fabric of quiet country towns. Elijah started out with less than most, born in a shack with more holes in the roof than shingles, raised on scraps and the sort of discipline the hard earth teaches when it refuses to give without sweat. Folks said he'd never make it past the hills he was born under, that poverty clung to him like a shadow. But Elijah had something more stubborn than poverty: patience. He worked fields for pennies, hauled wood till his back screamed, and fixed wagons others had long abandoned as junk. Instead of cursing his meager pay, he saved every coin he could, dropping them into a jar his mother once used for dried beans. Each night he'd stare at that jar, whispering to himself, "One day this'll be something." Most would have spent it on a warm meal or a bottle to soften the ache,
But not Elijah. He carried his hunger like a badge and let it sharpen him. Years passed, and when others fell to discouragement, Elijah kept stacking small victories. He never tried to outpace the world, never chased fortunes that flashed quick and vanished quicker. Instead, he bought an acre of tired, forgotten land, the kind that folks said wasn't worth salt. He turned that patch into rows of beans and corn, worked sunup to sundown until his palms were raw and bleeding, then kept going until those wounds turned to calluses tougher than leather. When the crop sold, he didn't run off and celebrate. He bought another acre, then another. Elijah's secret wasn't in striking gold or stumbling into luck. It was in showing up every single day, whether the sky was kind or cruel. His neighbors laughed at first, calling him foolish for working soil that refused to yield without a fight. But in time, their laughter grew quiet. His fields stretched longer, his barns grew sturdier, and his savings swelled until he no longer needed that little jar. Still, he kept it on his shelf, never forgetting where the climb began. The cowboy poked at the fire with a stick, sending sparks spiraling upward. His voice grew softer, like he was speaking to himself as much as to the night. Elijah didn't die rich by the numbers folk measure. He didn't own banks, didn't have men lining up to shake his hand at fancy banquets. But when his time came, the whole town walked behind his casket. They knew he'd built something bigger than a farm. He built a lesson. And what was that lesson? That wealth ain't found in shortcuts. It carved in long hours, in promises kept, in the kind of grit that don't flinch when the wind cuts sharp. Elijah's children inherited more than acres. They inherited a way of living. They knew to honor the ground beneath their boots, to save before they spent, to measure wealth not by what filled their pockets, but by what filled their hearts and their legacy. The rain softened to a drizzle, the storm raged, settling into a steady murmur. The cowboy leaned back, letting the brim of his hat shield his eyes from the fading drizzle. His fire crackled, stubborn as ever, and his words seemed etched into the night itself. "We're all looking for treasure," he said. "But truth is, the greatest treasure built slow, with hands blistered and faith unshaken. Ain't about luck, ain't about being born into it. It's about what you do when nobody else believes, when even the earth seems to fight you. That where fortune really found." The cabin window glowed faintly behind him, like a quiet witness to all the tales carried on the rain. And as the night folded in, the story of Elijah felt less like a memory and more like a map. A reminder that sometimes the richest roads are the ones paved with sweat, patience, and the courage to keep going when there ain't a single cheering voice to push you along. The fire spit and cracked as if it too had a story to tell, each ember floating upward like a word carried into the dark. The cowboy shifted in his chair, the leather creaking beneath his weight, and after a pause that felt carved out of the silence itself, he leaned forward. His voice came low, steady, almost like a hymn lost in the wind. "There was a woman named Clara," he began, "a seamstress who never thought herself more than ordinary. She stitched clothes for neighbors, patched up coats, and mended blankets for coin so thin it sometimes wasn't worth the walk to town. Folks would look at her tiny workshop, barely lit by an oil lamp, and shake their heads. Too small to matter, they'd say. But Clara never listened. She just kept threading her needle. Clara lived in a village where most chased after bigger, flashier dreams. The blacksmith talked of forging weapons for armies, the merchant dreamed of caravans reaching the cities, and the farmer spoke of harvests so big they'd flood the markets. Clara didn't have such talk in her. What she had was focus. Day after day, she honed her craft. She didn't just stitch clothes, she made them sturdy, beautiful, and warm. She asked nothing more than a fair price, and when folks came back shivering from winter winds, they'd find her needlework had outlasted any store-bought cloth. One day, a traveler passed through, a weary man whose coat had near fallen apart. He stopped by Clara's little shop, expecting a quick fix, maybe a patch to hold him over until he reached the next town. But Clara didn't patch, she rebuilt. She worked through the night, sewing a coat so fine and so durable that when the man put it on, he felt like he'd been given armor against the cold. He paid her more than she asked, and when he left, he carried her story with him. Word traveled, not fast, not like wildfire, but like roots spreading underground. A merchant came next, then a tradesman, then more travelers. Clara's reputation grew not because she sought it, but because her work demanded it. She took her coins, humble as they were, and saved them in a wooden chest beneath her bed. Each piece of copper and silver was a seed she refused to waste. While others in town chased grand schemes and ended up with empty hands, Clara's quiet patience built her a foundation solid as stone. When years had passed and her hair turned gray, Clara's little shop had grown into a workshop where apprentices learned her craft. She bought her own building, no longer hunched under a leaking roof, but sitting proud at the corner of the main road. Travelers from far-off towns sought her out, and though she never raised her voice, her name carried weight. Clara had built not just clothes, but trust, and trust, as the cowboy said with a slow nod, was a currency richer than gold. He tossed another log into the fire, and the flames rose high, licking the night. Now, some folk reckon wealth only measured in coin, but Clara knew better. She measured it in reputation, in the skill she sharpened every day, in the apprentices who carried her lessons long after she was gone. By the time she passed, that little seamstress had done more than fill her chest with coins. She'd sewn a legacy stitched tighter than any seam. The rain outside softened into a rhythm, tapping steady against the roof of the cabin. The cowboy drew in a breath, his voice thick with the kind of truth only time can carve. See, it ain't always about swinging for the fences. Sometimes it's about showing up, quiet but unshaken, letting your work speak where your mouth don't. Clara built her fortune one thread at a time. She didn't chase storms, she outlasted them. And that, friend, is the kind of wealth no wind can scatter. The fire dimmed to a low, steady glow, casting shadows that danced across the rough cabin walls. The cowboy leaned back once more, his eyes half closed, as though Clara's story still lingered in the smoke. And maybe it did, woven into the night air, a reminder that even the smallest sparks can light the way if they're tended with care and patience. The cowboy drew his hat a little lower, shadows covering his eyes, though the glow of the fire kept carving out the lines of his face. He shifted again, boots scuffing the cabin wooden floor, and let the silence hang until it pressed like the weight of the storm outside. Then he spoke again, his voice rumbling low, steady as the hum of a river at night. There was a boy named Samuel, son of a miner, he said. Now, mining folk don't often dream beyond the rocks they pull. Most reckon they'll live and die by the swing of a pickaxe, lungs filled with dust, backs bent till they break. But Samuel was different. He used to sit by the mine entrance, watching men drag out carts of coal, their faces smeared with soot. He didn't see black gold in them carts, he saw exhaustion, and he wondered why folks spent their lives fighting the earth for pennies when the whole town above the ground was starving for ideas. Samuel didn't have much. He was no scholar, no tradesman, nothing but a skinny kid with hands too small to grip a pickaxe proper. But what he did have was curiosity. He'd watch how the blacksmith hammered out tools, how the shopkeeper weighed grain, how even a farmer oxen worked together to plow straight. And while others spent evenings drowning their fatigue in ale, Samuel asked questions. He scribbled numbers on scraps of paper, watched how coins changed hands, noticed which businesses flourished and which shuttered. Then one day, a storm hit harder than any before. The mine collapsed, taking with it the livelihood of near every man in town. Families were desperate, pockets empty, mouths to feed. Samuel, just a boy then, stepped forward with an idea so small most laughed at him. He said, "Why don't we pool what little we've got? Not to drink, not to gamble, but to build something together. A store maybe, a place to sell what we already make." They scoffed at first. What could a boy know about such things? But hunger has a way of opening ears. With a handful of families backing him, Samuel set up a rough-hewn stall on the main road. They sold bread baked from pooled grain, tools repaired instead of discarded, even jars of herbs gathered by children wandering the fields. The stall didn't look like much, but it gave folk a reason to spend together, not apart. That stall grew, slowly, steady as spring roots spreading through soil. Samuel kept books cleaner than any ledger the town had seen. He'd calculate fair shares, reinvest coin into sturdier shelves, better goods. By the time Samuel was a young man, that stall had become a shop. By the time his hair darkened with the weight of years, that shop had become a marketplace. He never mined a day in his life, but he pulled more wealth from the ground than any pickaxe ever could because he dug into trust, cooperation, and vision. And when he finally passed, the town folks buried him not as a miner's son, but as the founder of their prosperity. They called the square after him, and every child who played there grew up knowing that fortune wasn't about what you clawed from the earth. It was about what you built with others when the earth gave you nothing. The cowboy leaned back, a dry chuckle caught in his throat. Funny thing about Samuel, he never thought of himself as rich. He dressed plain, lived in a house no finer than the rest, and always tipped his hat to those who helped him build. But ask any soul from that town, and they'll tell you his wealth was writ in stone, not just in buildings or ledgers, but in the unity he forged. A boy who dared to think different and had the grit to stick by it, turned despair into prosperity. The rain outside deepened, drumming like a heartbeat on the tin roof. The fire flickered low but steady. The cowboy voice dropped even softer now, near a whisper, like he feared speaking too loud might disturb the ghosts of those long gone. See, Samuel teaches us something most men never learn. Fortune don't just come from what's in your pocket. It comes from seeing the cracks where others see walls and planting seeds where others see barren ground. Sometimes the richest vein ain't buried deep in the earth. It's buried in the hearts of people waiting for someone with the courage to strike the first blow. The cabin creaked as the wind pushed hard against it. But the cowboy sat still, eyes on the fire as if Samuel himself sat across from him, nodding slow. And in the glow, the truth of the tale seemed to settle like embers on the soul. Wealth, real wealth, was never about taking. It was always about building. The cowboy rubbed at the brim of his hat, pushing it back so the firelight caught the hard lines of his jaw. "Now let me tell you," he said, voice slow, like each word was being weighed before it was set free, about a woman named Eliza, whose life was proof that wealth don't always sprout from grand schemes or bold strokes. Sometimes it grows from patience, like a seed taking root in dry earth, waiting for the rain that always comes in its own time. Eliza was a seamstress in a dusty little town that barely had a name worth remembering. Folks didn't pay her much mind. She stitched patches into trousers, hemmed skirts, and sewed buttons for men too clumsy to thread a needle. Day in and day out, her hands worked while others lived lives that seemed bigger, louder, more daring. But Eliza, she had a different kind of grit. She saved. Not just coins in a jar, but scraps of fabric, little bits others would have tossed without thought. She stitched them into quilts, each square a patchwork of colors and stories, a piece of a miner torn shirt, a child-worn dress, the faded edge of a widow's shawl. Her quilts weren't just blankets, they were history stitched into warmth, and slowly the townsfolk began to notice. At first, it was just neighbors asking for one of her quilts when the winters bit sharp. Then strangers passing through, hearing of the woman who could turn rags into something near beautiful. Eliza didn't see herself as a merchant. She saw herself as someone who gave comfort. But comfort has a value greater than gold in a world full of hardship. She charged fair, never more than what folks could spare, and oftentimes she traded quilt for a sack of flour, blanket for a few cords of wood. Over the years, though, her savings grew, coin by coin. Now, most people would have stopped there, content with the little they'd gathered, but Eliza had an eye for something others didn't. She noticed that every traveler who stopped in town carried with him the same problem. The nights were cold, and the inns were drafty. Folks wanted warmth, not just for their beds, but for their spirits. So, she took her savings and bought herself a small cabin right near the crossroads, a place travelers couldn't miss. She furnished it simple, quilted beds and hearty stew simmering on the stove, and she called it a rest stop. It was nothing fancy, just four walls and kindness stitched into every corner. But word spread, as it always does when something is built with honesty and care. Her cabin filled most every night. Travelers left lighter of burden, richer of heart, and the coins that clinked into her jar grew heavier.
By the time she was an old woman, her one cabin had turned into three. She didn't call it an inn, though the townsfolk did. To her, it was still just a place of warmth, stitched together, piece by piece, same as her quilts. And when she passed, the whole town gathered, laying scraps of fabric on her grave, so her memory was bound to the very thing she'd built her life upon. The cowboy poked at the fire, embers crackling bright. His voice softened, as if he was speaking more to himself than anyone listening. Eliza never once thought of herself as wealthy, but she died with a heart fuller than any banker vault. Wealth ain't always about stacks of coin, friends. Sometimes it's about leaving behind something that keeps others warm long after you're gone. He leaned back in his chair, the storm still whispering against the cabin walls, and let the fire glow do the rest of the talking. In the hush that followed, it seemed as if Eliza herself was there, quilt in hand, smiling gentle as she tucked her people in. The fire spit a spark, drifting up into the dark like a tiny star, and the old cowboy voice followed it, low and steady. Now there was another soul, he began, a feller named Caleb who never struck folks as the sort to carry ambition. He worked down by the river, loading and unloading crates from barges that crawled up and down the muddy water. His back was bent before his hair ever turned gray, and most men figured he'd die the same way he'd lived, sweat on his brow, calluses on his hands, and not a dime past what was owed him at weekend. But Caleb wasn't as simple as he looked. He listened. Every crate he hauled had a mark upon it. Coffee beans from Brazil, cloth from faraway mills, spices whose names sounded like poetry, and every man who passed through told a story. Caleb gathered those stories quiet as you'd gather kindling, piecing together a picture of how the world moved. He noticed what the townsfolk wanted but couldn't always get their hands on. He noticed which crates disappeared fastest, which ones folk grumbled about never seeing enough of. One evening, sitting alone on the riverbank, he thought, if I know what folks are missing, maybe I can be the one to fill that gap. He didn't have gold, nor land, nor education worth mentioning, but he had ears, eyes, and patience, and sometimes those are the richest tools a man can hold. So Caleb started small. He saved a sliver of every wage, not spending it on whiskey or cards like most of the men. Instead, he bought himself a single crate, just one, of candles. The town always ran short come winter, when nights stretched long and darkness ate up the streets. He carried that crate to the marketplace, and before noon the candles were gone. Every coin doubled from what he'd spent. He didn't crow about it, didn't boast. He just bought 2 crates next time. And so it went. Candles turned to lantern oil turned to wool blankets turned to coffee beans, which folk paid dear for when the air bit cold. Caleb became known not as a dockhand, but as the man who had what you needed when you needed it. He never cheated, never gouged. His prices were fair, his goods dependable. Soon, he wasn't working on the docks anymore. He had a small shop by the river, lantern light glowing warm against the glass each night. Travelers stopped in, townsfolk leaned on his counter, and Caleb's hands, once rough from ropes, now carried ledgers filled with tidy numbers. He didn't see himself as wealthy, just useful. But usefulness, he came to realize, has a way of drawing wealth steady as a river carves a canyon. When floodwaters came one spring, threatening to wash out the town, it was Caleb who opened his storeroom, passing out food, oil, and blankets without asking a cent. Some thought him foolish for giving away what he could have charged dearly for. But Caleb knew better. He knew that trust and goodwill were worth more than any pile of coins, and when the waters receded, the whole town came back to his door, not because they had to, but because they wanted to. Years later, sitting in his chair watching barges float by, Caleb told a young lad, "Wealth ain't just about what you've got stacked up. It's about being the one folks remember when times get lean. You can pile up gold in secret, but if no one warmed by it, you might as well be buried alive with it." The cowboy eyes caught the firelight as he paused, drawing in a slow breath. That boy took Caleb's words and carved them into his bones, passing it down so none of us would forget. And here I am, passing it to you. The storm outside had eased to a drizzle, each drop tapping soft on the roof like a lullaby. The cowboy leaned back, letting the weight of Caleb's lesson hang in the still air. The rain had picked up again, steady and rhythmic, like a drummer keeping time on a tin roof. The cowboy leaned closer to the fire, shadows stretching across his weathered face, and he let his voice spill low and deliberate. Now there was a woman folk near forgot, on account she didn't start with much but a patch coat and a mind sharp as a trap. Folks called her Miriam. She lived on the edge of town where the land dipped into a hollow. She was no rancher, no miner, not even much of a merchant at the start, just a widow trying to raise 2 young'uns with whatever scraps she could piece together. Miriam's cabin was small, but her mind wandered big. She kept a shelf of books salvaged from an old schoolhouse, spines cracked but still full of words that carried far beyond the hollow. At night, after the children slept, she'd light a lamp and read about markets in cities she'd never seen, about men who turned ink and paper into fortunes, and about women who stitched their names into history with needles, trade, and grit. By day, she mended clothes for townsfolk. They'd bring coats ripped from barbed wire, trousers worn thin, or dresses torn at the seams. Miriam patched them, and folks paid her with eggs, flour, or the occasional coin. She didn't mind. Every scrap was fuel to keep her young'uns fed. But she noticed something others missed. These patches, sewn careful and precise, made the garments stronger than before. Folks began whispering that Miriam's stitches weren't just mends, but improvements. A patched coat from her hands held up better than one fresh off a store shelf. One spring, she saved enough to buy bolts of cloth outright. Instead of mending, she started making. Her coats were plain at first, practical things meant to withstand wind and rain, but she had an eye for small touches, an extra pocket, sturdier buttons, a cut that sat just right on a working man's shoulders. Before long, ranchers and drovers who spent their days out in the elements swore by them. Miriam didn't just sew, she solved problems. Word spread. Travelers passing through the hollow heard about the woman who made coats that didn't quit. A trader headed west stopped by, bought a half dozen, and when he returned months later, he brought back more coin than Miriam had ever held in her hand. He told her, "There's demand out yonder. Folk are willing to pay 3 times what you ask." Miriam faced a choice then. She could stay small, keep mending and selling to neighbors, or she could take the leap into something bigger. She chose the leap. With her earnings, she hired 2 other women widowed by hardship, putting needles in their hands and food on their tables. Together, they turned her cabin into a workshop, the steady hum of stitching filling the hollow with a kind of music. Years rolled by, and Miriam Coates traveled farther than she ever dreamed, across territories, over mountains, into cities where she herself never set foot. She didn't chase wealth for its own sake. She chased it to secure a roof that never leaked, bellies that never went empty, and a name her children could speak with pride. One night, sitting by her lamp, her daughter asked, "Mama, how did you make something from nothing?" Miriam smiled. threading her needle once more, and said, "I didn't make nothing, child. I just took what was torn and gave it strength. People pay for strength, and strength feeds us all." The cowboy let the words linger, his voice trailing soft like the smoke rising from the fire. And that, friends, is how Miriam stitched her way into fortune. Not with gold pulled from the earth, but with patience, precision, and the belief that even what broken can be made better if you care enough to mend it right. The fire hissed as another log split, embers jumping like stars falling low, and the rain kept tapping gentle on the roof, as if nodding in agreement with the tale. The cowboy stretched his legs toward the fire, boots scuffed and spurs jingling soft, and let out a breath that sounded like he was releasing a lifetime of miles. "Now, I'll tell you of another," he began, his tone slow and steady like a river carving through stone. This one was a boy by the name of Elias, though folks just called him Eli. He wasn't the type folks thought would amount to much. Skinny, quiet, eyes always watching the horizon like he was searching for something no one else could see. He grew up in a shack on the far end of a dry stretch of land where even the tumbleweeds seemed too stubborn to roll. His pa drank away whatever wages he earned, and his ma worked herself near to bone just to keep beans on the table. Eli, though, he carried a hunger not just for food, but for learning. He'd spend hours sitting outside the general store, listening to travelers barter and bargain. He didn't care much for the goods, they were shiny, sure, but what held his ear was how men and women could talk their way into a better deal. He noticed some words weighed heavier than gold, and some silences could bend a man price more than all the shouting in the world. Eli filed it away the way other boys might memorize trails or hunting signs. By the time he was 15, he'd convinced the storekeeper, old Mr. Dawes, to let him sweep floors in exchange for scraps. But Eli's real trade was in observation. When customers left, he'd ask Dawes, "Why'd you charge that man less for sugar, but more for coffee?" Dawes, seeing a spark in the boy, started teaching him the principles of supply, demand, and timing. It wasn't formal schooling, but it was sharper than any book could have given him. One day, a wagon rolled through town selling penny trinkets from the city, mirrors, combs, tin whistles. They weren't worth much, but Eli saw something the trader didn't. The town miners, rough men who hadn't seen a mirror in months, laughed like children when they caught sight of their own dirt-streaked faces. Eli noticed the gleam in their eyes, not for the glass itself, but for the momentary joy it gave. He scraped together what little he had, bought a bundle of mirrors, and sold them back in the saloon for 3 times the price. It wasn't the mirror they were buying, it was the novelty, the chance to feel human again after weeks in the dark belly of the earth. That was the first coin Eli ever earned by his own wits, and it lit a fire in him. He didn't stop there. Each month he'd figure out what men longed for but couldn't get easy. In winter, he bartered with ranchers for sheepskin scraps, fashioned them into crude hand warmers, and sold them outside the church. Come summer, he peddled cool drinks, teaching himself how to freeze water in makeshift pits lined with sawdust. Every season brought a new scheme, and every scheme taught him something about what people needed most when they thought they needed least. By 20, Eli left the shack behind. He struck out with a mule cart, loading it not with goods alone, but with ideas. He traveled town to town, always observant, always listening. Where others saw empty pockets, Eli saw patterns. Folks didn't crave the same things everywhere. Up north, it was warmth. Out west, it was shade. In the cities, it was convenience. Eli learned to adapt, shifting his trade like a river bending round a boulder. Years later, when he returned to the hollow he once called home, he wasn't the boy sweeping floors anymore. He'd built a network of traders, peddlers, and suppliers who moved at his word. He wasn't rich in the way barons or bankers were, but he had something stronger: independence. He owned his time, his choices, his future. He could put food on any table he wished, and that to him was fortune enough. When townsfolk asked him how he'd done it, he never spoke of mirrors or hand warmers or mule carts. He'd just smile and say, "I paid attention." For Eli knew wealth didn't always lie in gold mines or ledgers. It lay in seeing what others overlooked, in listening where others spoke too much, in trusting that small coins could roll into rivers if you knew how to guide them. The cowboy tapped ash from his pipe into the fire, watching it spark. Eli never became a banker, never ran no great company, but he never went hungry again, nor let his kin go hungry neither. And in a world where want was the master of most men, that made him one of the wealthiest souls I reckon I ever knew. The rain outside softened to a mist, and for a moment it felt like Eli himself was walking the night roads, mule cart creaking, eyes still set on horizons only he could see. The cowboy voice dropped lower, like thunder rumbling far off in the hills. But Eli's tale didn't just stop with his mule cart, he said, drawing slow on his pipe. See, once a man learns how to listen proper, he starts hearing things most folks never notice. Not just the words, but the pauses, the needs hidden behind pride, the quiet tremble in a hand reaching for a coin that ain't there. Eli took to listening like a preacher takes to praying, and it made him something rare, a trader folks trusted.
He never wore a fancy coat, never strutted through town boasting of his riches. Instead, he made sure to treat every bargain fair, even if it meant taking a smaller cut. Better a steady nickel than a fickle dollar, he'd say, and those nickels kept coming, growing into streams, streams into rivers. Soon enough, he had more than coin, he had loyalty. Ranchers knew if Eli promised to deliver wool come winter, it'd be there. Miners knew if they needed lamp oil, Eli had it ready even if he had to haul it 3 days through sleet. That kind of faith can't be bought, it has to be earned mile by mile. But Eli wasn't blind to the world changing. Railroads were stretching steel across the land, bringing goods faster than a mule cart ever could. Where other peddlers cursed the iron tracks, Eli saw a different picture. He knew his strength wasn't in being the fastest or the cheapest, it was in knowing people, knowing what they'd pay for and what they wouldn't admit they needed until it was offered. So instead of fighting the change, he hitched his wagon to it, buying small stakes in depots where he knew demand would be high. At first, folks thought he was throwing his money to the wind. What business did a mule cart trader have meddling with rail depots? But Eli bets weren't blind. He'd spent years watching trails, towns, and habits. He knew where men worked hard and drank harder, where winters bit cruel, where summers baked the earth. He picked his depots like a man choosing seeds for the season, careful, deliberate, patient. And just like seeds, those investments grew. Each depot he backed became a hub, and each hub filled his pockets steady without him having to wear out his boots. By 40, Eli wasn't riding the trails so much anymore. Instead, he sat in a modest office near the crossroads town of Larkspur, running numbers, signing contracts, and meeting partners. But he never let the dust leave his boots entirely. On quiet nights, he'd still walk the streets, sitting at saloons with laborers, hearing their complaints, their hopes, their small victories. He never forgot what it felt like to be hungry, to want something just out of reach. That memory kept him humble and sharp. Now, here's the part I reckon you'll appreciate. Eli didn't hoard his wealth in some vault, letting it rot like grain left too long in a silo. No, sir, he lent it carefully to young folks with sparks in their eyes, the way Dawes once lent him knowledge. A seamstress looking to open a shop, a blacksmith wanting a second forge, even a farmer needing seed after a bad harvest, Eli would back them, not as a charity, but as an investment in their grit. And more often than not, they'd pay him back double, not just in coin, but in loyalty. His name spread quiet-like, not shouted from newspapers or plastered on signs, but carried in whispers. If you've got a good idea and a backbone, go see Eli. Some started calling him the banker without a bank. But Eli never called himself that. He just said, a man's worth is measured not by how much he gathers, but by how many he helps stand taller. When age finally caught him, Eli was no baron, no tycoon in the eyes of history books. But in Larkspur and the town stitched to it, he was the thread holding folks together. His wealth wasn't just in coin, it was in the trust he built, the risks he took, the lives he lifted. And when he passed, folks from 3 counties came to lay him in the ground, each one with a story of how Eli had helped him in their darkest hour. The cowboy leaned back, staring into the fire as if he could still see Eli's shadow in the glow. "That's the kind of wealth a man can't spend," he said softly. "That's the kind that lingers long after the boots are empty and the trail gone quiet." Eli didn't just dream of a better life, he carved it with his bare hands and left it for others to walk easier on. The rain outside thickened, drumming steady on the roof, and for a moment the campfire seemed to crackle in rhythm, like it too was paying tribute to the boy who once sold mirrors for a minor laugh and grew into a man who turned faith into fortune. The cowboy tapped ash from his pipe, his eyes glinting with the kind of wisdom that only comes from seeing more winters than summers left. "Eli may have laid down his boots," he murmured, "but a man's story don't end when the dirt covers him. It keeps riding on in the choices others make and the trails he cut for them." He shifted in his chair, the firelight catching the deep lines of his face. See, Eli left behind more than coin or property. He left behind a way of thinking, a rhythm to dealing that stuck in the bones of young folk watching him. Take Jeb Carter, for instance. He was a wiry lad who'd worked as a stable hand, more comfortable with horses than with people. Jeb had a knack for seeing things others missed, the way a horse favored one hoof, the way a wagon leaned, even the way a man's eyes darted when he wasn't sure of his own words. He'd watched Eli for years, sitting outside the depot with his head cocked like a crow on a fence post, listening without saying a word. When Eli passed, Jeb carried that listening spirit with him, but he twisted it into something new. Instead of trading goods, Jeb took to trading services. Folks didn't always need barrels of flour or lantern oil, they needed know-how, advice, guidance. And though he was quiet, Jeb learned to speak when it mattered, offering solutions that seemed near magical. When a rancher struggled with a broken irrigation ditch, Jeb knew a cheaper fix than the engineer had quoted. When a widow worried over her savings, Jeb found ways to stretch a dollar without letting her pride bruise. He didn't advertise, didn't holler for attention. Folks just came to him, the way a thirsty man comes to a spring, words spreading like wildflowers on the wind. That's how Jeb built something Eli had never dared to network. Not just a business, but a chain of people who trusted him, who owed him favors, who passed on his name like a quiet prayer. Before long, he was sitting in the same crossroads office Eli had once kept, But instead of freight ledgers and depot contracts, his desk was piled with notes of agreements, partnerships, and promises kept. He called it a circle, though later folks would know such things as investment trusts. But Jeb never cared for fancy words. He cared for making sure the circle stayed unbroken. The cowboy leaned forward, letting the fire warm his calloused hands. "Now, hear the beauty of it," he said. Jeb didn't need railroads or mule carts. His wealth came from something as old as the hills, human faith. People put their trust in him, and he turned it into opportunity. And like Eli, he never hoarded. He spread it around, letting others rise with him. Some said he was too generous, but Jeb just shrugged and said, "A circle don't stand if one piece breaks." Years rolled on, and Jeb's circle grew beyond Larkspur. It touched towns along the river, stretched out to the foothills, even reached miners digging silver in far canyons. Where Eli had built roots deep in one place, Jeb built branches that stretched wide. Each man and woman he helped became part of the circle, and each success made the circle stronger. That's how he survived the lean years, the floods, the droughts, even the panics when banks shuttered their doors. While others fell, Jeb's circle held because it was built on more than numbers. It was built on people. By the time gray showed in Jeb Beard, his circle had turned into something greater than himself. Other towns were copying it, calling them cooperatives, trusts, or syndicates. But to Jeb, it was always just the circle. "A man's wealth ain't his own," he told a young partner once. "It only borrowed from the trust others place in him. Treat it like it's yours alone and you'll lose it. Treat it like it belongs to everyone who gave it, and it'll grow beyond your sight."
The cowboy let those words hang heavy, the firelight catching smoke curls like ghostly ribbons. He knocked his pipe on the stone and added, "So remember this. Eli taught us how to start with nothing, to use grit and fairness to carve out something, but Jeb, he showed how to keep it alive, to pass it around like fire from one torch to another. That the kind of legacy that don't fade when the rains wash names off gravestones. That the kind of wealth that lingers in the marrow of a whole community. Outside the rain softened, leaving only the soft patter of droplets rolling from the eaves. The fire popped, throwing sparks into the dark, like little reminders that even in the blackest night, sparks can catch if you tend them right." The cowboy voice dropped to a murmur, almost swallowed by the storm hush. Eli dreamed wealth into being. Jeb carried that dream further. And maybe you, sitting here now, you'll be the one to carry it further still. The cowboy rubbed the brim of his hat, eyes gone far off like he was peering through time itself. "Thing about Jeb's circle," he said low and steady, "is it never was meant to be just his. That's the secret. While most men grip their fortune tight till their knuckles whiten, Jeb let his flow like water. And you know what water does? It carves new paths." He leaned back, bones creaking, the chair complaining beneath him. That circle, it grew legs. It walked further than any one man could have trod. It reached into the hands of folk who'd never set foot in Larkspur. Folk who only knew Jeb's name as a whisper, passed in trade or at a tavern table. Now one of those folk was Clara Mayfield, a woman whose mind was sharper than any knife the blacksmith ever forged. She was a school teacher at first, scrimping together wages that barely kept a roof patched and a loaf on the table. But Clara wasn't just teaching letters and sums. She was teaching herself how people thought, how they dreamed, how they feared losing what little they had. She came across Jeb's circle by happenstance. One of her cousins was in debt after a dry season, and Jeb's network lent him the seed grain he needed without demanding his land as collateral. That act struck Clara deep. She saw something rare, finance tied not to greed but to mutual survival. Clara wrote to Jeb, not a long letter but pointed as was her way. She asked if women could join the circle too. Most men at that time might have laughed or tossed her words aside, but not Jeb. He invited her to Larkspur, told her plain, "If you've got wisdom to share, you belong." That was all the opening she needed. Clara stepped into that dusty office with her satchel of notes and her fierce eyes, and within weeks she'd spotted holes in Jeb records, patterns of credit and repayment that could be refined, strengthened. Where Jeb had the instincts of a horseman who knew his trail by smell, Clara had the numbers laid out like stars in a chart. It was Clara who built the framework that made the circle into something sturdier than trust alone. She tracked repayment cycles, marked who could be leaned on, who needed more rope, and who ought to be cut loose. She didn't strip the circle of its kindness, but she gave it bones, a skeleton strong enough to carry weight. Soon folk weren't just trusting Jeb, they were signing their names into Clara ledgers, confident that someone had their back with more than promises. What had started as favors among neighbors turned into a system, a web that stretched across counties. The cowboy spat into the fire, embers hissing like rattlers. Funny thing, he said, was how Clara's system looked mighty similar to what big banks would one day claim they invented. But hers was rooted in compassion, not exploitation. She understood that money's just a story, and the story only holds if people believe in it. Break that belief and no number in a ledger will save you. Under Clara's care, the circle began lending not just for emergencies, but for dreams. A young man could borrow to buy tools and set up a smithy. A widow could fund the opening of a boarding house. Farmers pooled resources to purchase better plows. Merchants invested in shared transport, and schoolhouses got built in places where no government ever thought to look. And every repayment, every handshake, every promise kept, it all tightened the circle, till it was less a financial scheme and more a living thing, pulsing with the lifeblood of the community. Now don't think it all went smooth. There were storms, times when folks defaulted, when crops failed, when panic swept across the land and bigger outfits tried to swallow the circle whole. One year a silver crash sent ripples so hard it near broke Clara framework. Big banks shuttered, credit dried up, and men came knocking on doors demanding dues. But the circle, it held. Clara and Jeb called an assembly in Larkspur, inviting every member who could make the ride. They lit bonfires in the field, and under those stars, decisions were made. Folk voted to tighten belts, delay repayments, and share what little they had till the storm passed. And pass it did. The circle bent but never snapped, because it had roots in something stronger than coined community. The cowboy voice grew softer, like rain hitting tin. Eli built wealth from nothing. Jeb turned it into trust. Clara, she turned it into something near eternal. She showed how to keep wealth from being a weapon, how to make it a tool. And that a lesson most folk today still ain't learned. A gust of wind rattled the shutters, and the cowboy let silence hang. Sparks popped and floated up the chimney like souls riding for the heavens. Then he added, when you think about wealth, don't think about what you can pile up for yourself. Think about what can outlast you, what can live in the hands of strangers you'll never meet. That where the real richness lies. That where sleep comes easy knowing your work been folded into the bones of something bigger than you. The cowboy drew his coat tighter as though fending off a chill that wasn't there, eyes shadowed by the brim of his hat. Banks, he muttered, them grand marble fortresses sprouting up in cities. Folks saw 'em as temples, but temples built to one god only, profit. When those men in suits caught wind of Jeb and Clara's circle, they didn't take kindly to it. To them, the circle was a threat. Not because it was big, not yet, but because it showed an alternative. Showed that ordinary folks could look after each other without bowing to gilded counters and ledgers thicker than Bibles. The first clash came quiet. Bank agents, smooth talkers with polished boots, came riding into Larkspur. They promised better rates, larger loans, and the dignity of dealing with a real institution. They laughed at the circle bonfire meetings and handshakes, calling them relics of a bygone age. Some young men, eager for quicker coin, bit at the bait. They borrowed bigger than the circle would have ever offered. They strutted through town with new wagons, stocked shelves, plans bolder than their fathers ever dreamed. For a season, it looked like the banks might win. But banks don't forgive like neighbors do. When drought hit and harvests failed, those loans turned sour. The young men who had strutted proud found notices nailed to their doors. Land foreclosed, goods seized, wagons repossessed, families torn from homesteads that'd been theirs for generations. Larkspur saw weeping that summer, and the cowboy voice faltered as if he could hear it still. The banks, he said bitterly, they didn't care if you was honest, didn't care if you'd given your sweat and blood to that soil. All they cared was the balance. Miss one payment and they'd take your soul if they could. That when Clara rose like a storm, she rallied the circle not with anger but with resolve. Let the banks show their teeth, she told the gathered crowd under lamplight. We'll show our backbone. She rewrote the framework again, introducing safeguards, caps on what could be borrowed, reserves kept in common for lean times, a system of votes before any major decision. We'll be cautious, she said, but never cruel. We'll remember that behind every ledger line is a life, a family, a dream. And dreams, when guarded proper, turn into legacies. The circle weathered that storm stronger for it. Families who had lost land to the banks were offered shares in cooperative ventures. A man who lost his farm might own a stake in a mill. A widow turned dispossessed might find herself running the very boarding house that sheltered newcomers. Bit by bit, Clara showed that wealth wasn't about ownership alone. It was about inclusion. She turned victims into partners and bitterness into solidarity. The banks noticed. Oh, they noticed. Their agents returned, this time less polite.
They whispered about legality, about charters and licenses, about how the circle was operating outside the law. Some even tried bribes, offering Clara and Jeb fortunes to fold their system into a bank proper, with them at the helm. Jeb chuckled at such offers, but Clara's refusal was colder than any winter wind. "You mistake us," she told one agent, her voice carrying clear across the Larkspur Hall. "We're not trying to be a bank, we're trying to be a community. And community don't sell itself to strangers." The cowboy leaned forward, voice dropping to a gravelly whisper. That was the moment, friend, when the circle stopped being just a clever scheme. It became something sacred. Not a creed written in stone, but lived in flesh and blood, in the way folk chose to look after each other even when the world said don't. As years rolled on, the circle reach extended further. What began as loans for seeds or tools grew into funds for rail shares, for small manufactories, even for education. Clara insisted on a portion of profits being set aside for scholarships, so children who showed promise, farmers' sons, miners' daughters, could study in the city and bring back knowledge to their people. Wealth, she'd say, ain't worth a dime if it don't light the way forward for the next generation. There was one boy in particular, Samuel Holt, who rose from such a scholarship. He studied mechanics, learned how to harness steam and steel in ways no one back home had ever seen. When he returned, he didn't build for himself alone, he built cooperatives. Mills owned by many, profits shared. It was Samuel machines that kept the circle competitive when outside investors tried to flood markets with cheap goods. Without Clara foresight, he never would have had the chance. The cowboy sighed deep, like the weight of memory pressed down on his ribs. "You see," he murmured, "the banks had money, but the circle had meaning. And when you've got meaning, people will walk through fire to defend it." The cowboy let the fire pop and spit for a spell, as though letting the sparks carry the silence of old battles long gone. Then, with a breath that rattled like gravel in his chest, he went on. "Samuel Holt," he said, "he weren't no ordinary boy, left this valley in boots too big for his feet and returned wearing boots that fit him just right, but with a mind that carried the weight of engines, bridges, and blueprints rolled tighter than a preacher Bible. Samuel had studied in eastern cities where the smoke never cleared and the streets roared with iron wheels. He could have stayed there, made a fortune among the towers of steel, but he remembered Clara's voice as clear as Sunday bells. Take knowledge and bring it home. Wealth ain't wealth unless it serves your people." So Samuel returned to Larkspur with grease on his hands and fire in his eyes. The circle welcomed him back not with parades or trumpets, but with quiet pride. They gathered under lamplight as he spread his drawings across rough-hewn tables. Machines for milling grain faster than any horse-drawn stone. Steam engines to cut timber and drive looms. Even a plan for a waterworks that could pipe clean water from the hills into every home. "With these," Samuel said, "we'll no longer be at mercy of outside investors, we'll be our own industry." The elders, weathered and cautious, looked at those sketches with doubt. Big machines required big sums, and big sums carried risk. But Clara, older now yet with eyes sharp as ever, spoke soft but sure. "We've been laying bricks of trust for 20 years, she said. "Now the time to raise walls. Let us not fear the size of Samuel's dreams. Let us remember the size of our faith in one another." So the circle voted, and for the first time they pooled not just coins but fortunes, whole estates, every pocket turned inside out for the cause. They built the first cooperative mill with Samuel designs, a structure of stone and timber that rose like a fortress beside the river. Folk from miles around came to see it, and the sound of its wheels turning echoed across the valley like thunder, steady, unyielding. The banks laughed, calling it folly. Industrialists from the city sneered, saying country folk had no business dabbling in machines. But when the first harvest came and grain poured into that mill, the laughter died. For the flour that left Larkspur wasn't just cheap, it was plentiful. And more than that, it carried a story. Buyers in distant towns knew this was flour milled by a community, profits shared, debts forgiven in drought years, scholarships funded for poor children. Each sack carried not only wheat but pride. With the mill's success, other ventures followed. A loom house where widows wove cloth that rivaled the city finest. A foundry that smelted ore from nearby hills into tools. Samuel was everywhere at once, sleeves rolled up, hair damp with sweat, leaden crews through nights of hammering and days of invention. Folk whispered he worked harder than any 10 men, but Samuel would just smile and say, "I ain't working alone, I've got the whole circle at my back." But success paints a target bigger than any barn door. The industrialists soon realized that Larkspur wasn't just surviving, it was competing, and competing too well. They sent agents not with contracts this time, but with threats. "Sell to us," they hissed, "or we'll flood your markets with goods so cheap you'll choke on your own grain." When the circle refused, the threats grew darker. Sabotage followed. A wheel mysteriously broke, nearly killing a boy at the mill. Fire broke out one autumn night, scorching the loom house before it could spread. The town gathered at the charred ruins, fear heavy in the air. Some whispered of giving in, of selling to the industrialists before more blood was shed. But Clara, frail now, her hands trembling, stood tall as a pine and raised her voice. "They may burn our looms," she said, "but they can't burn our will. They may break our wheels, but they can't break our trust. Every fire they set will douse with unity. Every blow they strike will answer with resilience. Wealth built together is fireproof." The people roared with agreement, and work began the next dawn. The loom house was rebuilt in half the time, stronger and larger. Guards were posted by night, not mercenaries but townsfolk taking turns, watching over what was theirs. Samuel refined his machines to make them safer, tougher, harder to sabotage, and each attack by outsiders only deepened the circle resolve. Years rolled like wagons on a dirt road, and Larkspur transformed. What had once been a cluster of farms and dusty shops became a town of industry and art, with smokestacks rising not as symbols of greed but of collective triumph. Children who once stared at empty cupboards now studied mathematics and literature in classrooms funded by cooperative wealth. Men who had once despaired of droughts now drew wages from mills and foundries that they themselves part-owned. Women who had been cast aside found purpose and pride in craft and commerce. The cowboy eyes softened as he remembered it. I rode through towns where men cursed the smoke of factories, where they spat on the ground and muttered that machines had stolen their souls. But in Larkspur, that smoke was sweet. It smelled of bread on the table, books in children's hands, roofs repaired before the rain came. It smelled of dreams burning bright enough to outshine the soot. He leaned back, shadows playing across his face. But don't think it was all victory. The banks and barons never gave up. They kept coming, changing their masks but not their aim. And each time the circle had to stand taller, think sharper, give more of themselves. Wealth won once must be guarded always. The fire popped, casting sparks skyward like prayers. The cowboy let silence settle again, then spoke low, almost tender. What Samuel and Clara and Jeb built, it weren't just a town, it was a reminder that finance, when stripped of greed, can be as human as a handshake, as warm as a fire on a winter night. It was proof that prosperity don't have to be a cage, it can be a circle. The cowboy spat into the fire, not in anger, but as if marking the close of one chapter before opening another. His voice carried the weight of nights long remembered. "You see, boy, prosperity don't ever sit still. Like a wild horse, it bucks and twists, testing the hands that dare hold its reins." And Larkspur, well, they found out quick that taming wealth meant more than just outsmarting the barons from the city. It meant keeping their own hearts from rusting over with greed. As the mills thrived and wagons rolled out heavy with flour, cloth, and tools, the circle swelled with coin. For the first time, families who'd once prayed for seed money to last till harvest now found their ledgers full, purses jingling louder than the church bells. New homes rose with porches broad enough to catch the morning sun. Streets grew tidy with lanterns strung from post to post. Even the poorest souls found themselves dressed in coats warm enough to face the fiercest frost. But wealth, like whiskey, has a way of slipping past a man's lips and settling in his blood. Some folks, once humble, began strutting with a pride that clanged louder than coins on a saloon floor. Whispers rustled through the circle. Why should a farmer who only tilled a small patch earn the same dividend as one who worked triple the acres? Why should a widow who'd invested but a few coins draw the same share as a merchant who'd poured in a chest of gold? Samuel, ever the mind of balance, warned against letting such reckonings split the circle. "We built this on equality," he told them. "If we start weighing worth by coin instead of by trust, we're no better than the wolves that circle us." Clara, gray-haired and bent but still sharp as a whetted blade, nodded beside him. Yet doubts festered like rot beneath floorboards. It was then the outsiders struck again, only this time it wasn't through fire or broken wheels. No, this time they came dressed in fine coats, tongues slick as oil, offering deals sweeter than honey. Contracts slid across tables in polished offices, stamped with seals that promised markets twice as big and profits 3 times as fat. "Why stay bound by equal shares," the agents whispered, "when your invention, your hard work deserves more? We'll buy your stake, pay you in gold enough to set your children high as kings." Some men listened, some women too. Quietly, secretly, stakes in the circle began changing hands. A few sold, thinking they could have their fill now and leave the future to fend for itself. The circle began to wobble, its strength tested not by enemies beyond but by cracks within. Samuel saw it. He felt it in the late-night meetings where voices grew sharp and patience thin. He felt it in the silence of neighbors who once shared bread but now shared suspicion. And one autumn evening, standing before a crowd in the mill great hall, he raised his hands. The place smelled of flour and smoke, lit by lanterns swinging from rafters. "I won't lie," he said, his voice heavy but steady. "We're standing at the edge of 2 roads. One leads to riches for a few, the other to prosperity for all. The first road may look brighter, paved in gold, but it lined with thorns sharpened by betrayal. The second may be rockier, but it the one we started on together. Decide now which you'll take." A hush swept the hall, every eye fixed on Samuel. Then Clara's frail voice broke the silence. I gave my youth, my sweat, my faith to this circle. I won't sell it to men who never knew hunger, never prayed for rain. If you trade away trust for coin, you'll wake with full pockets but empty souls." Her words struck like hammer on anvil. Many wept, ashamed, others shifted uneasy, torn between greed and loyalty. And there on that night, Larkspur fate trembled like a coin spinning on a table. The cowboy leaned forward, his face flickering in the fire glow. They chose right in the end. Most of them stayed true. But don't think it was easy. Temptation don't vanish once you say no. It lingers, whispers, waits for the moment you're tired or scared. What saved Larkspur wasn't just their refusal, it was their decision to build something deeper than profit.
So they built not just mills and looms, but schools and libraries. They carved out parks where children ran free, hospitals where no one was turned away. They wrote into their ledgers a law as sacred as Scripture. Profits would always serve the circle first, never the individual alone. And slowly that covenant bound them tighter than any contract. Outsiders found no cracks to slip through. In the years that followed, the circle fame spread wider than even Samuel had imagined. Travelers came from towns hundreds of miles away, not just to buy goods, but to see with their own eyes a place where prosperity didn't breed envy, but kinship. Some stayed, joined in the circle. Others carried the idea home, planting seeds of their own cooperatives. Like sparks from a fire, the flame spread. The cowboy voice softened, almost breaking. And Samuel, he never claimed glory. He could have put his name on every machine, carved it into the millstone, stamped it on every wagon. But he didn't. He said wealth without humility is poison. When he passed, too young, too soon, they buried him not beneath marble, but under a simple oak, roots wrapping his resting place. And on his headstone, just 3 words, he served all. The fire hissed, and the night seemed to lean in close, hanging on the tail. That, the cowboy said, voice low as thunder rolling far off, is the kind of wealth worth losing sleep over. The kind that don't fade when the coins do, but lingers in the soil, in the streets, in the hearts of those yet unborn. The cowboy stirred the coals with a stick, sparks rising like tiny stars before burning out against the dark. His voice took on a slower drawl, steady as rain on an old tin roof. After Samuel passed, Larkspur stood at a crossroad once more. The folks had their covenant, their mills, their schools, but without the man who'd carried the weight of both vision and burden, questions hung in the air like storm clouds. Who would lead him now? Who'd keep the circle from splintering under the strain of pride, fear, and ambition? It wasn't long before faces turned toward the younger generation, the sons and daughters of those who'd forged the circle with sweat and faith. They'd grown up in the glow of lantern-lit meetings, raised on stories of sacrifice and triumph, but they hadn't known the hunger or desperation of their parents. To them, prosperity was normal, as natural as breathing. And therein lay the danger. Prosperity taken for granted grows fragile, like glass holding back floodwater. Elias, Samuel's nephew, was one of the first to step forward. He wasn't a fiery orator like his uncle, nor a patient mediator like Clara. He was quiet, observant, with the kind of eyes that seemed to measure not just the size of a man's words, but the weight of his silence. The circle ain't meant to rest on one man's shoulders, he told the assembly. It was Samuel's gift to us all, but gifts turn to burdens if we forget to carry our share. Still, some of the young blood grew restless. They'd watch caravans from the east roll in, wagons stacked with goods, stamped with the marks of distant factories. Their visitors wore fine coats, their purses jingled fat, and they told tales of fortunes made in weeks, not years. To the young, Larkspur's slow, steady rhythm felt too much like chains. Why should we bind ourselves to the old ways, they asked, when the world outside moves so fast? Arguments heated, some near to boiling over. The older folk spoke of trust, of scars earned, of nights spent staring at bare shelves. The young shot back with dreams of expansion, machines that could multiply production tenfold, ships that could carry goods beyond the frontier. Both sides had truth in their words, but truth ain't always enough to keep peace. Elias, caught between generations, sought a bridge. He gathered both young and old by the riverbank one evening, where the water rolled steady and sure. "This river feeds us," he said, pointing to the current. "It don't rush like a storm, nor does it sit still like a pond. It moves steady, wearing down stone, carving paths where none existed. That the kind of wealth we need, steady, sure, lasting longer than one man's lifetime. But that don't mean we can't widen its banks. So a compromise was born. They'd allow for expansion, for new machines and ventures, but always under the covenant. Profits must serve the circle first, never the few. If a machine was bought, it was owned by all. If a trade route was opened, every household shared the gain. The young got their progress, the old kept their principles. And once more, Larkspur steadied itself on the tightrope between ambition and unity. Yet prosperity brought new shadows. Bandits who once burned wagons now schemed with subtler hands. They spread rumors, bribed officials in distant towns, tried to sow mistrust between Larkspur and its neighbors. One winter, forged contracts appeared, claiming the circle owed debts it had never taken. The sheriff himself rode in with papers stamped and signed, demanding payment. It near tore the town apart. But Elias, patient as ever, traced the fraud back to its root. He rode days through sleet and snow, presenting proof before a judge in a faraway city. The case dragged on for months, but when truth won out, Larkspur stood taller than ever, their name cleansed, their enemies exposed. Folks realized then that wealth wasn't just coin or grain, it was reputation. A town known for honesty and fairness could barter better than one flush with gold. The cowboy leaned back, sighing, and that's how Larkspur kept growing, not in bursts or explosions, but in steady circles rippling out like a stone tossed in still water. They learned each generation had to fight its own battle, not with fists or flames, but with choices. Greed and trust, speed and patience, self and circle. Those were the wars they fought, quiet as a man sitting by his fire, loud as a storm when they forgot the lessons of their past. He poked the fire and the flames leapt higher, shadows stretching long. Now, don't go thinking it was all harmony and peace. Wealth has a way of testing even the strongest bonds. But what kept them alive, what made their tale worth telling, was that when the choice came between taking for themselves or given to the circle, enough of them chose right. Enough of them remembered Samuel Oak and the words carved there, he served all. The rain pattered harder on the roof above, a steady rhythm like hoofbeats far off. The cowboy let the silence linger, then added soft almost to himself, and maybe that all any of us can hope for. Not to be rich beyond measure, not to be remembered in statues, but to leave behind something steady enough that those who come after can build on it without fear it'll crumble. The cowboy tipped his hat back, eyes catching the glow of the fire as if he were watching ghosts of old riders passing across the flames. As the years wore on, Larkspur name traveled further than its wagons ever could. Word spread to other towns that there was a settlement where folks didn't just chase their own fortunes, but built something together that couldn't be bought or stolen. Traders who'd once passed through without stopping began lingering, asking questions. Some came seeking profit, others refuge, and a few came just to learn how such a place could stand tall while so many others buckled under the weight of greed. It wasn't long before nearby towns found themselves drawn into Larkspur orbit. A small mining camp upriver, once plagued with backstabbing and theft, sent word asking if they might enter into trade, not as rivals but as partners. At first, some in Larkspur were wary. Why should we tie ourselves to folks who couldn't even keep their own house in order, they asked. But Elias reminded them of Samuel's covenant. Wealth meant nothing if it wasn't shared. If we build fences around our circle too high, he said, we'll end up starving on our own abundance. So the circle widened. Grain from Larkspur fields was traded for ore from the miners, tools for stone, wool for coal. But the heart of the bargain wasn't the goods themselves, it was the rules laid down in ink and sealed by handshakes. No man or woman could take more than their due, no debt could be forged, and every deal had to serve both sides in truth, not trickery. If a partner broke those rules, the covenant cut him out like rot from an apple. Other towns took notice. A riverside mill settlement, near ruined by years of disputes over water rights, came next. They'd heard Larkspur settled quarrels without bloodshed, and that its reputation for fairness gave it strength no blade could match. After long talks, they too joined the widening circle. Each addition was like another log to the fire, burning brighter, throwing heat further into the night. But the more the circle grew, the more temptations prowled around its edges. There were merchants who came not to share, but to skim. Smooth talkers from distant cities offered loans at rates sweeter than honey but poisoned at the root. Take our silver, they said, build roads, raise grand halls, and make Larkspur shine brighter than any town on this frontier. Some of the younger leaders, eager for splendor, nearly signed. They dreamed of streets paved with stone, schools with marble steps, and ships carrying their name across the sea. Elias and the old guard saw through it. What shines too quick, he warned, fades just as fast. Better to polish the wood we've got than gild it with gold that don't belong to us. His words didn't sit easy with the ambitious, but when one of those silver-tongued merchants tried the same trick on a neighbor town and left it bankrupt,
Elias' caution proved its worth. Still, not all threats came from beyond. Within Larkspur itself, cracks began to show. The children of those who had lived through famine and fire didn't understand why the covenant mattered so much. To them, barns were always full, markets always busy, the circle always steady. They began whispering that the covenant was just a chain holding back progress. Why shouldn't a man profit more from his own sweat than another? Why should one family gain be slowed by another misfortune? A young man named Corbin, clever with words and restless with ambition, became their voice. If we want to stand with the great cities, he declared, we can't keep pretending we're a family of equals. Some are born to lead, some to follow. Let the strong rise and the weak will still eat from the crumbs. His ideas spread like wildfire among those eager for more than steady bread and fair trade. It was Elias' hardest test. He knew fists and threats wouldn't keep the circle whole. He gathered the town in the meeting hall, just as Samuel had done years before, and spoke plain. Wealth ain't the coin in your hand, he said. It's the roof over your head, the neighbor who comes running when the barn catches fire, the peace you feel laying down at night knowing no man here will cheat you blind. If you think breaking the covenant will make you richer, ask yourself what gold worth when the house it buys burns down. The silence after those words was heavy, like snow on a roof. Some bowed their heads, ashamed. Others still burned with ambition, but even they couldn't deny the truth of it. Corbin left not long after, riding east in search of cities that might welcome his hunger. Rumor said he found power, but never peace, and so Larkspur covenant held again, though it wavered like a fence in a storm. Folks realized then that every generation would face the same trial, prosperity giving rise to greed, greed threatening to crack the circle, and wisdom calling them back to steady ground. Wealth, they saw, was less a treasure to be kept than a fire to be tended. Feed it too little, it dies. Feed it too much, it burns out of control. The cowboy let the fire glow warm his face, the rain pattering steady beyond the cabin walls. And that, he said soft, was how Larkspur grew into more than a town. It became a lesson, whispered along trade roads and riverbanks, that the richest man ain't the one with the fullest purse, but the one sitting by a fire built on trust, surrounded by neighbors who'd guard it as their own. The fire popped as a log split in two, sending sparks into the black sky, and the old voice carried on, drawling slow like he was sifting through dust for the finest grains of memory. Now, word of Larkspur didn't stop at the borders of the frontier. Traders riding riverboats carried tales downstream. Peddlers speaking with accents from far-off lands told of a place where coin wasn't the measure of a man, where fairness held more weight than a sheriff badge, and where even strangers could find shelter so long as they honored the covenant. In cities where greed ruled like a tyrant, such stories sounded like fairy tales, too good, too clean to be true. Yet a few dreamers dared to believe, and they made the long, dangerous trek to see if the whispers matched the truth. Those dreamers didn't always come empty-handed. A few carried books filled with knowledge of new trades, how to shape glass clear as ice, how to harness wind to grind grain finer than any millstone. Others brought seeds from their homelands, strange crops that sprouted with colors unseen in the valley before. The covenant welcomed them, but only after sitting them down by the fire, speaking plain. What we build here don't belong to one man or family. You walk into our circle, you walk under the same rules as the rest. Some nodded and stayed, putting roots in soil richer than gold. Others turned back, muttering that such equality was shackles in disguise. One winter, a storm near broke the settlement. The river, swollen with ice melt, roared higher than any man could remember. Whole rows of houses teetered on the brink, barns flooded, and the storehouse where they kept the grain threatened to collapse. It was a test greater than fire or famine, for water don't care about men covenants. Yet while other towns might have panicked, Larkspur remembered. Families who still had dry roofs opened them to neighbors. Horses were unhitched from wagons and tied to beams to keep walls standing. Men and women worked through nights without rest, hauling sand and timber, shouting encouragement over the roar of the river. When the water finally receded, the town was battered but not broken. And in that survival, the covenant grew stronger, like iron forged hotter and hammered truer. What struck wanderers most wasn't just the survival, it was the joy that followed. Instead of sinking into bitterness over what was lost, the townsfolk threw a feast once the danger had passed. Tables were pulled into the streets, lanterns hung from trees, and fiddles sang into the night. Children splashed in the mud, laughing at puddles instead of mourning barns. A merchant from the city, watching all this, confessed he'd never seen such a thing. In the city, he said, folk would be fighting each other for the last loaf, not dancing together in the mud. That night, he asked if he might stay, not to sell, but to live under the covenant. But not all who heard of Larkspur ways came with honest hearts. Some rode in seeing opportunity, not kinship. One such fellow was named Briggs, a man with charm slick as oil and pockets jingling with coin. He spoke fast, promised faster, and said he could bring modern prosperity to the town. He proposed building a grand hall for traders, claiming it'd bring caravans from every corner. He offered to bankroll the project himself, asking only for a share of every deal made under its roof. Some townsfolk, tired of mud and timber, near swooned at the thought of marble floors and banners flying high. But others grew uneasy. Elias, gray-haired now but sharp-eyed as ever, asked just one question. If the hall burns, who owns the ashes? Briggs didn't answer. He laughed it off, but the silence told more than words. In the end, the town voted no. Briggs stormed off, cursing them as fools who'd turned their backs on greatness. Weeks later, news drifted in. He'd pulled the same trick on a settlement upriver, and when the deal soured, he left with their coin while they fought among themselves. Larkspur breathed easy, knowing they'd dodged a snare woven with silt. Years rolled on, and with each one, the covenant stretched further than its founders ever dreamed. Neighboring towns adopted pieces of it, writing their own covenants in different words but with the same spirit. Wealth tied to trust, fairness before greed, and community above kingship. Traders spoke of the covenant towns as if they were one body, their markets bound tighter than any law could force. And far away, in halls where powerful men sat fat with riches, the whispers of such unity gnawed at their peace, for power hates what it can't control. Soon enough, emissaries came wearing fine coats and speaking for distant lords. They praised Larkspur's success, but their eyes measured every building, every storehouse, every road. They hinted at alliances, taxes, soldiers marching in to protect what had been built. And behind their honeyed words was a shadow, the promise that if the covenant didn't bend, it might be broken. The cowboy voice lowered, the firelight carving lines deeper into his face. It one thing to stand firm against hunger, fire, and flood, it another to stare down the greed of men who carry armies at their backs. That was the storm on Larkspur horizon, darker than any cloud, and it would test whether the covenant was just words on paper or blood and bone in the hearts of its people. The cowboy spat into the embers, leaning back against his saddle like the weight of the tale itself pressed heavy on his shoulders. Now, them emissaries didn't ride off quiet. They left behind whispers sharper than any blade. They told a few hot-headed youngsters that prosperity meant marching under banners with foreign crests, that loyalty to the covenant was nothing but chains keeping them from glory. Some of those boys, restless and eager to make a mark, began muttering about breaking free, about taking riches without having to share with neighbors. That how greed always works, don't come crashing down the front gate, just seeps in slow, like water through a crack in the wall. But Larkspur had been forged in storms before, and its elders knew what was stirring. Instead of cracking down hard, they gathered the town for a circle by the fire, same way they had done since the start. Every man, woman, and child was called to sit, to listen, and to speak if their heart stirred. It weren't no sermon, weren't no court, it was a reminder. Elias, beard white as frost now, spoke clear. A covenant ain't tested when the shelves are full and the skies are calm. It tested when someone whispers in your ear that you'd be better off without your neighbor. His words weren't polished, but they rang true, and as the fire lit up tired faces, even them restless youngsters shifted uneasy, realizing the bait dangled before him was laced with poison. Still, peace never comes easy. The emissaries returned, this time bringing a small retinue of soldiers. They strutted through the streets like wolves sniffing a corral, eyes cold, hands on their sabers. They made no outright threats, but their presence was heavy as thunder before rain. They set up camp just beyond the river, building fires that glowed like red eyes watching through the dark. Larkspur held its breath, knowing that one wrong move might set the whole valley ablaze. Instead of sending fighters, the council chose a different road. They sent their best storytellers and traders out into neighboring towns, not with swords, but with truth. They told the story of the covenant, how it had weathered floods and fire, how no man went hungry, how trade was fair, and how a settlement of equals had thrived without need of lords or armies. At first, some scoffed, but when they saw with their own eyes wagons laden with grain, iron tools forged true, and children with laughter instead of hunger in their bellies, they began to listen. Soon enough, word of Larkspur spread further than the emissaries' threats. That the thing about power, it don't always fall to the loudest shout or the sharpest blade. Sometimes it carried in whispers from hearth to hearth till no army can stamp it out. By the time the emissaries returned with new demands, the valley had changed. Other towns had signed their own covenants, refusing to bend to distant kings. What started as one fire in Larkspur had lit a whole range of lanterns across the land. But unity don't come without cost. Trade slowed under the shadow of soldiers. Caravans that once rolled smooth now moved cautious, watching the roads for bandits who'd been stirred up by the Lord's gold. A few fields went untended as young men took to stand in guard instead of planting seed. For the first time, the covenant felt stretched thin, pulled between survival and principle. Folks gathered in circles late into the night, arguing whether it was worth it, whether standing against powerful lords would leave them starving or worse. Some wept into their hands, remembering how easy life might have been if they'd just nodded and bent the knee. And yet, out of that hardship came something new. Children, too young to swing hammers or plows, started learning letters by candlelight so they could record the covenant in books instead of relying on memory alone. Women who once stayed to hearth and home took up roles as keepers of trade, walking miles to other towns to barter fare. The covenant wasn't just men with beards sitting in circles no more. It was a living thing, carried in the hands of every soul who believed in it. One night, when the moon was low and clouds hid the stars, the emissaries made their boldest move. Soldiers slipped across the river, swords gleaming in the faint glow of torches. They aimed not to conquer outright, but to burn, to strike fear by setting fire to barns and storehouses. Yet what they found weren't panic. Bells rang through the town, not as alarms, but as summons. Men, women, and even children poured into the streets, form in lines with buckets, dousing flames before they could spread. Others faced down the soldiers, not with swords, but with walls of bodies, eyes unyielding. A few scuffles broke out, steel flashing, but the soldiers found themselves swallowed not by an army, but by a people too stubborn to bow. By dawn, they slunk back across the river, leaving behind smoldering timbers and bruised pride.
The covenant had faced its fiercest test yet and stood unbroken, but the air was heavy with knowing this weren't the end. The Lords wouldn't forgive such defiance. Still, in the quiet that followed, as the townsfolk rebuilt what had burned, a truth settled deep in their bones. Wealth wasn't in coin or crop alone. It was in the courage to face down power, in the bond of neighbor to neighbor, and in the story they'd keep telling long after the fire died. The cowboy paused, eyes reflecting the flames before him. His voice softened like the wind through dry grass. Ain't no easy road when you choose to walk free, but I reckon freedom worth having never did come cheap. The old man stirred the coals with a stick, letting sparks climb into the black like stars being born from ash. His voice rolled slow, like thunder crawling over a ridge. Now, them soldiers didn't vanish for good. They rode back to their lords with tails twisted in their mouths, speaking of rebellion and defiance, making Larkspur sound like a den of outlaws rather than a circle of free folk. Them lords, pride stung and coin threatened, began stirring armies thicker than storm clouds. But hear the truth of it, friend. Armies are hungry beasts, and they bleed gold with every step they take. The lords thought themselves mighty, but their wealth was hoarded in stone halls, not walking in the hands of neighbors who'd give and share when the need rose. As word of the marching army spread, Larkspur made no cry for vengeance. Instead, they sent riders, not with spears but with seed, not with threats but with bread. Where soldiers had trampled fields, Larkspur folk replanted. Where fear crept in, they brought stories of how neighbors could bind together tighter than any chain. Slowly, towns once shaken in their boots began standing tall, choosing to join the covenant rather than beg for scraps from the Lord's tables. And every new bond forged was another stone in a wall that no blade could cut down. Still, even walls can be battered. One summer, the armies came like locusts, banners like fire on the horizon, drums pounding like the heartbeat of doom. The valley trembled. Caravans were cut, trade lines severed, and for a season it felt like the covenant might choke under the weight of war. But Larkspur folk had learned to turn hardship into fuel. They built hidden granaries beneath the earth, stocking food where fire couldn't touch. They trained their children not in the art of killing, but in the craft of rebuilding, teaching them how to raise barns in days, how to sow fast-growing crops that could replace what was burned. When the armies arrived, expecting to starve the town into submission, they found a people too stubborn to break. Each barn they burned was replaced. Each field they salted was turned over, washed and greened again. And every soldier saw, in the faces of them they were meant to subdue, not terror but patience, a steady refusal to yield. Armies grow weary when victory don't come swift, and soldiers with empty bellies and hearts soon start wondering what they fight for. Some slipped away in the night, deserting not from fear of death but from hunger for something better. A few even crossed the lines, laying down their arms to join the covenant, saying they'd rather live poor and free than rich and chained. Now, the lords, they raged like wildfire. Pride made them blind. They tightened taxes on their own people, squeezing coin from stone, demanding loyalty through whip and gallows. But loyalty, forced and bought, ain't worth the air it carried on. Villages under their rule began slipping away quiet, swearing themselves to the covenant when the lords' backs were turned. Before long, the lords held castles of stone with walls strong as mountains, but them castles were empty of true wealth. Their granaries thinned, their fields untended, their servants gone. For wealth, real wealth, ain't what a man can hoard, it what he can hold together. One winter the armies came no more. The lords their coffers drained, their men weary, their grip losing strength, pulled back to their keeps. They still sat in their high chairs, crown glittering and goblets brimmeth over with wine, but the land beyond their walls no longer heeded their call. The covenant had grown beyond Larkspur, a web stretching from village to village, town to town, bound not by chains but by choice. Yet even then, the folk of Larkspur didn't puff out their chests nor call themselves conquerors. They knew victory weren't in banners planted nor enemies vanquished. It was in the quiet sound of hammers raising new roofs, in the laughter of children playing on land once soaked in fear, in the songs sung round fires where no one was master and no one was slave. The cowboy voice softened, almost swallowed by the crackle of the flames. See, partner, gold can vanish, armies can scatter, but a covenant, born in trust and kept in the hands of them who honor it, well, that a kind of wealth no thief can steal, no lord can tax, no fire can burn away. It's the kind of wealth that lets a man close his eyes at night knowing his children will wake to a brighter dawn. He leaned forward, feeding another log to the fire, sparks rising into the night. And that's why I say, the greatest fortunes ain't measured in ledgers or jewels. They're measured in the courage of folk who stand side by side, refusing to sell their freedom for comfort. That's the tale of Larkspur. And if you listen close, maybe it ain't just their tale. Maybe it's a map for anyone willing to walk it. The cowboy tipped his hat back, star shadows catching on the brim, his words slow as the roll of a long river. Years passed, friend, and what began in that little hollow called Larkspur stretched wider than a man could ride in a week. The covenant seeped into the cracks of the world like spring water through stone, reaching places where coin had ruled harsher than any whip. And with each place that joined, the lesson grew louder. Wealth weren't about counting coins nor stacking ledgers, but about what a man could share, what he could hold steady when storms came. The lords who still clung to their thrones looked down from their towers with eyes sour as vinegar. They saw villages refusing their coin, trading not in gold but in grain, in timber, in hands that knew the value of labor. They sent messengers with promises, new roads, fine cloth, barrels of salt. Yet folk had tasted something finer than salt. They'd tasted freedom, and they weren't about to trade it back for trinkets. One such place was a river town called Deepwater, known for boats that carried wine, wool, and wheat clear to the coast. Now the lords reckoned they'd starve the covenant by controlling that river, but Deepwater folk, watching the covenant from afar, saw a chance to throw off their own yoke. Quietly, they joined hands with Larkspur, swearing their oaths under moonlight by the docks. Soon after, barges once weighed down with tithe for the lords began flowing with goods meant for covenant kin instead. And with Deepwater choice, the lifeline of trade shifted, like a vein redirected straight into a new heart. The lords howled. They called it theft, treason, rebellion. They sent riders with decrees, demanding loyalty oaths signed in blood. But by then the covenant had grown too deep, too wide. A decree just paper, and paper burns easy when hands ain't willing to hold it. Instead of oaths, folks sent back silence, and silence, my friend, is heavier than steel. Still, the covenant weren't built without cost. Armies may have quieted, but shadows lingered. Raiders, smelling opportunity, began prowling roads once patrolled by soldiers. They thought free folk would be weak without their lords. But the covenant answered not with king's banners but with neighbors riding out together. Farmers who once sowed side by side now rode shoulder to shoulder, defending what they'd sown. And when the raiders were driven back, those same men returned to their plows, proving to all who watched that defense needn't come from crowns but from courage. Children grew up in this covenant, learning not just numbers but the worth behind them. A boy named Elias, son of a blacksmith, once asked his father why they gave away tools to neighbors who couldn't pay. The old man answered plain, hammer ringing on steel, because every tool given is a hand strengthened, and every strong hand is one less burden on another. That wealth, son, not what you keep, but what you grow. Them words carried, passed like seeds from one mouth to the next. And in time, folk came to see that the covenant weren't just about survival, it was about thriving, about teaching their young that a fortune hoarded dies with its keeper, but a fortune shared lives on in the lives it builds. Now it wasn't all harmony.
Disputes rose, land borders, water rights, who got the better share of trade. But instead of steel, they used council fires. Each settlement sent voices, men and women alike, to speak for their folk. They argued fierce, but when the fire burned low, they found ways forward. For they knew division would serve the lords, not themselves. And every time a quarrel ended with handshakes instead of graves, the covenant roots dug deeper. And so the years rolled, quiet yet mighty. The lords, grown fat on memory, began to wither. Their walls cracked from neglect, their treasuries hollowed by years of squandering. And out beyond those stone keeps, life flourished in ways coin alone could never buy. A man could ride from one valley to the next and find shelter, food, and welcome at doors that owed him nothing but gave him everything. That, friend, is the kind of wealth no crown can command. The cowboy let the fire glow lick his weathered face, eyes glimmering like coals.
And I'll tell you this, he whispered low, the covenant weren't just a story of folk refusing lords. It was a story of folk learning that when wealth is planted in trust, it don't just grow, it outlives the planter.